Learning a Magic. The Dragon God's Wife, Book 4, A Dragon Shifter Romance. Written by Flynn. Chapter 1. Sunny. Peaceful. It was a perfect day in the heaven realm. That's why it had to be ruined. I sat on one of the benches scattered around my modest palace, with my hands in my lap, and a smile on my face. The high sun warmed my cheeks and tried to tan their unhealthy pallor. I raised one hand and turned it over. The muscles were still stiff and sore, even after 3 long weeks of recuperating. Does it still hurt? I jumped and whipped my head to my right. Ariane stood there with 2 cups in her hand, and a worried look on her face. I dropped my hand into my lap and shrugged. A little. You would not give your hands so much attention for a little pain, Ariane countered, as she took a seat beside me and held out the steaming cup of tea. I gladly accepted the cup and clasped it between both hands. I'm fine really. She nodded down at my cup. Then why are you using the warm tea to soothe the soreness in your hands? My face fell and I looked at my hands. The heat had indeed unconsciously tempted me to dampen the ache. I sighed and my shoulders drooped. I guess it does bother me. More than a little, she finished for me. More than a little, I repeated with a faint smile. Anyway, I'm sure I'll be better in a week or 2. I only just got out of bed 3 days ago, after all. Everything's still a little stiff from laying in bed for so long. Lady Anna. Lady Anna. The shout came from the archway to my palace grounds, and a tiny shadow darted down the path and crashed into me. My arms shot up to prevent a terrible spill on the tiny creature that now hugged me about the waist. And a warm hello to you too, Lia, I returned with a faint laugh. You need to be more gentle with her, Lia, Keen scolded her as he trotted down the path. She's still sick and needs to be treated like glass. Who told you that? I wondered, as Lia wriggled her way onto the bench between Aaron and me. Uncle Yushia, Keen told me as he stopped before us. The young lad folded his arms over his chest, and looked me over with as serious an expression as he could manage. You look really pale. You should have seen me a few days ago, I replied as I took a sip of my tea. The warm drink soothed my recuperating stomach. I could have passed as a ghost. The color drained from Leah's face. Did you die? I laughed and bopped a finger against her nose. No, but I was very sad because I hadn't seen you 2 for so long. What have you been up to? Her face drooped and she hung her head. We popped all of your boons. It took me a second to translate her child's speak. Well, I can make you more balloons and more chocolates too. Ariane looked over Leah's head and frowned at me. You should save your strength. Surely I can make a little chocolate bar, I insisted. Leah's face perked up. Chocolate. I want chocolate. You should refrain from such magical arts. The scolding voice came from the arch and Prince Yushir appeared. He strolled up to his nephew's side, and inclined his head to Ariane and me. Good morning to you, ladies. How are you both feeling this lovely day? Are you well rested for your journey to your homeland, Lady Ariane? My eyes widened, and I whipped my head around to face my friend. You're going home. She dropped her gaze to her cup and sighed. Father wishes for me to return, at least until the meeting of the clans in 6 months. I will guarantee you the time will not be any longer than that, Yushir swore to her, as he placed a hand over his heart. As the second son of the King of Heaven, you have my promise that you will return in that time. That is very kind of you to guarantee, but you have not even ventured to the other clans to seek their agreement, she pointed out. His face fell and he sighed. Unfortunately, I too will leave tomorrow for the Turtle Clan, and then to the others to seek their help in this matter. King Werg and your father have promised to put in a good word for me among their allied clans, which will greatly hasten my mission. My heart dropped, as I realized the consequences of their responsibilities. So I won't see you guys for a while? You might come home with me, Ariane offered. Eustei closed his eyes and shook his head. You are forgetting Lord Eastwei's promise, Lady Ariane. He is to take Lady Roberts to instruct her in how to use her unique skills. I gripped the cup tighter and bit my lower lip. Dardan. I hadn't seen him since I left his palace 4 days prior. A small hand tugged on my sleeve, and I looked down to see Lia with a worried expression on her face. Are you feeling all right, Lady Anna? You don't look so good. I offered her a smile and tapped the rim of my cup. My tea is a little warm, and it didn't go down very nicely, that's all. Lia didn't look convinced, and neither did anyone else around me. We should get going, Lia, Keen scolded her as he pointed at the arch. The others are waiting for us at the park. Lia reluctantly slid off the bench, but she turned and set her adorable hands one on top of the other on my knee. Please take good care of yourself, Lady Anna. I'd be very sad to see you hurt again. I rubbed my hand on the top of her head. I'll take very good care of myself just for you. Her face brightened a little before Keen snatched one of her hands. He bowed his head to us as he pulled her along, and little Lia waved. Goodbye. Bye, I called back while Ariane waved. Eustei clasped his hands behind his back and studied me. Little Lia is quite right to worry. Your color is still not healthy. It's the lack of sun, I mused as I blinked up at the bright sky. A few days in this will brighten me back up. He didn't look convinced, but he bowed his head. Then I will unfortunately take my leave of you, ladies. There are preparations for my travels that must be made. Good luck to you, and I hope you return safely, Ariane told him. Her good wishes perked up the prince. Do you truly mean that, Lady Ariane? Ariane's cheeks reddened slightly. Of course I do. You are a good friend. I hid my smile in my cup of tea as Eustei's face drooped. A friend? Yes, of course. Well, if you will excuse me. He hung his head and slouched out of the gardens. I couldn't suppress it any longer, and had to snort into my cup. I think he was looking for something more than being a friend. She sighed. Yes, but I cannot give that to anyone, not while I worry about you. I nudged her arm with my elbow. You can stop worrying about me. I'm fine, just a little tired, that's all. Perhaps you would like some food. Or maybe more tea? Ariane inquired, as she leaned forward to peer into my cup. I laughed and sloshed around the contents. I think I'm good with this for a while, but you can get another cup for yourself. She bit her lower lip. Are you sure? I clapped a hand on her shoulder and looked her in the eyes. I think I'll be fine for a few minutes alone again. Ariane reluctantly stood and slipped back into the house. I sighed and dropped my gaze to the steaming cup of tea. The sweet aroma surrounded me, wrapping me in a comfortable fog of indifference. Until a shadow fell over my tranquility. I frowned and whipped my head up, and found myself staring into the handsome face of the former emperor of everything, Lord Eastwei. Are you ready? He asked me. I blinked at him. Ready? Ready for what? For your training. We leave today. Chapter 2. My mouth dropped open. Today. Is that a problem? I used a hand to gesture down at myself. I'm not exactly ready for a long walk, or even a short one. You need only have a short one. I will fly you most of the way to the Nook. I blinked at him. Where are we going? I have a small cluster of buildings at the edge of a forest in the land realm, he explained, with a slight touch of impatience in his voice. We will practice your training there. Training? The exclamation came from the front doors of my home, where Ariane stood, a steaming cup of tea grasped in her hands. Her face had blanched and her hands shook. She hurried over to us and bowed her head to Eastwei. Forgive me, Lord Eastwei, but I could not help but overhear your conversation. Surely you do not intend to take Anna, that is, Lady Roberts so soon? That is exactly what I mean to do. I have heard you are leaving on the morrow, as is Prince Ushir. Lady Roberts will be without company, and thus with plenty of spare time. Ariane bit her lower lip. That is true, but her condition, I believe she is far too frail to travel. Dardan's movements were so quick that I could barely follow them, much less dodge. He scooped me into his arms and tucked me against his chest, before he presented me to my friend. Her feet will hardly touch the ground. Ariane's mouth dropped open. But Lord Eastwei, you cannot be serious. Anna is a lady and… Then I will be sure not to drop her, Dardan countered, with a touch of mischief at the corners of his lips. He turned and marched away with me. I glanced over his shoulder, and could only give my friend a tiny wave. Ariane waved back, with the same apprehensive look on her face that I had on mine. What had I gotten myself into? That got my mind thinking, and I frowned at him. You know, I didn't agree to your training. You can do naught else but agree, came the brash response. I had to snap my agape mouth shut. Really? And why is that? Who would refuse me? I couldn't stop my mouth from dropping open that time. My blood boiled and I wiggled in his arms. Let me down. We had already gone some ways from the arch. You cannot turn back now. Watch me. Very well. Dardan leaped into the air, and the faint mist of his magic surrounded us. I yelped as we left the ground. Instinct and panic demanded I cling to him, and cling I did with all the strength my tired arms could muster. Even in my panic, I detected a hint of amusement dancing around in those bright red eyes of his. I can release you now. I glared at him. You'd better not. Then you propose to go with me to train? He wondered as we floated across the sky. I glanced over my shoulder at the ground. We were some 400 feet away from it. My face blanched. How can I refuse you when we're this high up? You might reconsider refusing me completely, he suggested. There was something in his words and voice that piqued my interest. I turned to him and lifted an eyebrow. Why are you being so stubborn about you training me? I don't have any talent except making trouble. I noticed a flicker of some emotion pass over his bright eyes. Was it a hint of sheepish guilt? That is exactly why you must be trained, he insisted, and I was glad when he flew us a little lower. You have relied too long on luck to help you on your way. I will train you to rely on yourself. What about relying on you? My face drooped at my naughty inner voice. He's not that kind of guy. Are you sure? He seemed pretty interested in you at Banha. I slumped lower in his arms and scowled at my lap. Where was she getting these ideas? He was only being nice. Is something the matter? I started from my inner melancholy, and found Dardan staring down at me with a slightly raised eyebrow. I sheepishly smiled at him. It's nothing. I was just thinking about your offer. You still refuse? I sighed, and my hands fidgeted in my lap. I guess I could give it a try. I would expect better from you. I whipped my head up and blinked at him. Better from me? Why? He averted my gaze by staring ahead of us. You have a tenacity for life, or you would not have survived the trials you have faced. I had a lot of help, I pointed out. And now I will train you to be the one who helps, he countered as we landed in front of the gates to heaven. His bright steady gaze studied me. Will you have with me? I bit my lower lip, and my eyes flickered between the gate and the serene life at his back. One was a life of ease and comfort. Another was an unknown toil with a man who wasn't known for his tender touch. Then again, what use would I be to my friends during these troubles if I sat around doing nothing? I took a deep breath and exhaled. All right, I'll do it, but… Excellent, he replied as he strode forward. His step was so quick that I grabbed a hold of the front of his robes to keep myself from bouncing around. I wasn't done yet. You have agreed. Nothing else need be said. Oh boy. What had I gotten myself into? We hurried past the 2 guards, and through the familiar magical portal. The scent of the land realm wrapped around me once more, reminding me of all the adventures I'd had in those lands. Memories flashed across my mind's eye of the wonderful Banha and its friendly people, and the determined King Werg and his men, who were willing to distract the bears to kidnap me. That brought a question to my mind. The wolf boy who survived the attack on his village. Did he tell anyone what he saw? The story was much the same as you and I witnessed with the plant, Dardan told me. The creature came from the ground without warning and killed the others. He himself was touched by some of its foul blood, and left mentally paralyzed. My heart fell, as I imagined that horror. The poor boy. To be left all alone at such a young age. It's a terrible feeling. Dardan stopped his march down the gentle slope toward the bridge, and cocked his head to one side. You know from experience? I dropped my eyes to my lap and gave a small nod. I was orphaned at a young age as well. My parents were in a car, that is, they were in an accident. Dardan's tender eyes studied me. I am sorry. I shrugged and a faint smile graced my lips. It's okay. I accepted it, a long time ago. Besides, I had a nice place to grow up in, and I have a family here. I lifted my smiling face to him. That more than makes up for what happened then. My carrier stared at me a moment longer, before he inclined his head. I see. We had better be on our way. Dardan leaped into the air, and flying toward the river. We floated higher and higher, passing over the rough waters and arched bridge. The cliff walls loomed up over us, but we flew above their jagged sides. I gripped tightly to him, and risked leaning over to get my first look at the western lands. The area was thick with woods like around Banha, but these weren't the rustic pines of the bare lands. White-barked marsh trees dotted the landscape, and little pools of crystal-clear water glistened in the early morning sun. Tall green grass covered the ground between the black marble-hued trunks, and swept over the gentle up and down flow of the landscape. The white forest stretched out of sight, but I beheld a plateau above the low valley. The distance was some 100 miles off, so I couldn't see any details, but the flat-topped hill rose up from the plains and had a backdrop of steep mountains beyond it. Their white-capped craggy tops were a stark contrast to the gentle beauty of the white forest. That is where we are going. Dardan's voice shook me out of me admiring the view, and I blinked at him. The mountains. He nodded at the way ahead. The plateau. My lodge is nestled among those trees. I squinted for a moment before I shook my head. I don't see anything there. You will. And with that enigmatic reply, we continued on our way. Chapter 3. The distance was far even for the mighty Lord Eastwei, and though I was being carried, the fatigue of new scenery and anxiety about the destination wore me out. I was glad when Eastwei landed us in a lovely little grove, surrounded by the white-barked trees. He sat me on a downed log, and inspected the area. Stay here. I perked my ears up at his command. Why? You're not leaving me, are you? For the moment. My mouth dropped open, which meant I didn't have a chance to argue before he took off into the air. Hey. I stammered out as I leaped to my feet. What about me? He didn't even glance over his shoulder at me, before he disappeared behind the canopy. I made to start after him, but my wobbly legs told me that was a bad idea. The world spun a little, and I was forced to drop back onto the log. I clutched my head and gritted my teeth. I'd never been sick very often in my entire life, so to be so useless was frustrating beyond belief. Frustrating and a little frightening, especially considering my surroundings. The world eventually stopped spinning, but I still found myself alone in the wilderness. Every unfamiliar noise made me jump, and every wave of a blade of grass made me do a double take. My hands fidgeted in my lap, as I tried not to imagine what horrible monsters lurked in the shadows of this strange forest. Trying not to think about them made me think about them more, especially since my last adventure with the locals had been so harrowing. Bears and wolves, and the hideous face of Lord Wormere blended together to create a tapestry of unspeakable and unimaginable creatures. That's why the bush shaking in front of me made me start. My heart pounded in my chest as visions of goblins and vampires danced in my head. I gripped the log tight and stretched my neck. The bush shook again, more violently than before. I froze and my eyes grew as large as saucers. My shaky legs reminded me that I had only one option for danger, and flight was definitely not in the running. That's when it bounded out of the bush, some shadowy creature with sharp pointy fangs. I screamed, and in my panic I toppled over the back of the log. My back hit the ground hard, knocking the air out of my lungs. Laughter broke through my frazzled mind. It was childlike, mischievous laughter. My eyebrows crashed down, as I recalled Eastwei's ability to transform into an imp. "That's not funny," I shouted as I struggled to pull myself up. A shadow fell over me and I froze. The sun cast the figure in heavy darkness before they leaned over. I could then clearly see Dardan's amused expression. "Are you more comfortable on the ground?" he wondered. My eyebrows crashed down, and my hands shot up to try to grab the front of his robe. "Where the hell have you been, and why are you scaring me like that?" He cocked his head to one side. "I have not frightened you." I flopped about, and succeeded in tangling my legs over the log. My weakened body finally gave up, and I slumped back onto the ground. I had enough strength to shoot him my best death glare. "Then why'd you leave me?" He held up his hand, which contained a stick with a few limbs still attached. 2 fish still flopped about, stuck on the limbs. "I fetched us some food." I dropped my arms on either side of me and sighed. "They do look nice." His eyes sparkled with mischief as he looked over my sprawled form. "Shall you be eating on the ground?" "Only if I want to guarantee I'll choke on a fishbone," I quipped as I tried to roll onto my side. My frail muscles couldn't even do that, and I ended up falling back with a frustrated grunt. "Or maybe I'll give that a try." Dardan stooped and slipped his arm under my back, and his hand gripped my other side. "Allow me." I yelped as he lifted me with his prodigious strength, and pinned me against his side. Our faces were nearly level, and I blushed at being so close to those brilliant scarlet eyes. He carried me over the log, and set me on the fallen tree. I used both hands to grasp the barkless surface, while he stabbed the stick of fish in the ground in front of me. It was frustrating and interesting to watch the dragon god move about the small grove, picking up stones, and using them to create a ring a yard in front of me. "You are staring," he lightly scolded me as he picked up a rather large rock and held it in the palm of a single hand. I blushed under the gentle comment. "I am sorry." He knelt on the ground and set the stone in place, before he turned his full attention to me. "Am I that interesting that you would find my picking up stones that entertaining?" I dropped my gaze to the ground and squirmed atop the log. That is, it's just, well, I never imagined you'd like to do that kind of stuff." He lifted an eyebrow. "Stuff?" I nodded at the ring of stones. "Picking up stones? Or just doing any kind of manual labor? You would prefer I use my magic?" I blinked at him. "Your magic? To move stones?" His eyes danced with mischief. "You doubt my ability?" I snorted, and readjusted my position. "I haven't really seen too much of what you can do, besides some fireworks, and what you did in the mists of the Tianfell. And whatever I would have done during your stay in my palace." There it was. The subject I'd been trying desperately to avoid. I squirmed atop my log as my mind tried to think of some reply. Couldn't really tell you who I was, could I?" I couldn't even talk, and I was worried Prince Yushir would find out who I was. Or Xian would find out who I was and finish the job, I thought to myself. "You never thought to seek my confidence?" The question startled me so much that I stared at him for a moment before I could speak. I didn't really think about it. I mean, we don't know each other that well even now. His scarlet eyes studied me for a long moment, before he returned his focus to the partial ring of stones. He had set the stones far enough apart, that there were large gaps between them. That is true. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if I should have been apologizing, but the expression on his face made me think I'd said something wrong. There is no need for that. He held a hand over the stones with his palm facing them. A wave of heat flowed from his palm and settled on the stones. My eyes widened as all the rocks cracked in two, and he used the new pieces to finish creating the ring. I realized my mouth was agape and snapped my jaw shut. So is there any way to tell what I can do? I mean, besides turn into a cat or blast people apart. You healed the Tianfeld as well, he reminded me. I wrinkled my nose. I still can't quite believe it was me who did that. That is the only plausible explanation. I furrowed my brow, as I thought back to all the strangeness. So I can turn into a cat and heal people? Those things don't sound like they go together. Magic is more than a single skill, he counted as he stood and raised his hand. A flame danced in his palm before he flicked his wrist, and tossed it toward the perimeter. Rather than drop to the ground like a rock, the fire shot across the edges of the forest in a counterclockwise route. A small tailwind followed the flame, and picked up all the loose limbs that were scattered about the area. The flame zipped back to Eastwei and dropped into the ring of stones, dragging the sticks in with it. The sticks were ignited by the flame, and created a friendly fire. I stared in bewilderment at the crackling branches. How did you do that? Can you control the wind? Fire creates its own wind if powerful enough, he mused as he took the fish on a stick, and set the branch close to the fire. A novice would assume I could control wind, when all I did was merely use my fire ability. My face drooped and I frowned at him. Of course I'd think that. I never had anyone but you teach me how to use my magic. That was your first mistake, he scolded me, but I noticed his teasing eyes flicker in my direction. Two could play at that game, and I grinned at him. So you've always been willing to teach people? I'll have to tell Lia and Keen about your lessons. He cleared his throat. My skills as a teacher are limited to those who I believe are gifted enough to deserve them. And you think I'm one of those people? I wondered as I studied myself. A snort escaped me. I think you have the wrong girl. I'm just little old plain me. Eastwei stood and turned to face me. I tried not to shrink beneath that bright, firm gaze. His voice was low and stern. I would not waste my time with you, if I did not believe you worth the effort. You fail me and yourself with your self-doubt. Discard it. It will only hinder your progress. I'll try, he narrowed his eyes slightly and I shot up like a board. That is, I'll take your words to heart. Good. He knelt and drew the stick from the flames. The wood and fish were charred. He removed one of the scaled creatures and held it out to me. Eat. We will leave soon. Chapter 4. I gingerly took the crispy critter, and eyed the black flesh with some doubt. Eastwei took a seat at the end of the log, and stretched out the pointer finger of his empty hand. My eyes bulged out of my head, as I watched the fingernail lengthen into a razor-sharp claw. He used his newly grown claw to cut through the burnt exterior, and revealed the dark pink meat. The savory scent of cooked fish wafted over to me and teased my nose. My stomach rumbled in chorus with my twitching nose. I slapped my hand over my stomach to control it, but a sly look from Dardan told me the cat was out of the bag. He took a bite of the meat, and my mouth practically salivated at the sight. I returned my focus to my fish, and pinched the blackened skin between two fingers. The flesh crinkled and blackened my digits. I wrinkled my nose but pulled. The skin broke off, leaving me without even a hint of the tasty treat in the wrapper. This was going to be a long trip. Would you like some help? The offer startled me out of my reverie. I sheepishly smiled at my companion, and held out the fish to him.
As much as I can get.
Dardan took the fish and skinned it, leaving only the delicious pink meat. He soon held out the meal to me. You fear asking people for help?
It's more like I don't want to bother people, I countered as I accepted the food.
I stared down at the fish lying in my palms and sighed. Besides, I've been doing a lot of that since I was dropped in here. I don't want to do it anymore.
Hold that desire.
I looked up and blinked at him. Come again.
That desire to stand on your own.
Keep it ever on your mind, and you will not fail to achieve mastery of your magic. I perked up and a smile spread across your face. You're right. If I learn how to control this magic, then maybe I can finally start helping people. Dardan opened his mouth and I grinned. More than just by accident, I mean. Then eat and we will finish the journey. I gladly scarfed down my food in front of the warm fire, and was almost sad when Dardan swept his hand over the flames a few minutes later. The heat was immediately extinguished, leaving only a patch of grey ash in the ring of stones. I stood and my legs actually held me up. For all of 3 seconds. I yelped and tumbled forward. Dardan was there to catch me in his strong arms. I sheepishly smiled up at him.
I think I'll have to start that helping others plan after I get my strength back.
We will see what we can do, Dardan enigmatically replied as he scooped me into his arms. I yelped and looped my limbs around his neck as he flew into the air. We zoomed over the white forest and neared the plateau. A spot a few miles to the south of the flat hill caught my attention, and I looked to see a small town nestled among the marble trees. The town was centered around a wide road that ran through the middle, and I glimpsed a steady flow of wagons, horses, and pedestrians weaving their way through one another.
What's over there?
I asked him, as I craned my neck to get a better view. Dardan turned a little northward, so that my view of the city was blocked. Tuhara, the capital of the local clan. I tried to peek over his shoulder, but the town was quickly fading into the background. And that is the Hare clan. My ears perked up at the reveal. Hare. Like bunny. They prefer the name Hare, he advised me. It's a good name, I mused as I settled back down into his arms. I turned my sights on the plateau. We were close enough that the details of a cluster of buildings could be seen.
Is that where we're going?
Yes. That will be our home for the next several months. My cheeks reddened when my mind conjured up images of a happy family life between Eastwei and me. Get a hold of yourself, Anna. I shouted at myself. He's taking you to train, not to court. Things didn't improve my naughty imagination when we landed in front of the complex. The trees had been cleared ages ago to make room for a high wall of logs. A large gate of wrought iron hung in front of us, and allowed me a view of a large courtyard surrounded by 4 buildings. One was obviously a stable, with large barn doors set below its peaked roof. Another on the right appeared to be a small shop, with a heavy wooden door shut with a huge metal lock. The 4th was located to the right of the residence, and had a small chimney out one side. The last building was the stately home. It was 2 floors with a deep covered front porch. However, the courtyard was the crown of the compound. A few of the white trees had been allowed to grow thick and tall, casting their soft shade over the grassy ground. A path of heavy and wide stones led from the gate to the buildings, connecting at the very center where a large pond offered the sweet scent of blooming lilies and bright purple water irises. Small bushes dotted the stone path here and there, exuding lovely fragrances that even from that distance tickled my nose. The buildings weren't without their own charm. Vines grew up trellises, and showed off their flowers of oranges and reds. Green moss dotted the roofs, and their white flowers added a gentle color to the forest hues. Paned windows revealed the quaint interior of the stately home, with clapboard floors covered in rugs and wooden furniture. Dardan carried me to the gate, and my eyes widened when they parted for him. We strolled through without lifting a finger. Are they magic? I asked him as I twisted around and watched the gates shut behind us. Of course. Do they open for just anyone? Only me and my guests. I lifted an eyebrow as he strolled along the stone path.
So I can use it.
His eyes twinkled with that wicked light again.
When I give you permission.
And until then. You may leave, but you cannot re-enter without me. My face drooped.
So I'd be locked out.
Precisely. Couldn't you give me permission to open them right now? Later, he insisted as he turned left to the house. The porch was only 2 short steps off the ground, and an assortment of wooden furniture stood on its floorboards. A long bench reminded me of those in the heaven realm where Dardan so often lay, and a few chairs were pushed back into the far corner on the opposite side. Can you walk on your own? He asked me as we reached the porch. I wiggled my legs a little. I can try. Dardan gently set my feet on the ground, and I took a hesitant step forward. My left leg buckled, and I would have fallen if Dardan hadn't looped an arm around my waist. He drew me against his side and I hung my head.
This is just not my day.
I mumbled.
There's no need to worry.
You will soon be walking on your own, he encouraged me. I cocked my head to one side to stare up at him.
But how am I going to do any training if I can't even stand?
Your training will start with you sitting. Come again. Stay here. Dardan leaned me against one of the porch posts, and I gladly wrapped my arms around the wood. He slipped over to one of the chairs and snatched the plush cushion from its seat. I watched in curiosity as he tossed the cushion just to the right of the door a few feet from the clawed feet of the lounging chair. He returned to me and guided me over to the cushion where he set me down. You will remain here and practice. I studied the area around me. Practice what? Admiring the view. Controlling your magic, he revealed as he strode past me and took a seat on the couch. He set his chin against his fisted hand and looked down at me with a faint mischievous smile. Can you call forth a strand? I think so, I replied as I held up one palm. My silver light flowed from my hand and twisted into the familiar strand. The sight brightened my face with a smile.
Now what? Now keep it still.
I stared ahead for a moment before I whipped my head around to face him. Say what? He nodded at the strand that twisted about like a snake above my palm.
Force your magic to remain still.
My mouth dropped open. Still? Like not moving at all? Correct. I blinked at him.
Is that possible?
He held up his own hand, and a single red strand floated out of his palm. The thread stretched to about a foot before freezing in place. I believe so. Now try. My face drooped, but I dutifully returned my attention to my light. The thread still twisted about like an exotic dancer. I furrowed my brow and narrowed my eyes, focusing only on that curling light. And nothing happened. I broke my concentration with a gasp and frowned. Are you sure I should be able to do that? My magic is different from yours. Dardan stared at me a moment, which made me squirm. What? Did I? He slid off his comfortable couch and knelt beside me.
Let me show you.
Dardan slipped his hand under mine, and I shuddered at the feel of his warmth. Things got even hotter when his red magic glowed from between our hands. His thread floated through my hand and twined itself around mine. The brilliant colors of silver and scarlet twisted around for a moment before my strand began to slow, soothed by his magic, until it stopped completely. The 2 strands froze, entwined together like a vein of jewels in a silver bracelet.
Wow, I breathed.
Indeed. There was something in his voice that made me turn my head, and I found myself staring directly into his eyes. They were so beautiful and steady, like a pool reflecting a blood moon. A lump settled in my throat, which I was forced to swallow hard to get rid of. A heavy blush accented my cheeks, and I could only stammer out a few words.
Is something wrong?
My words broke the spell. Dardan drew his hand away from mine, and both our magics vanished. He stood and brushed down the creases in his robe. Quite the contrary. Now you know what you must do, so I shall leave you to it. He returned to his seat and lounged on the couch. A part of me wished he would sit back down by my side, but asking him to do that would be silly.
I mean, how would I even explain that?
That I felt comfortable with him at my side?
That I wanted him to stay there? Now try again.
I lifted my chin and steadied my mind and my appraised hand. My magic floated out and twisted and bent itself into all kinds of shapes, doing everything except what I wanted it to do. After a minute, I dropped my hand into my lap. The muscles in my arm were already complaining.
How long am I supposed to try this?
Until you succeed. Oh boy. Chapter 5. Prince Yushir. Prince Yushir. The said prince stopped in his walk along the wide heaven road, and turned to find one of his palace servants hurrying toward him. The winded fellow stopped before his master and bowed his head. My apologies, your highness, but an old woman has come to your palace. She awaits you this very moment. Yushir lifted an eyebrow.
An old woman?
What is her name?
She said her name was Grandmother.
She would give me no other. Yushir stared ahead and a faint smile slipped onto his lips. Grandmother? I cannot say I have any of those any longer, so I shall take this opportunity to enjoy the luxury once more. Inform her I will come immediately. His servant bowed his head and hurried off to deliver the message. He turned and strolled back, following the direction of his attendant. He had gone half a long block to a crossroads when a voice startled him from his reverie. You have an unusual expression on your face, your highness. The comment came from a side street, and Yushir paused to find himself in the company of Lady Bidao. The woman had a curious glint in her eyes as she joined him at his side. Has something happened to give you such a smile, and have your servant hurry to and fro? She wondered. He toyed with his ring and chuckled.
As a matter of fact, yes.
I learned only moments ago that I have a grandmother. She shot straight and blinked at him. But I thought your older family members were deceased. They are as far as I know, but I have a guest waiting in my palace with just such a title, he admitted as he stared ahead with a pensive expression. Though this is some gentle jest, I cannot help but wonder what would have happened if that terrible war had not occurred. I am afraid I am rather ignorant of the details, having been born after the battles, Bidao reminded him, as she plumped up some strands of her bright hair. But I recall hearing that many civilians were killed during those troubled times. They were victims of a former god, I believe. Yushir's face tensed as he stared ahead. I am surprised you do not know the tale. The very traitor was the elder brother of your bosom friend. Bidao's eyes widened.
Surely you are not referring to Lady Xian.
The very one. Bidao turned her face away and bit her lower lip. Why should I be surprised? I have seen enough of what Xian is capable of, merely to remove a rival in love. Yushir's voice drew her from her internal thoughts. But you are not in the company of Lady Xian this morning? The prince couldn't help but notice her whole body tense, and Bidao kept her eyes focused on the ground. I am afraid my friend has been in a rather foul mood these past few weeks. Yushir slowly rubbed his ring with one finger and pursed his lips. I am sorry to hear that. Has she told you the reason for her being out of sorts? Bidao cupped her chin in one hand and sighed. No. It is quite vexing. Yushir paused at the next intersection and turned to face his companion. Perhaps she may be more forthcoming if you treat her. His companion laughed and dropped her hand. That works on men, your highness, not us women, but I thank you for the advice. The prince inclined his head. I am glad I could help, but unfortunately I believe this is where we part ways. Good day, Lady Bidao. Good day, your highness. Yushir turned and strolled toward his palace. Bidao watched him with a pensive expression, as she crossed her arms over her chest. A few whispered words passed her lips.
He knows something.
Yu Xia's own thoughts lay ahead of him in his family's palace. He soon arrived at the tall, majestic white walls of the compound he called home. The entrance archway stood in the middle front of the walls, and led down a straight stone path to the wide double doors. Yu Xia reached those doors and sounds reached his ears that made him pause.
Hurry, someone hissed.
He will be here any moment. I am hurrying as quickly as I can, but there is so much. Another person snapped. Stop complaining and do it faster, a third scolded the first two. Yu Xia lifted an eyebrow before he slid open the doors. A long hall stretched 300 feet into the depths of his large palace, and doors led into a dozen rooms on either side of the passage. His study stood at the end of the hall, and where all his guests were brought for consultation. The doors were closed, but he caught a faint glimpse of movement through a small gap. However, his immediate focus settled on the long hall where a half-dozen of his servants knelt on the marbled floor. They each had a bucket and a sponge, and were furiously scrubbing the tiles. Their efforts followed a trail of ugly dirt that led to the study doors, and ended at a pair of hiking boots just outside the entrance.
Faster, one of the servants barked.
And faster, Yu Xia teased. Yelps and shouts replied to him, and the servants shot to their feet and bowed their heads. Yu Xia sauntered into their company, and inspected their cleaning supplies.
What is the fuss?
Have the birds swarmed inside again after my guest? One of his servants bit his lower lip, and his eyes flickered toward the doorway at the end of the hall. It is your guest herself, Your Highness. She tracked some dirt into the palace, and we were merely trying to clean it up. The prince frowned. I see. Well, continue with your work and I will see to the troublemaker. They bowed and dropped back to their knees. Yu Xia strode forward but paused in the doorway. The entrance led into his study, a place of fine tapestries, luxurious furniture and ancient scrolls and books that covered the oak bookshelves. It was also currently home to the hunched figure of his guest. The woman stood over his writing desk and poked and prodded everything that lay on its top, even down to the inkwells. The prince cleared his throat, but the woman didn't even turn her head. Try garlic. That cures a sore throat. Yu Xia lifted an eyebrow before he strolled into the room.
I heard you wished to see me.
He reached her side and got his first good look at her. She was a wizened old creature with fiery eyes and a chin as stiff as his. The woman wore pale blue-green robes, with a grey traveler's cloak thrown over it. Mud stained the hem and her socks, once white, were covered in a brown muck. She turned and her dirty socks tromped all over his fine rug. Yu Xia couldn't help but wince, but he rallied his manners.
What can I do for you?
The old woman scoffed.
Nothing, you oaf.
Yu Xia was so shocked by her brazen disrespect that he could only stand there in a stupor. She slipped up to him and poked his stomach.
What's this?
A stomach at your age? What would your mother say? Yu Xia regained his composure and stepped back. He brushed the front of his robes where she had prodded him, and lifted his chin. Do I know you? She wagged her wizened old finger at him. Nope, at least not anymore, you young scamp, but I wouldn't forget that sly look in your eye. You had that same look when you stole the sandwiches off the plate that I'd made especially for your mother. The prince frowned as he studied her. Then you knew my mother? She cackled. Better than anybody else. I'm her older sister. Yu Xia stood stock still, gaping at the woman. She did bear a slight resemblance to himself, with her rounded nose and wisps of dark hair that wove between her grayed strands. He finally managed to swallow his surprise, and choked a little on his dry throat, a side effect of his open mouth. If this is some sort of jest, then I would have you know I am not amused, he scolded her.
Something for that cough.
The woman held up one palm, and a teardrop formed above her hand. Her face was softened by a smile, as he stared wide-eyed at the magic, identical to his own.
This is no jest, little Yashi.
His eyes widened and his heart thumped hard in his chest. A few hushed words passed his dry lips. Aunt Mai. She perked up and her eyes glistened. Little Yashi does remember me. I thought perhaps you had inherited your father's poor memory. He was always forgetting things. You know, he almost forgot to give your mother the gift of Alien before they were married. Is your brother holding on to that? Yushia swallowed the growing lump, and blinked to dispel some of his stupor. You are truly Aunt Mai? She waved the tear in front of his face. Can just anybody use this magic? His eyes followed to and fro with the water droplet.
I am not sure.
Have you quit wetting the bed with your magic? Chapter 6. Yushia choked on his surprise and his cheeks reddened. He gripped the front of his robes with tense fingers and glared at her. You cannot ask a prince of the heaven realm such a question. She scoffed. A prince of the realm is no more important than a prince of the land realm. Yushia was getting faster at recovering from the constant barrage of shocks. He narrowed his eyes at the old woman. If you are truly my aunt, then where have you been these past 14 million years?
Watching to make sure it doesn't happen again.
She poked his stomach again. Which is more than you can say. He took a step back out of her reach, and pressed his palm against his chest. It will not happen again so long as Lord Eastwei contains the trouble. She clasped her hands together behind her back, and paced the floor in front of him, leaving a trail of bits of mud that made him flinch.
Not all the trouble was locked away in that mountain.
The seeds of that evil are spreading. The attacks on the villages show as much. He lifted an eyebrow. Do you mean to tell me the attacks are related to the event all those years ago? Of course. What evil would need the lives of so many innocent souls? And then there is the method by which their lives are extracted. The Fangstrung no less. A creature of our own country, that gladly sided with that villain in times past. You know the thing that has attacked the villages? He questioned her. She lifted her nose a little, and pursed her lips together. I'm not completely certain, but after hearing the rumors that floated in from the wolves, it may be that hideous creature. It lived in the depths of the song-spun mires, and was a horrible danger to the unwary. Yushia started back and his eyes widened. The song-spun mires? You are sure of this? Mai stopped her pacing close in front of him, and whipped her head around to narrow her eyes at her nephew. Why do you ask? Lord Lyron mentioned meeting something similar in those lands, after he was given a description of the creature that attacked Lord Eastwei in the dead village, Yushia told her. She stroked her long chin. Interesting. That old coot is still around too, eh? I thought for sure one of his pets would have eaten him by now. She dropped her hand and lifted her chin. That settles it. You are to go with the wolves to the village. The prince blinked at her. Come again. An exasperated sigh escaped her, as she rolled her eyes. King Werg is planning an expedition to the village under his protection, that was destroyed. Now that they know what they're looking for, he hopes to find something of the thing that attacked the boy. Why is it necessary that I go along with him? Yushia asked her. She gave him a poke with each word. Because our clan has the ability to destroy those creatures. Yushia stepped out of her reach again and rubbed his sore chest. But the creature was not that before. But one of its children might be. And if it is, it will prove that the Fangstrung is involved, and the hideous fiend is making use of it. Why do you not go? You know of the matter far more than I, he countered. She glared at him, and gestured down at herself with both hands. You would have an old woman do a man's job? Besides, you have a greater gift of magic, or so I was told by Lady Ariane. Yushi's ears twitched and his head perked up. Lady Ariane? Mai eyed him, with a glint of mischief in her gaze. She bragged that you had helped free that one woman from the clutches of the overbearing Wormir. It was something to do with using your magic, to open the barrier. Yushia flexed his fingers as he thought back to that chilly episode, but a smile graced his lips. Then Lady Ariane is spreading my fame and good word. And she would have more to spread if you would go with the wolves, Mai added. Yushir puffed out his chest and lifted his chin. Then I will go, for the honor of my mother's clan, and for the good of all the people of the Four Realms. And for the beautiful Lady Ariane.
Then what are you waiting for? She scolded him as she stabbed a finger at the door. Urg isn't going to wait for you to get there.
Yushir spun on his heels and took a step in the direction of the door, but a memory made his foot plop against the floor. His face fell and his shoulders drooped. I am afraid I cannot do as we both desire. Mai slipped in front of him and glared at her kin.
And why not?
His Majesty has ordered me to the other clan territories, Yushir told her. She wrinkled her nose.
That whelp can wait.
Urg intends to go to the village as soon as possible.
But I cannot.
She grabbed his shoulders and pushed him out of the room. The servants scrambled to their feet at the appearance of their prince, but their mouths collectively fell open as they watched the short old woman slide him down the freshly cleaned hall floor. I will explain the circumstances to your king, Mai assured him, as they reached the open front doors to the palace. She gave him a hard push on the threshold, and he stumbled out into his gardens. Yushir caught himself before he catapulted into a flower bed of posies. He spun around to face his aunt, who stabbed a finger in the direction of the imperial arch. Go. Now. Yushir adjusted his clothing, as his servants gathered a few yards behind his imposing aunt. I will be leaving for a time, but I hope to see you all very soon. My mission is of the utmost importance, and is very dangerous. Should I not return, then you may find my will. Quit with the doom speech and get on with it. Mai snapped at him. The prince bowed his head to his elder kin, turned around, and marched down the long path. He disappeared through the arch, leaving confused silence behind him. Mai spun around to face the others, and put her hands on her hips. All right, the lot of you, make sure you keep this palace clean for your master. He's on an important assignment, and shouldn't have to worry about coming back to filth. The lead servant stepped forward and cleared his throat. But we keep the palace very clean, my lady. Mai stabbed a finger at the floor. A trail of bits of dirt ran in a straight line from the study to where she stood. Is this what you call a clean palace? I expect to find this place spotless when your master returns. And with that pronouncement she left. The servants stared at one another for a brief moment, before they collectively shrugged and resumed their cleaning. A mischievous smile teased the corners of Mai's lips before she slipped out. She paused on the threshold of the stately home, and swept her eyes over the vast gardens. A sigh escaped her. How little has changed, my precious sister. How few years you were allowed to enjoy your time here. She stiffened her upper lip, and lifted her chin. Enough of that bawling, Mai. You have work to do. Mai marched out of the palace, and through the streets to a familiar fog-enshrouded island. She hurried across the bridge and reached the forested side where the old hut stood. The door opened as she approached the home, and Fu Hel stepped out with a basket slung over one arm. The young woman paused just outside the door and blinked at the guest. Hello. May I help you? Mai leaned to one side to look into the home.
Is that old bat Wu Hel at home?
Fu Hel grasped the basket handle and nodded. She is, but could I tell her who has come to see her? No need, Mai assured her as she slipped past and into the house.
I'll tell her myself. Wait a moment.
Fu Hel yelped as she hurried after the woman.
Grandmother doesn't like to be disturbed.
Wu Hel stood at a table, with her potions gurgling in front of her. She spun around at the intrusion with a scowl on her face. What in all the realms is? Her gaze fell upon Mai and her eyes lit up. Fru Mai. What ill wind brought your carcass to my doorstep? Mai stopped a few feet from the other woman, and put her hands on her hips. The ill wind we've been waiting for. Wu's eyes widened, and she dropped the vial she was holding. The glass crashed to the floor, and shattered into a million pieces. Grandmother. Fu Hel shouted as she hurried over. She grasped her grandmother's arm and found that her whole body shook.
What is it?
What is wrong? Wu Hel swallowed hard and rallied herself. She waved away her granddaughter's concern with a hand. It is nothing. Nothing at all. Fetch the berries as I instructed you. Are you sure? Fu Hel wondered as she looked her over. Of course I am certain. Now go on. If anything should happen, I have someone with me. She paused and rolled her eyes toward Mai. However unreliable they may be. Fu Hel reluctantly left her side and slipped out of the house. Mai watched her leave and bobbed her head. You have a beautiful granddaughter, Wu Hel. Can she be trusted? With my life, Wu Hel replied as she moved over to the chairs placed before the crackling. She took a seat and eyed her guest with a sharp look. Are you sure it is time?
Positive, Mai replied as she took up the spot in the other chair. He's gone off to train her.
There can be no doubt that her limited abilities are what allowed us to see something more of what she appeared. Wu Hel bit her lip and glanced at the table at which she had stood.
That would explain the blood.
Mai lifted an eyebrow.
What blood?
Eastwei's blood. It is crumbling. Mai's eyes widened. Are you sure? Wu Hel rolled her eyes. Of course I am certain. I have been working with it for 14 million years. Then we should send your granddaughter at once with some medicine, Mai instructed her, as she looked about the room. He must be stable enough to guarantee travel. Wu Hel nodded at a basket on the table.
It is just there.
Enough medicine to revive anyone from the dead, or to keep a shattered crystal stable. Mai looked into the flames that danced in front of them and pursed her lips.
Then it is up to her to save him.
Chapter 7. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it any longer. My arm dropped limp and aching into my lap, and a stifled grunt escaped me. The strong strand of magic that had floated above my palm vanished. Eastwei looked up from his lounging position. A steaming cup of tea sat on a table close to his head.
Why have you stopped? He questioned me.
I pointed at my arm, which had a noticeable quiver to it.
That's why I've stopped.
A mere inconvenience. Your arm will numb to the pain. My face drooped, and I tapped a finger from my other arm against my crossed knee. I can't sit here any longer. Is the cushion not comfortable?
It's comfortable. Then I see no problem why you should move.
A dark cloud settled on my brow as I turned away.
I have to.
He perked up a little and lifted an eyebrow.
You have to what?
A growl rumbled from my mouth.
I have to go to the bathroom, okay?
That's why I can't stay here any longer. Dardan stared at me for a long moment, though I detected a faint hint of a smile at the corners of his lips. He sighed and sat up. Very well. We will resume your training when you are ready. I glanced over my shoulder at the sun. Our traveling and my futile progress had eaten away at the day, and the bright orb had dipped a toe beneath the horizon. Do you want me to sit here all night? Dardan stood and towered over me.
Is that a problem? I might freeze to death, I pointed out as panic rose within me.
He looked dead serious about me staying out all night in this unfamiliar place. Or a monster might come and eat me.
The worst you have to fear are from the mice.
As for the cold, I watched in amazement and more than a little curiosity as he drew off his robe. He strolled over to me and draped the clothing over my shoulders. I had to suppress the urge to snuggle into the warmth left by his body. He stepped back and admired me.
That will keep you warm.
And with that decision, he turned and strode into the house. I shot up straight.
Wait a sec.
I can move to go to the bathroom, right? His voice echoed from inside the house. At your pleasure. It is the building to your right, the left-hand door. I rocked myself to and fro, and my weakened body complained about that simple movement. I could use a hand. He stuck his head out the left side of the door, and his eyes twinkled. You would like me to assist you in this endeavor? I thought about that for a second before my face fell. On second thought, I'll be fine. Good. Hurry back.
He slipped out of sight.
I sighed and eased myself onto my feet. My body was a little sore from sitting in the same position for several hours, and my muscles twanged and twitched as I shambled off to the separate lavatory. The exterior wall of the house was a great comfort to me, as I leaned both hands against the boards and shuffled down the porch. The aforementioned building was the one with the chimney in the wall closest to the house. I now saw the chimney was wide and shallow, and was fed via a door located on the outside. My curiosity was piqued by the unusual addition, so I tiptoed over to the wide sliding door that led into the main part of the building. There was no glass on the door, but a small knothole allowed me to peek inside. The large room featured a tiled marble floor that led from a small wooden-floored foyer onto a raised platform accessed by a short flight of stairs. A couple of large tubs were set into the high floor, and cupboards hung on the wall to my right.
This must be a bathhouse, I murmured to myself.
It is. I yelped, and shot a foot in the air before coming to land on my shaky feet. My tired knees buckled, and I would have collapsed if a strong arm hadn't wrapped around my waist, preventing me from eating dirt. I found myself staring into the bemused face of Lord Eastwei. You have a penchant for going in search of trouble, he commented as he righted me. I managed to stay on my feet but turned my face away. My hands fidgeted in front of me, and I bit my lower lip.
I was just wondering what was in there.
The hour is too late for a bath, he told me as he turned to face the house. Dinner will be waiting for you at the house when you return. I winced. You really don't have to take care of me this much. I could just fix myself something easy. The dinner has already started, he counted as he turned his head to one side. One bright red eye studied me. But I would not mind tasting some of your cooking, outside of your treats. And with that invitation, he strolled off toward the house. I stood there in an indecisive stupor. Had he just complimented me, or was he just being nice? You can win his heart through his stomach. I rolled my eyes. Did that ever work in the history of everything? Give it a try. I sighed and sauntered off to finish my business. My tense body was grateful for the relief, and I sauntered back to the house with a lighter step and a smile on my face. I could just imagine myself in a few moments sitting at a table and eating with the former Emperor of Heaven. I was soon to be disappointed when I discovered a plate of food lying beside my pillow on the porch. Dardan reclined on his seat, with a half-finished plate on the table beside him. The platters were both filled with greens and a mystery meat. Dardan used a hand to gesture to my seat. You may sit there and enjoy your meal, before returning to practice. I slumped forward and my arms dangled in front of me. I can't have a real seat for a few minutes. Do you need one?
No, but I'd like one.
You may have one. I perked up and a smile brightened my face. After you have mastered this skill. I drooped again, and the corners of my lips turned down.
You can't be this mean.
I merely have high expectations for you, he countered, as he took up a piece of meat between two fingers and tossed it into his mouth. He chewed the food a moment, all the while studying me before he swallowed. Is my hope misplaced? Do you wish to quit so soon? I plopped back down on my pillow and set my plate on my lap. I don't know if I can control this magic I have, but I'm not going to give up after a few hours. I dug into my food, unaware of the approving look on Dardan's face. My eagerness was soon hampered by the green food. I took one bite of the vegetables and choked. The greens were as bitter as walnuts, with a hint of rusted battery acid. My throat rebelled, and I ended up spitting the food back onto my plate. I sensed something ominous, and looked up to find Eastwei glaring down at me. His eyes flickered between the stuff on my plate and my sheepish smile.
You do not approve?
I approve, I assured him as I hastily stabbed the greens I had spit out with my fork. I lifted the food to my mouth, and my hand shook so badly that I ended up stabbing my chin. After 2 tries I finally gave up, and dropped my hand onto my crossed lap. The end of the fork clattered against the plate, and I hung my head.
I can't do it. It's just too bitter.
He lifted his nose and turned his face away. Then you may refrain from eating them, but only because I do not wish to see you spit it out again. I eagerly dug into the meat, and found the food perfectly done. I leaned to one side to catch his eye, and stabbed my knife at the meat. My mouth was full of excitement. And food.
This is great.
Dardan's nose twitched, but he didn't deign to reply. By the time I had finished my meal, the sun was just a faint glow on the horizon. Dardan waved his hand, and a wisp of fire flowed from his palm. The flame zipped around, lighting the lamps that hung from the porch ceiling. His magic flew inside, and illuminated the interior as well. I craned my neck to catch a better look of the rooms that I had yet to visit. Focus, Dardan advised me as he stood with his plate in one hand. He strolled over and scooped up my empty platter. I expect you to have mastered this simple skill by sunup. My mouth dropped open. By sunup? And what if I don't do it? Then we will return to the heaven realm, he replied before he disappeared into the house. My shoulders slumped, as I thought of the humiliation of returning without victory. I would have failed my friends, who were trying their hardest to handle all the trouble that was sprouting up everywhere. Then lift that hand and get to work. My inner voice shouted at me. Focus on that stupid strand and do it so we can get some sleep on a soft bed. A comfortable bed. Such a reward rekindled my determination, and I held up my palm. My silver thread slipped up and about, a gentle snake barely under my control. But I would tame it. Chapter 8. I hadn't tamed it. It was midnight, and the damn thing still tumbled and coiled above my exhausted hand. Dardan still reclined on his couch, but the teacup beside him had long since been drained. He sighed and stood. I whipped my head up and watched him stroll past me and toward the open doors.
Where are you going?
I questioned him. He paused on the threshold and turned his head toward me. I am going to bed. My mouth dropped open.
So you're going to leave me out here all alone?
Did you want me to help you? He challenged me, as he lifted an eyebrow. Because that would defeat the purpose of this exercise, and your training as a whole. My shoulders slumped and my thread nearly flickered out of existence. No, but it's just, well, I cast a wary glance at the shadow-encased courtyard. The corners of his lips twitched upward. Are you fearful of the dark? I hunched over and wrinkled my nose.
Let's just say I'm not a fan, especially when there aren't any streetlights to show me where the ghosts are hiding.
My face drooped even farther when a memory surfaced. Are there ghosts hiding everywhere, or was the Tianfeld special? The Tianfeld was a unique place of heightened emotion. You will not find ghosts lurking inside every night shadow, he assured me. My shoulders slumped and I breathed out. Thank goodness.
Then I will bid you good night.
The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. You're still leaving me out here alone? Then it came. A crooked, mischief-filled smile. You will be fine. Good night. I stared with a mixture of horror and disbelief, as he sauntered into the house, turned and grasped the doors. His shining eyes met mine with not an ounce of sympathy, as he slowly shut the doors behind him. The doors blocked all the light from inside the hall, leaving me with the few lamps on the porch. Damn it, I grumbled as I readjusted my position on the cushion. My many hours had flattened the down, and my sore butt complained.
He's probably going to go sleep in a goose feather bed.
Just the thought of a soft down-filled bed made my eyelids heavy. My weary bones ached, and the constant use of magic had sapped a lot of my limited energy. A soft breeze blew past me, bringing with it a slight chill. The cold awakened me somewhat, as I shivered on my cushion. I wrapped my arms around myself and glared at the door. Maybe a little magic would warm me up. It had done that in times past. I raised my hand, and my little thread floated up. The tendril cast a soft light around me. It reminded me of a night light. That only made me more sleepy, and before I knew it my head had sunk only to be jerked back up. No. I can't go to sleep. I have to get this done.
But I was so sleepy.
A cricket chirped somewhere in the courtyard, and its soft song was like a lullaby. Mixed with my soft magic, I couldn't help but heed the siren song of slumber. Or maybe just 5 minutes. What could it hurt? Anna. My eyes shot open and my head jerked back. The thread in my hand exploded into several layers of rope that twined together and held still. I gawked at those wondrous threads fixed in the air against logic and gravity, and my own self-doubt. I'd really done it. I'd somehow made them stay still.
That was earlier than I expected.
I started and whipped my head toward the door. Dardan had opened one of them, and stood with his arms folded over his chest. A smile lay on his lips as he studied my threads.
How did I do it?
I asked him. Through focus created by your exhaustion, he explained. I blinked at him. Come again. Dardan strolled over to me and knelt in front of me. I blushed at his being so close, and my body shook a little as he slipped his palm beneath my upraised hand. You focused too hard on controlling the flow of your magic, and it balked beneath your harsh mental command. I cocked my head to one side and raised an eyebrow.
So your yelling helped me not focus?
I merely woke you at the exact moment when your exhaustion and focus were balanced, freeing your mind of any impositions you had created for yourself. I slowly raised my eyebrows. Like me thinking I couldn't do it? Precisely. My heart fluttered.
So does that mean I can get up?
Dardan wrapped his fingers around my hand. I will lead you to your bed at once. There was a god. I was so eager to be rid of my spot that I shot to my feet. My aching, tired, and weak feet. The rest of my leg parts weren't any better, and I found myself standing on where essentially were pool noodles. My legs buckled, and I fell forward with a yelp. I crashed into the firm chest of my teacher, who wrapped his arms around me. He felt so warm. So comforting. So chuckling. I whipped my head back, and found my savior chuckling at my status as an invalid.
Perhaps I should carry you to bed, he suggested.
Exhaustion swept over me, stronger and more tempting than before. I slumped against him, and mumbled a few words into his robes. I just need a little time to lay here and get my land legs, hey? Dardan swept me into his arms, and I found myself at eye level with his bright dancing orbs. You can get them in bed, he told me as he strode through the doors. My ears perked up at his suggestion, and a light blush accented my cheeks. The sudden change in my features was noticed by his sharp red eyes.
Is something the matter?
A slight hint of panic slipped into those beautiful orbs and he paused. You are not ill, are you? I shrank into his arms and furiously shook my head. Nope. I'm fine. A sly smile slipped onto his lips. Then you appeared to take a keen interest in my mentioning a bed. The house is large enough to accommodate the two of us. In separate rooms. I couldn't stop my heart from sinking, but I covered my disappointment with a smile. That's okay. I'd hate to find out that I snore. Do you? He wondered, with that familiar flicker of mischief in his eyes. I blushed harder, and my fingers fidgeted together. I don't think so. I mean, Ariane never complained. Your friend is too kind to complain, he pointed out as he climbed a set of winding stairs. The steps were carved into the trunk of a single tree. I couldn't help but gawk at the massive trunk that still remained to support the stairs. When did you build this place? I noticed his smile falter a little. I laid the foundations some time ago, but the work was finished only after the incident with the Tianfeld. Why did it take you so long to finish it? I wondered. That is a long story for another day, he scolded me as we reached the top and he strolled down a narrow hall. He reached a door and set me on my feet. This will be your room. Dardan opened the door and revealed a small but comfortable bedroom. There was a low wide bed in the center against the opposite wall, and a nightstand close at hand. A dresser and vanity rounded out the furniture, while elegant carpets covered the wooden planks that made up the floor.
I hope this will be to your liking.
There was more subtle hope in his voice than I expected. It's wonderful, I assured him as I shuffled the short distance to the window opposite the door. I looked out the paned glass and beheld the dark forest and a starry sky. Those twinkling orbs reminded me of the hour, as did my weary body. I stifled a yawn.
You should get some sleep.
There are some nightclothes in the drawer, and I will wake you tomorrow, Dardan instructed me.
I half turned to the bed and smiled. I don't need to be told twice. Then I will bid you a good night.
He bowed his head and made his exit.
Wait a minute.
Dardan stopped with one hand on the handle and both feet out the door. He turned to me and I smiled at him. Thanks for helping me with this. You don't know how much I appreciate it. A faint gentle smile graced his lips.
Nor you I good night.
Dardan shut the door behind him, leaving me a little puzzled about his enigmatic final words. Mystery or no mystery, I couldn't stay awake any longer. I ignored the dresser and shuffled off to the bed where I collapsed face first onto the mattress. It was as soft and downy as I imagined, and I soon fell asleep. Chapter 9. The sound of songbirds woke me from my sleep. My eyes fluttered open, and I found the room aglow with the gentle light of the newborn day. I sat up and stretched. The rest had given me back some of my energy, and my legs didn't feel so noodle-prone. I stood and moved over to the dresser. The top drawer slid out with ease and I beheld a wondrous array of silk robes. My mouth dropped open as I pulled out one beautiful robe after another. A quick test against my front told me they were the perfect fit. How strangely convenient. My perplexed self would have to wait. As I had been whisked away from my previous home without a chance to pack, I had no choice but to put on one of the robes. I chose a white one with flowers down the large sleeves. A quick look in the vanity mirror showed the bright colors of the flowers set off my silver hair quite well. I was all smiles as I opened the door. The silence that greeted me, however, dampened my good spirits. The house was as quiet as a tomb. I leaned out into the hall and turned my head left and right. The hall stopped on the left a few short feet from my room, and a window overlooked the rear of the compound. The white forest of aspen-like trees waved at me with their branches, lightening the dour mood that had settled on me. Something darker caught my attention. That darkness lay across the hall at the door opposite my room. It was a simple enough wooden door, nearly identical to mine, except for a black mark on the upper half. Curiosity demanded I move in for a closer examination, so I tiptoed across the hall and squinted at the odd scar. The blemish was some 6 inches tall and a foot wide, and appeared to be a burn into the wood. I pressed my hand against the rough surface, and found that the defacement sunk a good inch into the door. It wasn't hard to guess that Dardan had done this, but why? What are you doing? I yelped and spun around to find Dardan standing just behind me. My heart pounded in my chest and my legs became shaky. I fell against the door to keep my balance, and clutched a hand over my thumping heart.
Don't do that,
I scolded him. Any further commands died in my throat when I noticed the sharp look in his eyes.
What?
Is something wrong? I noticed that his eyes flickered to the door behind me. You should refrain from going into the other bedrooms. I blinked at him, and the question came out before my brain had a chance to stop me.
Why not?
Because I have commanded you to do so, was the blunt and slightly biting reply. I shrank beneath his sharp tone. My reaction soothed the tension in his face, as did his perusal of my attire.
I hope you found the clothes to your liking.
Any port in a storm, to get rid of the unease between us. I lifted my arms to show off the long sleeves, and smiled as I studied the flowers that shimmered in the light. They were all really pretty, but I liked this one the best. Who were they for?
For an old acquaintance of mine, he revealed as he turned his head to face the full length of the hall. But we should be going.
I cocked my head to one side. Go. Go where? To Tuhara. My mind had to do some mental gymnastics to recall that name.
That's the town nearby, isn't it?
The capital, to be precise, he corrected me as he took a step down the hall.
We should be going.
To do some training. I guessed.
No, to fetch some food.
The provisions are limited. That is, unless you desire we live off the land the entire time we reside here. My face drooped as I imagined another meal, with what nature could provide. I grabbed his hand and tugged him down the hall. What are we waiting for? Let's go support the local shopkeepers. He stumbled along behind me, and we soon burst out into the chilly morning air. The songbirds I'd heard outside my window flew out of their perches in the nearby trees and up into the air. I paused at the edge of the porch, and released my captive, to admire their beautiful plumage as it glistened in the light. There were greens and oranges and even some purples. It was like watching a rainbow fly. I turned to my host and pointed at the birds.
What are those?
A native species called hongbos. Their plumage is said to be a favor from the first being, for introducing song to the world. His words piqued my interest.
The first being?
The gods. He jerked his head in the direction of the town. I shall tell you on the way. That is, if your legs can manage. I looked down at myself and furrowed my brow. You know, I haven't really been having trouble with them today. Maybe I just needed a really comfortable bed to sleep on. Dardan stepped off the porch with a knowing smile on his lips. Or perhaps it is something else. My head shot up.
Something else?
I scurried after him, and caught up to my long-legged host at the gate.
What's something else?
The gates parted for us and we strolled outside. Dardan continued to stare ahead as he replied. Your magic. It is already evident you hold the power to heal. Why should you not be able to heal your own injuries? I thought about his words for a moment before I wrinkled my nose.
What a waste!
He cast a side look at me, and lifted an eyebrow. Why? I shrugged. I can get along just fine without needing magic. I'd rather save it up to help others, especially if they have something more dangerous than some fatigue. Dardan studied me for a while as we walked along, before he returned his gaze to the path ahead of us. You think very little of yourself. I crossed my arms over my chest and frowned at him.
So do you.
How many people have you told about the state of your crystal? Dardan jerked to a stop and whipped his head around. His eyes were windows into his frantic thoughts, as he tried to recall all the times he'd discussed the matter with someone else. He finally lifted his chin slightly and met my gaze. You referred to my meeting with Lady Myansha, when you were in your cat form?
Yeah.
You showed her your broken crystal. I asked Ariane about those, and she said everyone has one to fuel their magic or something like that, I confirmed. You shall tell no one of what you overheard during that meeting. I put my hands on my hips, and met his eyeballs with my own firm gaze. Why is your crystal like that? And why aren't you telling everybody about it? You need to figure out how to fix it.
There is no way to fix a crystal that is broken.
There is only death. His terse words dropped on my head like a piano. I stared dumbfounded and frightened at him. It took a few moments before I found my voice, though it was tiny and hoarse.
There has to be some way.
You're the most powerful god there is. How can you die? Because every life has its end. Mine is nearly upon me. Now I can only do what I must to protect those I leave behind. I pressed my fisted hands against my chest and bowed my head. Tears sprang into my eyes as my mind's eye imagined burying him. I shut my eyes to block out the image, and furiously shook my head.
There has to be a way.
There just has to be. You can't die. Not after I froze. There was a brief pause before he spoke.
Not after what?
I turned my face away and bit my lower lip.
Not after you saved me.
I still owe you a debt, after all. I caught a glimpse of him, out of the corner of my eye. He stared at me for a long moment, before he turned his head to stare at the trees that stood in front of us. I ask again, please do not tell anyone of what you know. My magic is the engine to the prison in the mountains behind Leren's home. It would cause a panic if the populace learned I was weakened, and the spell will invariably fall. I sniffled.
So what will happen then?
The creature I captured there will be loosened, unless my plans are given time to grow. He stepped up to me, and set a hand on my shoulder. I blinked, and whipped my head around to find him staring down at me. I only ask for some time that you hold this secret. It will not be forever. How I wish it would be. I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded.
All right, but you have to do something for me.
He raised an eyebrow.
What is that?
I lifted my chin a little. You have to try to enjoy the time you have left. No fighting or anything like that. A crooked smile slipped onto his lips. I believe I can keep that promise, provided you keep yourself out of trouble. Oh boy. I held out my hand for him to shake.
I'll try if you do.
Dardan grasped my hand but not in a shake. He lifted my hand to his lips, and pressed a gentle kiss on the back. His eyes never left mine. I promise you that I will enjoy every minute of the time I have left. I blushed and jerked my hand back out of his hold. That's good, I complimented him as I turned to face the direction of the town.
Now where's that town?
Chapter 10. We strolled through the wondrous forest that separated Dardan's estate from the town, and I tried hard not to think about our conversation regarding his crystal. My trying to avoid the topic only made me think about it harder, and it got me thinking. I pressed a fisted hand against my chest over my heart. Do I have a crystal? Every god does, Dardan confirmed.
So it's probably silver?
I mean, yours was red. Undoubtedly. I bit my lower lip.
How do I bring it out?
The ability to project your inner powers is a magic beyond your current abilities, he told me as he looked me over. You will have access to such abilities after you have mastered the art of changing into your cat form. My head shot up and I jerked to a stop. I was so quick that Dardan took a few steps before he stopped and half turned to me. You mean I can become a cat again? The corners of his lips twitched upward.
Does that surprise you?
I shrugged. I guess. I mean, I just thought it was a curse or something, maybe even an allergy, but definitely not something I could do again if I wanted to. You have seen me transform, but you doubt your own ability to do so, he reminded me. His words brought to mind a far-off memory. I tilted my head back and tapped my chin with one finger.
That reminds me that Prince Yushir once said that ability was very rare.
The one that lets you change into a younger version of yourself. I am not aware of anyone else capable of such a skill, he confirmed. Did you have to learn how to do that, or did it come naturally? I wondered. A little bit of both, which is how I expect you to learn how to become a cat. I folded my arms over my chest and concentrated hard on the ground. Being able to turn into a cat makes me different from you, doesn't it? I mean, I should have some shifter clan somewhere that's missing a member, right? No. There is no such clan. I whipped my head up and gawked at him. Come again.
There has never been a clan of people capable of changing into a house cat, he rephrased as he studied me.
There are tigers and the like, but their great stature and viciousness assured their survival at the beginning of the world. I winced.
So what does that make me?
A crooked smile slipped onto his lips. A pet. He turned with a twinkle in his eyes and strolled onward. I slouched forward and my arms hung limp at my sides.
That's not very funny.
He didn't deign to give so much as a slowing of his pace. That's when I heard it. A familiar giggling noise caught my attention. It came from my right and not too far off. I froze and spun my head around to face that direction. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I scurried after Dardan with all the speed my rising fear gave me. That's why I crashed into Dardan's back and latched onto his right arm. He nearly tumbled forward, but caught us before I doggy-piled on top of him. He whipped his head about and stared at my clinging self.
What is the matter?
I couldn't even enjoy the worry in his voice, as I stabbed a finger to the right of us.
There's something out there.
As if on cue, something broke a stick. I clung harder to his arm, and scooted closer to his side.
What's that?
Dardan studied the direction I pointed for a moment, before his crooked smile returned. It is merely a child of the local clan. His amusement would have lightened my heart, if it hadn't been beating so fast. Are you sure? It sounds like a wild boar. Dardan raised one hand. A little fireball about the size of a coffee mug popped out of his palm. He flicked his wrist, and his little servant flew into the woods, where it disappeared behind a fallen log. A yelp soon followed, and a small boy ran out from his hiding spot behind the dead tree. He had long white ears and a fluffy cotton tail, and his bare feet were long bunny pads. The end of his nose was smushed, and ended in a circle of soft fuzz. The young lad wore coveralls over a clean white shirt and leather pants. Dardan's tiny flame was hot on his heels. Literally. The fire nipped at his heels and soft white tail. The little scamp scooted around us yipping and yelping before he latched onto the back of my legs. He clung onto me with both hands, and buried his face into my robe. His fiery pursuer hovered a foot away, its warmth threatening more scorched hairs on the hair. I wrapped an arm around the boy and met Dardan's gaze.
I think he's learned his lesson.
Dardan closed his hand into a fist, and the fireball vanished. The boy risked a peek from the folds of my robe, and his tense face relaxed. The lad then cast an angry look at my companion.
That wasn't very nice of you to do that.
I frowned down at him.
What about you trying to scare me just now?
And what about yesterday? I vaguely noticed Dardan lift an eyebrow. The hairboy scuttled back and puffed out his chest.
I was trying to ward off intruders.
And you think we're that? I guessed as I used a finger to gesture at Dardan and me. He twitched his adorable button nose at me.
Aren't you?
You're not from here, after all, and you're sneaking around that spooky old house. His eyes widened, and he leaped back.
You're not ghosts, are you?
Or maybe robbers. Or maybe you're treasure hunters. Each of his own suggestions made him more and more excited, until he was bouncing up and down. Have you come to find the treasure that Lady Yiddle hid in her gardens? I wouldn't if I were you. She had guards all around her house all the time to keep robbers out. Who is Lady Yiddle? I asked him. The child lifted an eyebrow at me, and looked me over. Didn't you come here to steal her treasure? Everybody says she buries the coins her husband gives her as an allowance, and just takes what she needs from his safe. We're here to enjoy the scenery, I told him. The hair puffed out his chest. Then you've come to the prettiest place in all the realms. I bet even the heaven realms aren't this pretty. It definitely has its wonderful charm, I agreed as I took in the magnificent white trees around us. But you really shouldn't be this far out on your own.
Bah, he countered as he waved a hand at me.
I've been out this far since I was a bunny. Now that I'm big and strong, I can go as far as the estate. I had to stifle a snort as I looked him over. He was all of 3 feet, and his cherubic cheeks glistened in the morning sun. In that case, could you help us get to the town? His eyes lit up and he hopped 3 feet in the air.
Sure thing.
Just follow me. The young lad turned his fluffy tail and hopped off toward the town. I was slightly mesmerized by the up and down bounce of his large feet.
Wait a sec,
I shouted. The bunny boy stopped dead in his tracks and looked over his shoulder with an irritated expression.
What?
We don't even know your name yet, I pointed out. He twitched his adorable nose.
I guess not, huh?
The name's Ruin. Now come on. He hopped away. I snorted. I guess he isn't interested in our names. I looked up at my companion, who had remained silent during the conversation. He stared at where the boy had hopped off to. Are you okay? There was a time when even one as young as that would have recognized me on sight, he mused. There was that sorrowful look in his eyes again. Maybe this was why he cared so little for his life. After millions of years of notoriety, he was now nothing but a legend, or worse, completely forgotten. I nudged him with my elbow.
That's because you don't get out enough.
You need to leave your palace a little more often, and see what's going on in the other realms. Like right now. I grabbed his hand and tugged him after our short guide. Come on. Let's remind everybody that you're still around. Chapter 11. Our hoppy little guide led us through the trees for a quarter of a mile, before we came to the main road into town. A few horses and carriages trotted and rolled in either direction. It was easy to pick out the locals. Their ears were a dead giveaway even when they wore hats, as large holes allowed their fluffy appendages to stand up. Their stirrups were the sight to behold, as even the adults went barefoot. The slings were extra deep to accommodate their extra long feet. Who do you have there, Ruin? One of the horsemen spoke up as he steered his steed toward us.
They're staying at the estate, Mr. Tummy.
Tummy lifted an eyebrow as he studied us. Are you?
For a little while, I confirmed.
Tummy dismounted, and his attention fell on Dardan. He took off his hat, swept his arm across his chest, and bowed to him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my lord. A glimmer of pleasant surprise flickered across Dardan's eyes.
There is no need for such formality.
Tummy straightened and smiled as he replaced his hat on his head. Of course there is, my lord. My grandfather still tells stories to the young fuzzes about your saving the town from Ansung and his allies. I noticed Dardan stiffen a little at the mention of the name.
That was quite some time ago, and your own folk helped with the defense.
Tummy laughed and shook his head.
We tried, but we aren't much as fighters.
I am. Ruin counted as he hopped up and down. I've been practicing with a sword. His elder friend crossed an arm over his chest and frowned. You didn't take something from Lord Yiddle's collection again, did you? Ruin shrank beneath the scolding and scuffed the ground with one long foot. No. I've been practicing with a stick. Is Lord Yiddle important around here? I spoke up. He's the wealthiest of our citizens and one step away from becoming mayor this year, Tummy explained as he smiled at me. But I don't believe we've been introduced. My name's Rex Tummy. And you are? Anna, I replied as I held out my hand.
It's very nice to meet a friend of Ruin's.
He grasped my hand in his gentle hold and lifted it to his lips where he pressed a light kiss on the back. The pleasure is all mine, Miss Anna. Dardan stepped closer to me, and his body was as tense as an old board. You were leaving the town? Rex's eyes twinkled as they examined Dardan's evident irritation, and he quickly released me. He stepped back and inclined his head. I am, but only for the time being. Dardan turned his attention to the man's saddle. A sword sheath was strapped to the seat, and the hilt of an ornate sword stuck out from the top. You travel where you need a sword? Rex's good humor faltered, and he half turned to his steed. Unfortunately, there are rumors of trouble in the woods to the south of the town. I was just going there to investigate.
What sort of rumors?
I asked him. He patted his hand on the butt of the sword.
I heard some kind of creature attacking the animals in the woods.
People say they've found patches of blood but no corpse. I'm going out there to see if I can find some of those myself. Ruin hopped in front of him with his hands balled into fists, and a broad smile stretched across his face. Can I come with you? Rex plopped his hand on top of the young lad's head, ruffling his hair while keeping him still.
Not this time.
I don't know how dangerous this is, and your mom wouldn't forgive me if I let you go into that kind of unknown trouble. Ruin's face drooped.
All right.
Rex knelt in front of him and looked the lad in the eyes.
There is something you can do for me.
The boy's ears perked up.
Really?
What is it? You can tell your mom I'll be late for lunch. Ruin's ears drooped, as did his face.
Is that all?
You could help her out in my place, he added as he jerked his head over his shoulder. She has a lot of dusting to do today, and could use a hand. The lad puffed up his lip but nodded.
All right. That's a good son, Rex complimented him as he stood.
He tightened his grip on the reins and bowed his head to us.
It was a pleasure to meet the two of you.
I hope you'll be staying long enough to get to know more about you. My arm twitched a little, at the remembrance of last night's training.
Probably.
Rex climbed aboard his steed and turned the horse toward the road.
Then I won't say farewell but see you again.
The same to you, I returned. Rex tapped his heels against the horse's side and galloped down the road. Ruin forlornly watched his elder acquaintance disappear into the thick woods, at which point he sighed. I leaned to one side to catch his attention. We could look around ourselves if you needed to help your mom. The boy's ears perked up and his eyes widened. There was a strange twinkle in his gaze that I couldn't quite read.
You don't have to do that.
I can show you something really neat. He grabbed my hand and pulled me down the road. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that Dardan followed with a bemused smile on his lips. Our young guide dragged me into the outskirts of town, and I had my first good look at the kingdom of the hares. Unlike the wood lodges of the bear clan, the rabbits had opted to mine the nearby mountains for stone to use as walls, which they supported with trunks from the surrounding trees. The pale grey stone blended perfectly with the white skin of the woods, creating a picturesque scene not unlike a quaint English village. Tall stone chimneys created their own forest above our heads, especially as all of the homes had 2 floors. Paned smoky windows stared down at us as the road beneath our feet changed to cobblestones. The rocks were worn, and carts were forced to obey the deep ruts made by past travelers.
But there were 2 very unique features to all the houses.
The first was that the ground floor was very short, perhaps only 6 feet. The other was that every one of the homes had a deep balcony that had railings only on the sides. Nothing on the front kept someone from falling off. I tugged on Dardan's sleeve and nodded at the dangerously strange balconies.
Why don't they have railings up there?
Dardan's eyes fell on a woman who sauntered our way. For that use. I followed his gaze and watched as the woman stopped before one of the houses. A basket hung from her arm, which she grasped tightly in both hands against her chest. She hunched down before she sprang up. Her powerful feet sent her sailing the 7 feet to the top of the balcony, where she landed with a thump on the boards. She pressed the wrinkles out of her dress and strolled inside. I came to a full stop and my jaw dropped open, much to Ruin's chagrin. He grasped my hand in both of his and tugged on my arm. Come on.
We're almost there.
I stumbled forward at his insistence, but I still couldn't believe what I saw. Seeing it again and again as we traveled through the streets was no less mesmerizing. I caught Dardan's eye.
Why don't they just use the stairs?
Their feet are ill-designed for such features, and their legs are very well suited for jumping, he pointed out. My eyebrows shot up.
So they don't have stairs at all?
Stairs? Ruin repeated as he slowed his breakneck pace.
Aren't those the funny things in the inn?
The ones you small feet use to get up to the 2nd floor. I grinned as my small feet hurried along in the tracks of his large ones.
That sounds like it, but I'd have to see it to be sure.
You can see it later, he insisted as he quickened his pace.
There's something else you need to see first.
There were no set districts, so houses stood wall to shared wall with taverns and inns. Stables, both private and public, were the only standalone buildings that I saw, except for the occasional shed. Even the expansive mansions that occupied more than 2 lots and had grassy front lawns didn't have as much space between them and their neighbors. Why do the stables have so much room around them than anything else? I wondered as we passed a large lot with a tiny stable. Ruin turned his head around and twitched his adorable nose at me.
For fires, of course.
The lamps sometimes catch the hay on fire, so everybody builds away from them so they don't go up too.
Does that happen often?
I wondered. He shook his head.
Not too often.
I saw one when I was little, but that was a long time ago. I had to suppress a smile at how he tried to age himself. We wound our way through the winding streets until we reached a narrow side road that climbed a gentle slope. Ruin stopped us in front of one of the narrower homes. A large window looked out on the street, and a sign hung above the door. The few words read Hidden Hair Bookshop.
What's this place?
I asked him as I looked over the quaint front. He turned to me with a big grin and put his hands on his hips.
It's my mom's bookstore.
The least you can do for me helping you through the town is to buy a book. Chapter 12. Is it? I teased as I looked to Dardan. He had an impassive expression on his face.
What do you think?
Should we take a look inside? Of course you should, the little shyster insisted as he tugged on my hand. Come on. Ruin pulled me inside, and a cute little bell rang above our heads as we entered. The small bookshop was filled with the sweet scent of old pages and glue book binding. The aisles were narrow to accommodate a dozen large bookshelves, each of which was packed to bursting with books. Some even had books stacked in front of the books, creating layers of wonderful promise for an afternoon well spent. Mom! Ruin shouted as he released me just inside the door. Mom! Whatever is the matter? A gentle voice wondered as a woman peeked her head out from behind one of the bookcases at the end of the row. Her eyes lit up when she noticed us. Oh! I am so very sorry. I thought only Ruin had come inside. The woman stepped out from her hiding spot and revealed an armful of books. She was on the better side of 30 with short brown knit that curled at the ends. One of her ears was slightly flopped at the tip, and a becoming dimple lay on her left cheek. She wore a plain white dress with a high collar and a sash around her middle. Ruin puffed out his chest. I brought them. They're going to buy a whole shelf from you. I choked on the invitation. I don't know about that, but we would like to buy something. The corners of her eyes crinkled as Ruin's mom smiled and strolled up to us. You needn't buy anything, but you're very welcome to look around. I have all sorts of books on the local wildlife, how to cook the local delicacies, and, her eyes flickered to Dardan, I have quite a collection on ancient history, though I'm not sure you would need those books. That is just what I'm looking for, I told her as I looked around.
But I wouldn't mind one of those cookbooks either.
She nodded at the aisle just to her left. You can find the cookbooks down there, and the history is just where I was stocking. Before you dive into the pages of my shop, I would like to ask your name. I'm Anna, and this is, I turned to Dardan, uncertain how he wanted to be addressed.
There's no need to introduce him to me, Ruin's mom assured me as she smiled at him.
You are Lord Eastwei, are you not? I am. Ruin's eyes bugged out of his head. Lord Eastwei? You're really him? She bowed her head. It is a great honor to meet you, my lord. My name is Rue Faeli. Dardan's eyes widened just slightly. That is your family name? That of my deceased husband, she revealed as she lifted her head and revealed her saddened eyes. But I believe you are familiar with the name. My books and his family speak of you having given it to my husband's family, in recognition of their faithful service in the Black Rain. There was that title again. My curiosity ate away at me, but I remained silent to watch this interaction. I did. Your husband's family fought valiantly, and many gave their lives against our foe, Dardan confirmed. Then please don't hesitate to pick out any book you please and take it with you, she offered as she stepped to the side and admired her shop. My husband would be very happy knowing you would accept such a small gift from his family. I want to hear some of your stories. Ruin spoke up as he hopped up and down. He nearly hit his head on the low ceiling before his mother clapped a hand on his shoulder.
No hopping in the shop, Ruin.
You may hop right into your guest. She offered Dardan an apologetic smile.
I'm so sorry, he just gets so excited sometimes.
Dardan studied the boy with a strange look in his eyes. It was almost like he was seeing a child for the first time.
What story would you like to hear?
Ruin's ears shot up and a smile brightened his face.
The one where you saved the town.
My own ears perked up at the chance to hear such a tale of his past exploits, but his mother wagged her finger at her son. You shouldn't bother him with such requests, Ruin. He's your guest. Ruin drooped and his ears fell on either side of his face. But Mom, I can relate that story in a few brief words, Dardan assured her. Mrs. Fairley bit her lower lip. If it wouldn't be a bother, my lord. There are so few left from that era that the tales are second-hand at best. Ruin was so excited, he couldn't stop quivering. He balled his hands into fists in front of him, and his wide eyes shimmered.
Tell me about the chasm.
Is it true it wasn't there before? That is a short tale, Dardan warned him as he folded his arms over his chest. It was created when my powers crashed into those of the ruin. There was that word again. My eyes flickered to the history section at the end. You're really old now, aren't you? Are you still that powerful? Ruin asked him. Ruin, his mother scolded him. He shrank beneath her sharp voice. I just wanted to know. I am old. The willingness to answer surprised me. This was more than I'd heard Dardan speak to anyone, besides close friends and acquaintances. But I hope my power had not dimmed in that time. Dimmed. Maybe cracked would be a better word, I thought to myself. Mrs. Fairley set both hands on her son's shoulders and smiled at him. That gives many of us great comfort, my lord, but I hope you will not bear such a burden again. I can help you if that happens. Ruin offered as he bobbed his head. I've been practicing with my sword and scouting out the area. I can even protect your nice house too. His mother tapped his shoulder with a finger. You haven't been going to the estate of Lord Eastwei and peeking in through the windows, have you? He winced. Maybe just for a peek or two. She sighed. Whatever am I going to do with you? His ears perked up. You could let me show them around. That'd be a great punishment, right? I couldn't play with my friends if I'm doing that. Mrs. Fairley laughed and ruffled his hair. You scamp! It has been many years since I was here, Dardan spoke up as his bright scarlet and mostly unblinking eyes stared down at the boy. A guide would be appreciated. A great big grin brightened the boy's face. Really? You mean it? Yes. Ruin whipped his head around, and his ears nearly slapped his mother in the face. Can I? She sighed. All right, but try to keep them out of your trouble. Yay! Ruin shouted, as even his mother's hands couldn't keep him from jumping up and down. When do we go? As soon as I've had a look around, I spoke up as I slunk away from my companions and into the cooking aisle. My real objective was the history section, so I sauntered down the aisle, broaching the spines of the many, many tomes. A few caught my attention, and I plucked out one with the title of Delicacies of the Western Realms and How to Overcook Them. I flipped through a few pages before a snort escaped me. A picture stood out from the page that showed a man frantically racing around a pit with a fire that was taller than him. A caption beneath the picture read, "To approach the right roasting of a duck truly requires a good amount of flair and dance." I tucked the book under my arm and slipped around the end of the aisle to my left. The history book section smelled dustier, and the shelves groaned beneath the weight of the larger tomes. I perused the titles of the thick bindings. The Great Escape of the Hares to the Land of Plenty. Our Family, The Glorious Lives of the Yiddle Fluffle. Magic Enchanted, The Gift of the Shifter Clans. I reached the end of the aisle, where I paused to listen to Ruin. He was listing off all the places he was going to show us. We can go to the pitching field, and the Magician's Grove. Oh, and we can go to the Sunder.
That will not be an option no matter who is with you, his mother scolded him. That place is far too dangerous for anyone to play around.
Oh, Mum. I was just going to show them the hole. Maybe the lady hasn't seen it. Her name is Anna, and I couldn't forgive myself if anything happened to you or your guests, nor do I want you to rely on Lord Eastwei's mighty strength to get you out of that trouble. All those places sounded interesting to me, as I tiptoed over to the history section. The history shelves were as packed as the rest of the bookstore, and the tomes were twice as dusty. The pages of many of the books were yellowed, and would crinkle under a harsh look, much less a harsh touch. Were you looking for a particular history? Chapter 13. I jumped a foot in the air, and spun around to find myself staring off with Mrs. Fairley. She had a bemused smile on her lips, and her eyes twinkled. I sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of my head.
I was looking for anything about the Black Rain.
I don't really know what that is. Her eyes shot up. You've never heard of the Black Rain, and yet you're traveling with Lord Eastwei?
He doesn't really tell me much about his past, I counted as I cast a quick look at the boys.
Ruin was still peppering the stoic lord with questions.
How tall are you?
Over 6 feet. Have you always been that tall?
No. So you weren't born a grown-up like some of the books say?
I noticed Dardan's lips twitch upward, and I swore his eyes flickered to me. After all, I had seen him in a younger form.
No.
The reminder of that younger form got me thinking to how he must have been as a boy. I could imagine those twinkling eyes causing more mischief than a child with a box full of matches and a stack of dried sticks in front of him. It didn't help that he naturally didn't even need the box of matches to start a fire. This should teach you something of the long-ago history, Mrs. Fairley told me as she drew a slim book from the weighted shelf. A brief history of the Black Rain. I took the book and studied the cover. A few words caught my attention, and I read them aloud.
Written by E.M. Fairley.
One of my husband's ancestors wrote it, she explained as she half turned to Dardan and her son. A smile played across her lips. He fought with Lord Eastwei in the ruin, but I do not recall anyone ever mentioning the Lord speaking and smiling so much. I'm trying to bring him out of his shell, I revealed as I tucked the book under my arm. She caught my gaze and her eyes danced with a bright warm light. You are doing wonderfully. I cleared my throat and dropped my focus to the book.
Well, how much for the book?
Mrs. Fairley set a hand atop mine and shook her head. I am sure the author would be delighted to have a dear friend of Lord Eastwei own his book, so it is yours without cost.
I have to pay you something, I insisted.
If you must, then I would hope for another visit from you, she suggested. The chime of the door above the bell interrupted our conversation. I leaned to one side to look past Rue, and beheld a short woman of 40 who peeked her head inside. She clutched a bag in her hands, and her eyes flickered over the area with curiosity. A quick look at Dardan made her clutch the bag tighter to herself. Rue, are you here? I'm here, Mrs. Doshan, Rue spoke up as she slipped around me and joined her customer.
Is there something I can do for you?
Mrs. Doshan bit her lower lip.
Well, it's about the payment for the loan of those books.
I can't quite pay you back yet. Rue set a hand on the woman's shoulder and smiled at her.
There's no need for that.
Keep the books for as long as they're needed. I don't want you to go without though, Doshan insisted as she held up the bag.
That's why I baked you these loaves today.
They should tide you over for a few meals. Rui took the bag and opened the mouth. The airy scent of homemade bread wafted into the room. Rui took in a deep breath and laughed. You make the best loaves in town, Mrs. Doshin. Of course I'll accept these as payment. Mrs. Doshin perked up, and it was as though all the weight had fallen off her shoulders. Bless your heart. You are kindness personified, dear Mrs. Fairley. I'm only doing what my husband would have wanted, she insisted as she grasped the bag against her front. And I am so glad your son is enjoying the books. Doshin lifted her chin and puffed out her chest. Oh yes. Little Cunnan loves to read. That is, when he isn't exploring the woods with your little thumper. Rui looked past Doshin at her son and sighed. Yes. He is as adventurous as his father.
Well, I'll be going.
Lunchtime will be here before you know it, Doshin announced as she moved toward the entrance.
And thank you again.
And with that, she slipped out the door with the little bell ringing after her. Rui adjusted the squishy weight of the bread, and smiled at her boy.
We shall have a feast tonight.
What do you say to some toast and eggs? Ruin's face lit up and he hopped up and down. Oh yes. Definitely that. Mrs. Fairley cast her eyes to Dardan and me. We would be very honored if you would join us. I bit my lower lip.
I'm not sure we should.
We would be honored. I gaped at Dardan. Had the stoic lord really just accepted an offer to eat with a family? Fairley bowed her head to him. You do us a great honor, Lord Eastwei. Ruin will show you around our lovely town, while I prepare our little feast. This way. Ruin shouted as he hopped toward the door. Come on. We have to hurry or Mom will have the food eaten before we get back. His mother's eyes sparkled with mischief. I will be sure to leave you a few crumbs. The color drained from Ruin's face and his mother laughed. You won't go hungry, but don't dawdle too long. Right. Ruin hopped outside, and Dardan and I followed him. The warm sun shone overhead, and shooed away the chill of the early morning. Birds tweeted, and the murmur of a busy town was everywhere around us. And then there was the man. I froze a few steps from the bookshop and my mouth fell open. A familiar figure of a slightly hunched man stood beside the corner of a building 30 yards away at the bend of the street. He wore short pants worn ragged at the hem, and brown sandals that had seen better days. His shirt was clean but slightly wrinkled, and was also frayed at the end of the long sleeves. His short brown hair was combed into place in a plain bold hairstyle that suited his thin face. The man carried a slim square hard leather pack on his back, and a short rectangular box hung on the front of his waist with the aid of 2 strings, one wrapped around his neck and another around his waist. The rectangular box had a slim lid, held shut by a flimsy golden clasp on the front. A decoration of a thick green plant growing from a black seed covered the lid. It was impossible for me not to recognize the seed peddler from the Twilight Fair. I took a step toward him, and the man seemed to sense my movement. He turned his and our eyes met. There was something dark about those depths, as the man curled his lips back in a smile. He bowed his head to me, before he turned away, and shuffled around the far corner of a building. Wait! I shouted as I raced toward him. Anna! Dardan called after me.
That's not the way I want to go.
Ruin yelled as he hopped after me. I reached the corner and slid to a stop. The new road stretched out before me for a good half-mile, but the man was nowhere to be seen. There wasn't enough traffic to hide him, or any side road where he could have gone in such a short time. He had just vanished into thin air. Ruin hopped in front of me, and crossed his arms in front of his chest. This isn't the way to the pitching field, or the magician's grove. The silent figure of Dardan came up to my side. His eyes scanned the street the same as mine. The corners of his lips were tight, and his voice was low.
What did you see?
I shrugged.
It was just someone I knew, a peddler from the Twilight Fair.
I just wanted to see what he was doing here. Probably selling stuff, Ruin matter-of-factly chimed in, as he solemnly nodded his head. We get those guys all the time along the main road, and Lady Yiddle is always buying something from everyone. The name caught my attention, and my hope. You mentioned her before, didn't you? Yeah, she's the richest woman in town, or at least she's married to the richest guy. That's Lord Yiddle. His family's almost as old as mine. I scoured the street for signs of wealth.
Does she live around here?
He wrinkled his nose. Of course not. She lives to the north where all the big houses are. Could you take us there? I pleaded. Ruin rolled his eyes and sighed.
I suppose I could.
The pitching field is near there, anyway. It used to be an empty lot, Lord Yiddle donated to the city, so he could be honorary mayor for a few years. We'll see the house after that. Chapter 14. Our eager guide hopped down the street, and we were forced to follow or be left behind. My thoughts were on the vendor, and his strange little smile at me. I couldn't quite explain why, but the thought of seeing him here didn't please me. Ruin led us through a myriad of streets, until we neared the far side of the town opposite where we had entered. An open field stretched out before us, where a half-dozen young boys with large feet stood opposite one another. One of each pair held a large leather ball, while the other boy watched him like a hawk. Ruin stopped us at a tall wooden fence that surrounded the area. Netting was stretched along the entire border of the area, and stretched from the ground to the top of the posts 10 feet above us.
What's with all the netting?
I asked our native guide. His foot tapped the ground as he watched the players.
You'll see.
One of the boys that held the ball grasped the leather tightly in his hands. His friend hunched down low and wiggled his butt. Come on. Throw it. The boy with the ball grinned, and threw the ball as fast as he could. His companion leaped into the air, and slammed the bottoms of both feet against the ball. Leather and hard skin slapped against each other, sending the ball flying. It would have crashed into one of the nearby houses, had the netting not caught it. The boy who had hit the ball bounced up and down. I got a net. I got a net.
Now go get the ball and let me have a try, his friend insisted.
The proud hare was so happy he didn't even complain about fetching his grand slam. He picked up the ball and noticed us. Hey, Ruin. Wanna come play? Ruin jerked a thumb at us. I can't right now, Cunnin. I'm showing these guys around. So this then was Mrs. Doshan's son. The boy squinted at us. Who are the small feet? Ruin puffed out his chest and swept an arm over us. These aren't just any small feet. This is Lord Eastwei the Magnificent. I clapped a hand over my mouth to keep from bursting out laughing. The corners of Dardan's lips twitched upward. Cunnin lifted an eyebrow, and the other boys stopped their playing. They hopped over to us with large, curious eyes. Cunnin stepped closer and looked Dardan over. You're really Lord Eastwei? You're kind of skinny. My whole body began to shake, from trying to contain my laughter. Dardan for his part kept his stoic face. You wish for some proof of my identity? Cunnin lifted his chin.
Yeah, I do.
Dardan raised one upturned palm and a small flame popped out of thin air. Most of the boy's eyes widened but not Cunnin. He scoffed, and waved a dismissive hand at the magic.
Is that all?
Dardan twitched his fingers, and a huge column of flames shot 30 feet in the air. The boys yelped and scuttled back, including Cunnin. He was so eager to escape the dancing flames and little sparks, that he crashed into his comrades. The whole lot of them tumbled onto their backs on the ground, and gaped up at the column.
Will that do?
Dardan asked them. Cunnin bobbed his head. Why, yeah. Dardan closed his fingers about his palm, and the fire was extinguished. The boys scrambled to their feet, and clustered together in front of us. Ruin sauntered between our groups and inspected his bedraggled friends. See? What did I tell you? Cunnin shot up and glared at him.
Why didn't you tell us you were bringing him?
Because I didn't know it myself until a few minutes ago, Ruin retorted. Cunnan climbed out of the mess and lightly punched his friend in the arm. Ruin rubbed the sore spot and glared at him.
What's that for? For not telling us you knew Eastwei, Cunnan snapped at him.
Ruin returned the puncher and with interest.
That's because I didn't know him a few minutes ago either.
Cunnan jumped his friend, and the boys collapsed into a rabble-rousing wrestling game. The others scrambled to their feet only to join in the fracas, and soon squeals of laughter emerged from the thrashing boys. I noticed Dardan watched the boys wrestle with a strange longing look in his eyes, but hesitation ruled the day. I scooted up to Dardan's side and nudged his arm with my elbow. You really like kids, don't you? He stiffened his chin, and the light of curiosity in his eyes dimmed.
I have little experience with them.
I smiled down at the boys.
You should get some.
They're a lot of fun. All right. Ruin shouted, as he managed to crawl out of the bottom of the squirming doggy pile. He climbed to his feet and brushed himself off.
I gotta go.
I promised to show these guys a few more things, and then my mom said she'd have lunch waiting for us. Cunnan stuck his head out of the bundle and grinned.
All right, but I still owe you one.
Only if you can catch me, Ruin challenged him before he strolled up to us. You guys seen enough? I plastered a solemn expression on my face.
Yes.
It was a scene worthy of an ancient battle. The young lad turned his curious eyes on Dardan. You know a lot about those, don't you, Lord Eastwei? Ruin's question captured the attention of the wrestling boys. They stilled and perked their ears up. Eastwei looked slightly bewildered by the eager eyes that stared unblinking at him. I have been through many battles.
What was the most exciting one? One of the boys asked him.
Cunnan sneered at him and jabbed his friend with his elbow.
It's the Black Rain one, dummy.
He had to fight against his friend and that nasty thing. The young lad's words caught me by such surprise that it was mentally jarring. I whipped my head up to my companion and found that the corners of Dardan's lips had tightened. Ruin sensed something amiss and grabbed my hand, which he tugged. We should get going, or we won't be able to see everything before Mom has lunch ready.
That's a good idea, I reluctantly agreed.
My curiosity was killing me, but the look in Dardan's dark eyes told me any questions would have been met with a cold silence. See you guys later? Ruin shouted at his friends as he led us away from the field. I glanced over my shoulder at Dardan, who followed behind us. Though his stoic expression lay on his face, there was a hint of a dark cloud on his brow. Are you all right, Dardan? I asked him. I knew my mistake the instant he raised an eyebrow.
Dardan?
I skidded to a stop, despite the pull and protests of our guide. A faint blush accented my cheeks. Sorry. I guess it's just a habit I picked up when I was in your house. You guys live together? Ruin spoke up. Oh Lord. Now my cheeks were really flaming hot with embarrassment.
It's not that way at all.
I insisted, as I furiously shook my head.
I was just, we were that is.
We do live together. Dardan's reply made me whip my head around to him. The corners of his lips had curled upward again, and his eyes shone with a mischievous light. Do we not both reside at my lodge? My mouth dropped open.
But that's different. How would you explain our situation?
My body trembled, and I balled my hands into fists. I don't have to explain anything, because nothing's going on. Are you feeling all right? Ruin wondered, as he leaned forward and squinted at me. Your face is really red. Are you sick? I cupped my hands over my face and took in a deep breath. I exhaled and my shoulders slumped. My words were muffled by my hands. I'm fine.
So do you want to keep seeing the town?
Ruin asked me. I peeked out through my fingers and beheld Dardan's bemused smile. Ruin looked about ready to call for help and lay me on the ground. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? I questioned my teacher.
Is there a problem?
Dardan asked me. I growled and dropped my arms to my sides. You damn well know there's a tug on my arm brought my attention round to Ruin. Are you sure you want to go any further? We could go home right now. I sighed and set my hand atop his. I'm fine. And I'll be better when I avenge myself against a certain dragon lord, I thought to myself.
Now, how about you show us where that Lady Yiddle lives?
Chapter 15. Ruin took my hand like I was made of glass, and nodded at a nearby alley on our right.
It's just down there and to the left.
Did you want me to walk slower? I stifled a laugh at his kindness, and set my hand atop his. I'll be fine really. I'm very eager to see this Lady Yiddle. Be careful what you wish for. We headed out, and soon traversed the short alley to arrive at a broad road filled with large mansions. They all had the customary balcony on the second floor, but the homes occupied 100 to 200 feet of the street face. The entire second floor was thus a long stretch of balcony, decked out in plants, vines, lounge chairs and the like. A few of the owners lounged about enjoying the bright sunny day, while a servant offered them a cool drink. The largest of these mansions was a stately home near the end of the road. The structure was set back from the road by 20 yards, and was surrounded by a manicured lawn. Trees provided shade to the green grass, and a gardener trimmed up the bushes that flanked the wrought iron fence around the entirety of the property. I caught Ruin's eye, and nodded at the huge home. I'm guessing Lord and Lady Yiddle live there.
Yep.
I heard Mrs. Doshin tell Mom that they're rich enough to buy all the town if they wanted. The only reason they don't do it is because they would probably tax everyone out of the town. Movement at the end of the road caught my eye. A narrow alley led to the adjoining street, opposite where we had emerged. A hunched figure shuffled into the mouth. I stabbed a finger at the figure. There. That's the man I'm looking for. Ruin looked, just as the peddler disappeared into the alley. The young hare squinted at where I pointed and wrinkled his nose.
Oh, that guy.
He's been coming around for a few months now. Lady Yiddle is always nagging the Lord about when he'll come around. Dardan had stepped closer to me at my exclamation, but even his super speed hadn't allowed him any more than a brief glimpse of the peddler.
What does he sell?
Some beans he says are for love, I told him as I looked down at our guide. Does he sell Lady Yiddle those beans or something else? The young hare shrugged.
I don't know what he sells.
He's never shown anyone else what's in the box. I think Lady Yiddle pays him a lot not to share what he sells, so she can brag about being the only one owning it.
What does she brag about owning?
I inquired. Ruin opened his mouth to reply, but at that moment, the door to the grand mansion opened. My mouth dropped open as a voluptuous woman sauntered out. She had the figure of Jessica Rabbit, complete with knockers and the impossibly slim waist. The woman wore a curve-fitting dress, though her large rabbit feet were bare. She was transformed enough to show off the silken white fur atop her feet, and her head was topped by glistening white hair that cascaded down her back. The woman swept her eyes over the area, with a disdainful look at everything before her. Her gaze fell on our little troop with all the displeasure of a dissatisfied brat. She turned her nose up at our short guide, and wrinkled the appendage at the sight of me. One look at Dardan, however, and her mood completely changed. Her eyebrows shot up and her jaw dropped down. Leon, she shouted as she grabbed the front of her dress and raised it off the ground. Leon? Come this instant. The woman scooted down the stairs just as a short, balding man with grey hair over his large feet appeared in the open doorway. A pair of spectacles were perched atop his nose, and his fat fingers adjusted them to watch the woman scurry across their lawn. What is the matter, my lovely one? He wondered. Much to my horror, his lovely one made straight for us. It was mesmerizing watching her assets bounce up and down. I feared they would break free of their cloth confines and flash us all. Ruin didn't have enough time to get out of the way, so she helped him with a rough push against his shoulder. He stumbled to one side, and twisted around to stick his tongue out at her back. I hurried behind him and grasped his shoulders, where I also scowled her. The woman stopped before Dardan, panting and slightly disheveled in the hair and clothing department, and curtsied. "Pardon me, sir, but are you not Lord Eastwei?" Dardan somehow managed to avoid looking at the one spot she so desperately showed off. "I am." "And you are?" The woman looked disappointed, but she rallied her spirits and set a hand over her vast bosom. "Why, I am Lady Yiddle, but you may call me Phrygia, my lord." "My lovely," the short man shouted as he scurried up to us. He was winded and wheezing, and he clutched his chest over his heart.
"What is all the commotion for?"
"The neighbors will be most displeased." Lady Yiddle was a good head taller than him, so she had to sneer down at the man. "Do you not recognize Lord Eastwei, my husband? The former ruler of all below the skies, and the greatest being to ever live." I noticed Dardan stiffen at such an illustrious description of himself. The man adjusted his spectacles, and still squinted at Dardan.
"He does fit the description, doesn't he?"
Her cheeks turned an unhealthy shade of red, and she swatted his arm. "That is because he is Lord Eastwei, you fool. Now introduce yourself." Her companion's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open, making him resemble a pufferfish. "Truly? My goodness, but what an honor to meet you, sir." He held out his hand to Eastwei. "I am Lord Leon Yiddle, a magistrate of sorts in this town. Let me welcome you to our humble little city, and invite you to remain at our house during your stay." "Have you forgotten he owns a villa in the woods?" his wife hissed. Leon drew his outstretched hand away, and used it to cup his chin. "Has he? I guess I had forgotten." Phrygia looked about ready to rattle his memory with a swift kick in the backside, but she controlled her primal urges, or at least those ones. The woman returned her focus to Dardan, and grasped her hands behind her back. The posture forced her breasts to the forefront, and thrust her hips forward as well. "It is a great honor to finally meet you in person, Lord Eastwei," she cooed as she batted her eyelashes at him. "If there is anything you desire, we will do our best to fulfill your every need." Her husband didn't appear to notice her seductive stance and words at all. "Yes. Whatever delicate dishes you wish to eat, we have it in my larder or in the icebox. You shall have none of that stuffy local food, of course, where the greens are the main course." He chuckled and patted his ample stomach. "One cannot grow as fine a figure as mine on such a diet." "You are too kind," Eastwei replied. A soft nudge against my side made me look down. Ruin had scooted close to me, and jerked his head down the road. He spoke in a hushed whisper. "It's this way." I bent down and whispered back to him. "What is?" "The thing I want to show you is this way," he explained as he cast a hard look at the endowed Lady Yiddle. "And I don't like it here." He spoke a little too loud, and caught the attention of Lord Yiddle. The man leaned toward the lad, and adjusted his spectacles. "What is this young bun doing here? You may shoo off now, fellow. You're no doubt bothering Lord Eastwei." Ruin shrank from the scolding, but I squeezed his hand and lifted my chin.
"He's not bothering us at all."
Now it was Phrygia's turn to notice us little tag-alongs. She curled her lips back in a sneering smile.
"And who, pray tell, are you?"
"I'm Anna, and this is Ruin," I replied as I nodded at Dardan. "And we're with him." Phrygia folded her arms under her assets, and inspected me with the eye of an unimpressed rival. "Are you his homely servant?" A wicked idea stretched a cool smile across my face. "Actually, I'm a special guest at his lodge. You might visit us sometime. We'd be glad to receive you." She stiffened and lifted her nose. "A special guest? Of course everyone knows the kindness Lord Eastwei shows toward those less fortunate. Were you a traveler he met on the way?" "She is an old friend," Dardan spoke up. The sharp look of disappointment in Phrygia's eyes egged me on. "Very old, and very hungry."
"Then allow us to treat you," Leon insisted as he swept an arm toward the house.
"My larder is your larder." We have an engagement elsewhere, but thank you, Dardan replied. You won't stay for a little while? Phrygia pleaded, as she stepped up to him and toyed with the overlap of his robes. Her eyes battered away like she had a speck of dust in them, and her breasts bounced against his chest. I could show you my collection of jewelry. I dare say it would rival even those in the heavens. I was more furious than I expected to be, and an idea popped into my mind to deflate those breasts of hers with a knitting needle. Unfortunately, I didn't have one on me, and I wasn't sure they weren't real. She was half rabbit, after all. Dardan tipped his head. My sincerest apologies, but I must keep my word to my hostess. You understand? Phrygia wrinkled her nose and stepped back. Of course. We would not wish to take you away from an appointment. Her stiff tone had the complete opposite meaning of her words. Ruin was only too glad to drag me past the pair, and I tilted my head at them. It was interesting meeting you. Likewise, she blandly returned as she lifted her nose. I'm pretty sure both of us was glad to be rid of the other's company. Chapter 16. Lady Yiddle watched Lord Eastwei leave with all the glee of a viper losing its prey. She crossed her arms under her chest and made her breasts bounce before they settled over her limbs. What insolence! Who is she to treat us in such a manner? I might find out for you, lovely one, Leon offered as he removed his spectacles and cleaned them with the hem of his shirt. Phrygia spun around to face him, and her assets bounced around. Do so. I want to know why he has brought such a creature to his lodge. There must be another explanation. But he did say she was an old friend, Buttercup, he reminded her as he set his glasses back on his nose. She cocked her head to one side and scoffed. He was no doubt being kind. Such a creature could never have garnered his favor. Leon sighed. I shall do as you wish. Will that please you? It will not, she snapped as she swept her eyes over the area. A sneer curled onto her lips and she lowered her voice. I will only be pleased when we can finally convince these neighbors of ours to sell their properties to us. Her husband's eyes widened, and he clapped a hand on the bank book in his pocket. That would be quite expensive, darling, and most of our neighbors don't even want to move. She narrowed her eyes at the other homes, as if they were her mortal enemies. How selfish of them! They have no special reason to be there. Many have lived in their homes for many generations, he pointed out. She waved away his argument with her hand, and sauntered toward the house. Such trivial reasons. Her husband scurried along at her side like a little dog. Of course, my lovely, of course. They ascended the short flight of stairs where she stopped at the top, and turned to face him. Speaking on more important matters, what news have you heard about my delivery? Wasn't that fool supposed to be arriving today? Leon adjusted his spectacles and bobbed his head. He was, but I have heard nor seen anything of him this morning. Perhaps he's been waylaid by those dogs who have been roaming the area. She stretched herself to her full height and lifted her chin. They had better not touch a hair on his head, or I will deal with them personally. Her husband bit his lower lip, and his eyes flickered over the neighborhood. Would that be such a good idea, my sweet? The neighbors might talk. Let them talk, she countered as she sauntered into the house. Their abode was furnished with thick marble floors, oak-paneled walls, and every wall and nook was stuffed with statues, paintings, tapestries and the like. A single threat of excluding them from our dinners will silence them. Leon closed the doors behind them and slunk after her. Whatever you say, my dearest, a knock on the entrance behind him made the man jump. Phrygia spun around, her wide eyes and her hands trembling. She rushed toward the door, knocking her husband away with as much violence as she had used against Ruin earlier. Leon was sent tumbling onto the floor in a heap, while she grabbed the large door handles and wrenched them open. Her efforts revealed the hunched figure of the peddler. The unsightly creature bowed his head to her, and gave her a toothy smile. Good morning, Lady Yiddle. My profuse apologies for being late, but I saw an old friend on the street, She stepped aside and stabbed a finger at the little used staircase that led to the second floor. Never mind your excuses. Get upstairs this instant. He scurried past her, with the contents of his tray rattling. Leon climbed to his large feet and brushed himself off, his face a picture of a sulking pout.
Why did you do that to me, my love?
I would have gotten the door. Phrygia turned to him and sneered. You could bungle drinking a glass of water. Now why don't you use your influence to find out where Lord Eastwei is having lunch today, and see if we can't convince him to have dinner with us soon? He bobbed his head.
Yes, my dearest.
Anything for you. He scurried past her and out the doors, closing them behind her. She rolled her eyes before she turned her attention to her new adversary, the stairs. I just can't take the risk of someone seeing me with that vagabond, she muttered to herself as she ascended the steps sideways, and one at a time. Even then her large feet stumbled and tripped over the steps. She finally reached the top and stopped for a breather. Her heaving breasts sagged a little, and a look of horror passed over her face. She cupped one of her breasts in her hand, and the flesh was soft and squiggy like a half-filled water balloon. The adrenaline of panic helped her recover, and she hurried to the room at the end of the hall. She flung open the door and revealed a bedroom filled with plush pillows, huge thick rugs, and enough pink drapery to make a ballerina envious. Phrygia found the peddler seated in his usual chair, a sorry-looking bit of furniture she kept around just for him. The mere thought of him sitting on any of her fine furniture made her shudder. She clomped over to him and stood before him, a menacing shadow of irritation. The lady crossed her arms under her breasts, if only to keep them up, and glared down at him. You had better have what I asked for.
Of course, my lady, of course, the peddler soothed as he popped open his tray.
The beans lay on their soft beds, and he trailed his fingers over them until he stopped at a pink one. The seller held it up to her. Here it is. One of your usuals. She tapped her large foot against the floor.
I don't want those.
They aren't working as well as they used to.
I mean, look at this.
She drew her arms apart and her breasts sagged.
How am I supposed to be a picture of beauty, with these nasty things?
The peddler rubbed his chin in his hand, and nodded. I see what you mean, my lady. The magic is no longer powerful enough to sustain your impressive physique. I don't want your commentary, I want a solution, she snapped. A smile stretched his face as, without looking, he reached into his tray and pressed the tips of his fingers against a closed compartment. I do have something special, but it is rather expensive. She rolled her eyes and waved a hand at her boudoir. Do you think that is an issue for me? Name your price and you shall have it. The corners of his eyes crinkled, as his smile transformed into a grin. Then I ask for the Grima needle. Phrygia froze and the color drained. It was a few moments before she managed to recover enough to clear her throat.
The what?
He stared at her without blinking. You know to what I refer, Lady Yiddle. Did you not use it to ensure Lord Yiddle would marry you? You had no wealth to your name, after all, and his family famously objected to such a woman as yourself marrying within their ranks. That is, unless you continue to deny the rumors about your previous knightly occupation. Phrygia stumbled back and sank onto her bed. She grasped one of the footposts with a trembling hand, as her wide eyes stared at him. How do you know this? He waved away her question. That is unimportant. What matters is that I know, and I ask the needle as payment. She lifted her chin, and a little color returned to her cheeks. And if I refuse? The peddler slammed shut the lid of his tray. Then I cannot guarantee your looks will not fail you, and your true age will show. Phrygia creakily turned her head toward the full-length mirror against the wall. The glass reflected her wide eyes and pale face. She gasped when the surface shimmered and her reflection changed. Her face was transformed into that of an old hag with long deep wrinkles. Her sunken cheeks hung low around her cracked lips, and the frail threads of her thinning hair clung to her pasty flesh. She clapped her hand over her mouth to stifle her scream. Chapter 17. The peddler watched her reaction with sparkling eyes. "Is something the matter, my lady?" She whipped her head back to him, and her whole body trembled.
"You may have it." "Have what, my lady?"
"The needle. My jewelry. Anything you wish so long as I get that bean." "As you wish," he replied as he opened his tray. The peddler popped the lid of the compartment with a fingernail, and revealed a bean as black as a moonless night. The surface glistened like a dead lake, and a faint scent of some marshland emanated off of it. He held out the bean between two fingers. Phrygia leaped at the offer, but he drew his hand away and shook his head. "The needle, my lady." The woman pursed her lips but turned, and strode over to her vanity. She pressed her finger against the underside of the top, and a secret compartment popped out from beneath. A diary and a small square box with a lid lay inside the velvet drawer. She plucked the box from the secret compartment and slammed it shut. Phrygia spun around and pressed the box against her ample chest. She frowned at the peddler who sat there with his smile playing on his lips. "I ask you again, how did you come to learn about my secret?" He stretched out one of his thin hands to her.
"That would be my little secret, but do we have a deal?"
The lady of the house lifted her chin, and marched over to him. She thrust the box in his face. "The bean." The peddler opened his case and drew out the black bean. The pair exchanged their precious items, and each coveted their trade. Phrygia turned away and stared at the bean cupped in her hands. A strange chill emanated from the grain. The peddler lifted the lid, and beheld a small hard-shell case inside the box. He drew back the cover, and revealed a small nesting area inside the box where lay a 3-inch-long needle. The needle was made of a silver metal, but the tip was stained red. He pried the needle from its nest, and lifted the pin to his face. His expression softened, as he studied the glistening stain on the tip.
"I never thought I would see you again."
His words caught Yidel's attention, and she lifted an eyebrow at him. "Again? I once saw this precious item many years ago," he mused as he tucked the needle back into its box. "I was glad to hear it had survived these many millennia, and was in the hands of someone who greatly favored its unique ability to control the souls of others." Her eyes widened.
"It's as powerful as that?" "Quite," he mused as he tucked the box into his tray and closed the lid.
He turned his focus to her precious item.
"But are you not going to eat your bean?"
"I saved it especially for you." She cast a narrow-eyed side glance at him. "How do I know you don't give these special seeds to anyone else?" There was a strange glint in his eyes that almost made her cold heart shudder. "You can rest assured that you are my most special customer. Nobody else but you has partaken of these seeds." "I certainly pay you enough for that pleasure," she mused as she lifted the bean to her face and studied the tiny thing. "And you're sure this will help me more than the other one?"
"Positive."
"And the side effects?" "Nothing more than what you currently experience, my lady." He stood and tipped his head to her. "But if you will excuse me, I have other places to be." And with that, he shuffled out of the room. Yidel sneered at where he had gone, before she returned her attention to the bean in her hand. She took a deep breath and downed the whole thing. The kernel was slimier than she expected, and she nearly gagged. A faint chill followed the trail of the bean, but a moment later she felt the familiar tingle, a side effect the other beans had done to her. Phrygia raced to the mirror just as a sensual heat flowed over her. Her luscious breasts stiffened and perked up. Her hips expanded outward, stretching her dress until the seams could barely hold her. She brushed a hand over the tops of her breasts and a soft moan escaped her. "By the heavens themselves, but what wonder these things are," she murmured as she admired her voluptuous figure. She had even grown an inch or two, just to make sure the proportions weren't completely ridiculous. Her enjoyment didn't last long. The faint tingle returned and spread through her body, focusing about her midsection. Ripples appeared around her waist, causing the already tight fabric of her dress to stretch even more. Her lips curled back in a snarl, and she wrinkled her nose. She clapped her hands over the wrinkles, and the waves were calmed. "Already?" she growled as she rubbed her hands against her hips.
"That sneak told me it would be just the same as the other beans."
She paused and admired her reflection again. A sly smile appeared on her lips.
"Never mind.
I should have enough time to woo that handsome Fire Lord, and that companion of his won't be able to do a thing to stop me." Chapter 18.
She's so mean.
The exclamation came from our short, floppy-eared guide, as we moved away from the finer houses and into an off-street. Ruin stopped and pounded a foot against the ground.
"Why does she always have to be like that?"
I clapped a hand on his shoulder and smiled down at him. "Because it takes all kinds to make the world. What you have to do is make the world better in their place." He wrinkled his nose.
"I'd have to dust the shop every day for a month to make up for one day of her being mean."
"And she makes all the women mad too. I've seen Mrs. Doshan almost throw a rock at her, after Yiddle tried to get her husband to go into the house while she stood on the street." I stared ahead and my face drooped. "You're right. You would have to be an angel to make up for her." I shook off my disgust and patted his shoulder. "So why don't you start by letting it go, and getting us on our way before we die of hunger?" My stomach actually had good timing, as a rumble erupted from me. Ruin stared at my gut, as though I was considering eating him. "You must be really hungry." I set a hand over my rebellious stomach.
"I haven't had a bite to eat all day."
Something caught my attention that made me forget my hunger, at least for the moment. It was a nearby house that, unlike the others, didn't appear to be inhabited. A half-dozen of the windows were boarded up with plywood.
"What happened there?"
Ruin's good humor faded, and he shrank away from the sight.
"That's the dogs."
I lifted an eyebrow. "Dogs? Did they throw themselves at the windows?" The young lad bit his lower lip, and scooted close to me. "No, they threw some rocks at the window because the old man who lives there told them to scat." His words were not helping the images in my mind. "How can dogs hold rocks?" Ruin cocked his head to one side and frowned up at me. "With their hands, of course. Don't you know what a dog is?" I stared at him for a moment, before I lifted my confused eyes to Dardan. His eyes twinkled back at me.
"I thought I did, but now I'm not so sure."
"They do have 4 legs, don't they? And those legs end in paws?" "In their transformed state, yes," Dardan confirmed as he settled his attention on the damaged windows. "But these dogs were in their more human shapes. So more shifter clans?" I guessed. "Yes, and one not generally friendly to the Hare clan, though I have not heard of them having an animosity for quite a few thousand years."
"That's what Mrs. Doshan said the other day."
Ruin chimed in, as he hopped up and down. "She said she just couldn't understand why those, he paused and stared at the ground with his brow furrowed. "Why those ragged, no-good dust sniffers couldn't go bother someone else." A snort escaped my pursed lips.
"She said that?"
He bobbed his head. "That, and a couple of other stuff Mom didn't want me to repeat." Ruin grabbed my hand in both of his and gave a hard tug.
"But let's get going.
It's almost lunchtime, and I still haven't shown you the Magician's Grove." I smiled as he led me down the street, with Dardan following along behind us. An idea struck me and I snatched his hand. "Come on, Slowpoke." He lifted an eyebrow. "Slowpoke?
It means we're going to leave you behind if you don't hurry up."
I teased as I pulled on his hand. Dardan stumbled along behind us, as we made our way northward through the city. The houses thinned, and civilization waned, until we found ourselves back on the main road that led into the white-barked woods. We reached an intersection of sorts, where a wide dirt path led leftward. Ruin turned us onto that trail, and we trotted over the uneven ground until the trees parted. And then the sun vanished. Not behind clouds or any of the trees, but completely vanished. It was as though someone had draped a night sky over the whole of the earth. The change was so jarring that I jerked to a stop on the threshold and gaped at the night-enshrouded area. Ruin released me and scurried to the center of the grove where a flat rock sat. He hopped onto the stone and turned to face us with his hands on his hips.
"What do you think?
Neat, huh?" I let go of Dardan and took a step back. The shadows in the grove vanished in an instant, and the sun shone brightly upon me. I stepped back inside and night returned. Only one word managed to squeak out of me.
"Huh."
Ruin laughed.
"That's what a lot of people say the first time they see it.
And they step out like you did too. The magic won't work unless you're inside it, so nobody sees it coming." I looked behind myself and saw that the rest of the forest was blotted out by shadows so deep that I could hardly see 10 feet past the ring of trees that surrounded the grove.
"But what is it?
Why is it here?"
"It was created for me."
The soft voice came from the quiet Dardan. He hadn't spoken a word since we left the company of the Yiddles. "Why was it created for you?" I asked him. He raised his eyes to the heavens, and I couldn't help but follow. A crescent moon hung over us, and its gentle light reminded me of the little patch of night Dardan had created in the heavens. An old acquaintance knew of my whims and had an old woman cast a spell over the area to make it eternally night. I pointed up at the sliver of light in the sky. "And the moon?" "Also a part of his design," he told me as his gaze fell on my forehead. I blinked at him before I reached up and brushed my hand over my brow. "What? Do I have something on my face?" He turned away from me, and the corners of his lips twitched upward.
"Not at this time."
"Is there anything else you wanted to see before we head back?" Ruin spoke up as he hopped up to us. I patted my stomach.
"I think I'm ready to see the sight of a plate full of your mom's cooking."
"What about you?" I returned my focus to my tall companion, and found him staring up at the crescent moon.
"Dardan, damn it, there I went again. I mean Lord Eastwei."
Eastwei dropped his gaze to me, and I shrank beneath that impassive expression. He stared at me for the longest time, before he turned his face away. "I would like for you to call me Dardan." I perked up and my eyes widened. "Really?" He didn't move a muscle.
"Yes."
I could barely contain my giddiness. On one condition. All my giddiness deflated like the balloon the heaven children had popped. My shoulders sagged, and I fidgeted with my fingers.
"What's that?" "That I may call you Fuchsia."
I blinked at him. "Fuchsia? Why?" He shifted slightly and lifted his chin. "Because that is the terms of my conditions. That is, unless you do not wish to call me by the name granted only to my closest companions." "I do, but why that name?" I persisted.
"Those are my terms."
I snorted. "So where do we sign on the dotted line for this contract?" He turned his head toward me just enough to give me a sharp eye. I shot my hands up and waved them frantically in front of me. Kidding. I was just kidding. Fuchsia is fine. A little confusing but fine, I thought. Ruin tugged on Dardan's robes. "Can I call you Dardan too?" I clapped a hand over my mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Dardan lifted an eyebrow at the young lad. The hair shrank beneath the questioning look, and sheepishly smiled at him. A squeaked word came out of him. "Please." I slipped behind Ruin and clapped my hands on his shoulders before I grinned up at Dardan.
"I think he could be a good friend, don't you?"
"A sidekick of sorts while we're here." "Sidekick?" Dardan asked me. A companion who's not quite as skilled at doing stuff as you," I explained. The corners of Dardan's lips twitched upward. That spelled mischief. "You are my sidekick. He may be my page." And with that determination, Dardan turned and strolled out of the grove. My mouth dropped open and my cheeks reddened. "Sidekick? What do you mean I'm your sidekick?" "Dardan." Ruin's eyes were big and he trembled all over. A hesitant smile danced across his lips. Can I really be his page? I grabbed his hand and tugged him toward the entrance.
Not if I catch up to him.
Chapter 19. We caught up to Dardan far inside the city. I swore he even quickened his pace as we neared him, but he thankfully slowed when we joined him at his side. I opened my mouth to question him about my new occupation, but he beat me to the conversation. We must remember why we came here. The comment was so unexpected that all thoughts of assaulting his person flew out of my mind. I stared ahead with a blank expression for a moment, before I recalled our mission. To get food for our pantry. Yes. We shall have this one diversion and then be on our way, he confirmed. Rune's ears drooped. You won't stay and play with me? I rubbed the top of his head and smiled down at him.
I'll make sure to play with you tomorrow, okay?
The corners of Dardan's lips tightened downward, and he lifted his chin slightly. You have other duties, or have you forgotten why we came to this area in the first place? I winced. We can't have all work and no play, can we? I mean, I want to help people with my magic, and I can help them a lot better if I get to know them. Except maybe Lady Yiddle, I thought to myself. Ruin cocked his head to one side, and studied me up and down. You're still learning your magic? Shouldn't you already know how to do everything?
I have had a late start, I replied with a sheepish grin. Then you should get to practicing, so you can show me what you can do.
He emphasized his words with a stern nod.
Then you can have some fun.
I stifled a laugh and solemnly nodded.
I suppose you're right.
We'll play when I've finished my training, all right? He bobbed his head.
Yep. Now let's go eat before I die of hunger, I added as I took each of their hands and tugged them down the street.
We soon reached Ruin's home, and delicious smells wafted through an open front window. The young lad broke free of my grasp and waved his hands in the air.
Mom's making my favorite.
He dashed to the door and disappeared inside.
What do you think it is?
I asked my sole companion, as we followed the eager lad.
Vegetables.
They are generally a treat for the young hares, he told me, as he held open the door for both of us. I winced and slipped past him. Like the vegetables we had yesterday? No. Those were the less edible ones. I jerked to a stop so fast, Dardan ended up crashing into my back. We both would have tumbled to the floor, if he hadn't caught the edge of a heavy bookcase, and looped an arm around my waist. I spun around in his grasp and glared at him. Are you telling me that you tried to poison us last night? His expression was impassive, but there was a mischievous glint in his eyes.
Not so much poison as encourage us to come into town.
Why? A crooked smile slipped onto his lips. You said yourself that you desired to meet the people you wish to help with your magic, and so we are here. Dardan removed his arm from around me, and strolled past to the rear of the store. I stood there blinking as I tried to understand what he'd just told me. Realization struck me, and I spun around to face his retreating form. You knew I would want to come into town, is that it? It doesn't really have anything to do with my training or getting food, does it? Dardan paused in the doorway that led to the partitioned rear of the building. He turned his head to one side far enough that one mischievous red eye smiled at me.
Perhaps not.
And with that, he disappeared through the doorway. Hey! I objected, as I scurried after him.
That's not an answer.
What did you mean by? I skidded through the door, and nearly crashed into a kitchen table. I was saved only by the quick intervention of Dardan, who had stepped to one side. He grabbed me by the back of my collar and tugged me to a quick stop, averting more than just a lot of bumps and bruises. Mrs. Fairley had set the places, and a small platter of food lay in the middle of the 4 plates. I yelped when Dardan lifted me off the ground. I twisted around so I was finally eye level with the tall god. His eyes held that same evil mischievous I'd seen earlier, and mine glared at him.
You can put me down, I commanded him.
He stepped closer to the table, and Ruin, that evil traitor, pulled out the chair. Dardan set me on the seat, and slipped out of reach into a nearby seat. I had my first view of the cozy quarters of the Faeli family, and I couldn't help but admire the soft warmth from the nearby wood stove, and the spotless cleanliness of everything, even the bare wood floor. Homemade curtains hung in the small square windows, and sketches with squiggly people hung on one otherwise bare wall that faced the door. Ruin sat down in the chair to my right, and wrinkled his nose at the drawings.
Why didn't you take those down before they came, Mom?
It's embarrassing. But I want to show off your artwork to your friends, Mrs. Faeli counted as she brought over 4 empty glasses which she set in front of each of us.
Now what would you like to drink? Water will be just fine, I told her.
How about some berry wine? Ruin suggested. His mother cast a playful frown at him, before she moved over to the small wooden tub inserted into the counter. She took up a nearby pitcher, and set it in the tub beneath the spout of a hand pump.
Not today, Ruin, and you wouldn't be getting much of it anyway.
He sank into his chair, and dropped his chin against his chest.
But I like it, and it doesn't make me drunk.
Rue grabbed hold of the handle of the pump, and stopped long enough to give him a knowing look. No, but you did have nightmares last time.
That was only that one time.
And that's because there was a thunderstorm that night too, he protested. His mother pumped the handle, and cool water flowed into the pitcher. She half filled the pitcher before she paused and sighed. Very well, you may fetch one of the bottles. Yay! He shouted as he jumped out of his seat and dove at a hatch tucked into the far corner. Ruin flung it open and hopped down out of sight. My heart fluttered, and I raced over to see if his broken body lay below. Instead, I was met with a view of a small cellar that ran half the depth of the house. There were no stairs leading down, but the 4-foot jump wouldn't bother a hair. Ruin lit a candle, and inspected a notched wall filled with bottles and jars. I clasped my chest over my thumping heart and breathed a sigh of relief. I am so sorry about him, Rue apologized as she hefted the pitcher out of the sink. He often forgets we hares are more nimble than humans, God or otherwise. I stumbled back to my chair and plopped myself on the seat. There's no harm done, and you don't have to do anything fancy on our account. Rue walked over to the table with a smile on her face. Ruin does have a point. It isn't every day that we have such wonderful guests. I found it. Ruin shouted, and the next moment he had hopped out of the hole and shut the hatch with one large foot. He held up a dusty bottle, with a handwritten label attached with 2 twines of old white string.
This is the last one too.
I noticed a sorrowful look in Mrs. Faeli's eyes, but she hid it behind a smile. Then our guests have good luck. This berry wine is the best in the whole town. Ruin set the bottle on the table in front of his mother, and I studied the label. The handwritten words read berry wine. Summer of the rains. Who made it? Mrs. Faeli cupped the bottle in her palms and sighed. My late husband. He enjoyed having a drink while he read a book fresh from the printers, and he even tried his hand at making his own. This was one of those tries. My heart ached for the young widow. If this is the last bottle he made, then we really shouldn't drink it. He would have offered you a drink if he were here, she assured me as she held out the bottle to Dardan. Would you do the honors of opening it? My husband would be so glad to know you drank some of his homemade wine. Dardan accepted the bottle in his hands and grasped the cork. Ruin clambered into his seat, and set his elbows on the table to lean in close. I leaned away, having witnessed a few too many explosive starts to wine drinking. A bemused smile appeared on Dardan's lips, as he caught my wary movement. He wrapped his hand around the cork, and a faint red glow appeared in his palm. Ruin's eyes widened. Are you doing magic? Dardan removed his hand, and drew away the cork or what was left of it. He held out the cooked cork, and revealed the warped stub of the stopper. The fire god twitched his fingers and the rest of the cork burst into flames before turning to ash, and then to nothing, all in the blink of an eye. Chapter 20. Ruin hopped up and down on his chair.
That was fantastic.
Do it again. We only have one bottle, his mother reminded him as she set the glasses in front of her guest. She clasped her hands together and smiled at him. But I must admit that was a very wonderful display of magic, Lord Eastwei. We've heard about your fireworks display during the Twilight Fair, and after seeing you remove the cork, I believe it must be a wondrous scene. I try my best, Dardan replied as he poured out a glass for each of us, though he was stingy with one of the cups. Ruin's face fell as he was handed his glass.
Is that all?
There will be less if you don't sit down, his mother scolded him as she stabbed a finger at his chair. Ruin plopped down and grasped the glass between both hands. Rue took her seat and raised her glass to us. To fine company. I raised my cup and grinned at the pair. And to a fine hostess and her charming son. Rue tipped her head to me, and we all took a sip of the wine. The fermented sugars and berry flavors were perfectly mixed. I couldn't help but lick my lips, and I caught Rue staring at me. I shrank beneath her gaze and sheepishly smiled at her.
It's very good.
The corners of her eyes crinkled with her smile.
I'm glad to hear it.
Your husband was a master at the craft, Dardan spoke up as he set down his glass. His empty glass. I would be honored to take the rest of the bottle with me, if you would not mind. Rue's cheeks reddened and she sat up. You cannot give me a greater happiness than that, Lord Eastwei. We dug into the food, and though the staples were simple, the perfect cooking and spices made the meal a heaven. I leaned back and patted my stomach. I think that was better than most of the meals I had in the heavens. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Rue replied as she stood and began to gather up the plates.
It's just missing something, I added.
Rue froze and a fearful expression slipped onto her face. She eased herself back into her seat. Oh, what is that? Dessert. I stretched out my hand and my silver strands flowed out. Ruin nearly hopped back onto his chair, and both his mother and he gaped at my magic. 4 perfect chocolate bars formed on my palm, and the sweet smell of the candy filled the room. Mother and son leaned in close to study my creations. I plucked 2 of them from my palm, and held them out to the pair.
This is called chocolate.
It's a kind of candy from, where I'm from. They each took a bar and gingerly chewed on a corner. Their eyes lit up, and Mrs. Fairley nodded.
This is very delicious.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Ruin chimed in, threw a mouthful of the treat. None remained in his hand save for a slight chocolate stain. He licked that off. I turned to Dardan, and offered him a bar.
I think you like this, don't you?
A faint smile slipped onto his lips as he accepted the candy. I have eaten several of them before. We munched away on ours, and soon stood from the table, our stomachs full of good food and drink. Dardan took the half-filled bottle, and I looked at the dubious mouth.
Won't that spill on our way back?
Dardan wrapped his hand around the top of the neck, and a faint light appeared. He removed his hand a moment later, and revealed the glass had melted over the top, perfectly sealing it. You'd be great for after-party cleanup, I teased as I helped pick up the dishes. You needn't do that, Rue assured me as she swept the plates out of my hands. The afternoon is fast approaching, and I believe you had other things to do in town. Ruin hopped into the doorway and puffed out his chest. Did you need help getting around?
The market will not be difficult to find, but we thank you, Dardan answered him.
The young hare's chest deflated, and his shoulders slumped. Oh. All right. Maybe next time, I assured the young lad before I returned my attention to his mother. But you're sure you don't need any help? She set the dishes in the pan, and turned to us with a smile.
Not at all.
Ruin will help me, and we'll be finished in very little time. Her son looked as thrilled at helping her, as someone about to attend a funeral for a beloved relative. He slouched over to the sink and stood beside her like a little hunchback, a glum expression marring his good features. We'll see you soon, I told him as Dardan moved toward the door. He perked up a little, and wagged a finger at me.
Not until after you've studied.
I laughed and gave him a thumbs up.
Then I'll be sure to study hard and see you in a day or two.
You'd better, he shouted after me as I followed Dardan out the door. The world was a darker place without our companions, and a glum cloud fell over us. Dardan guided me down the street, to a large open market near the center of town. The main road ran through the market, and horses and carts rolled to and fro, filling and emptying as they picked up and dropped off goods. Dardan wandered through the food stalls with me in tow, picking out vegetables and spices. I couldn't help but notice the stares we received from the other market goers. Who could blame them? Dardan towered over the hares, and even my short stature was the average height of the men. Our robes too stood out, and I shrank beneath the curious attentions made by the women. One of the stall owners reached over and pinched the fabric of my sleeve between two fingers.
What fine quality, she complimented as she examined the seams.
And very nice stitching. Are you from the heavens?
Yeah, we just oof.
I was interrupted by a rope basket being pushed into my gut. My attacker was Dardan, who gave me a warning look. Carry this. I ruefully accepted my punishment, and hung the basket from one arm. The man doing the shopping, while the woman carries the basket? I heard an old woman mutter, as she closed her eyes and shook her head. What are the realms coming to? We marched through one sales trap after another as everyone, seeing our fine clothes, sought to bargain with us. I wasn't too familiar with crop prices, but I was pretty sure 2 gold coins for a cucumber was a little high. The vendor held up one of the long green veggies toward us. These are the finest in the valley. And the taste is an experience unlike any other. What do you say to 2 gold coins? Perhaps 3 coins for 2? Dardan stared impassively at him without moving an inch. The man shrank, and his voice was a little shakier. 1 coin. Dardan continued his relentless indifference. The vendor hung his head and sighed. What about a silver coin for 10? Dardan handed over the coin to the glum seller, and set 10 beautiful cucumbers into the basket. The other vendors were more sensible, and we soon had a basket full of goodies. I waddled behind him as we left the town and ventured home. We hadn't gone very far when I stumbled, and my side fell against one of the beautiful trees. Could we stop for a sec? I wheezed as I dropped the basket onto the ground at my feet. Dardan stopped and half turned to me. I didn't like the mischievous glint in his eyes.
What is the matter?
I pointed at the basket.
This is getting a little heavy.
You might try using your magic. I stiffened and narrowed my eyes at him.
What do you mean?
Your threads are not merely for crafting sweets. They can be used to make life easier. I jerked my head over my shoulder. And you didn't tell me this earlier, why? There it was. That devilish smile.
I thought perhaps you might figure it out on your own.
I knelt, and unceremoniously deposited my bags onto the ground before I stood and crossed my arms over my chest.
Show me.
I do not need to show you. You learned how to master your threads last night. Here.
Now show me what you can do.
I furrowed my brow, as I looked at the heavy weight. But I don't even know if my element can move things. I paused as a thought struck me.
What is my element anyway?
Sylvine. Chapter 21. A memory struck me that made me cock my head to one side.
I think that's what grandmother called it too, but what does that even mean?
It was Dardan's turn to look curious. Grandmother? Someone knew of your magic? I shrugged. She's an old water user who lives in Banha. There was a look in his eyes that caught my attention. Do you know her? Perhaps, but that does not get you any closer to carrying the basket, he pointed out, as he nodded at them. Try to lift it with your magic. I sighed but clapped my hands together and gave them a hearty rub. The basket stared at me with as much doubt as I felt as I stepped up to them. I took a deep, relaxing breath and held my hands a few inches apart. My familiar silver threads floated out and stretched between my palms, casting a soft glow on my skin. They wavered a little, but I let out more tension, and the silver bands calmed.
"So what do you say?"
I whispered to my threads, as I nodded at the basket. "Think we can carry them?" The threads wriggled as though they understood my plea. I smiled and stretched my hands apart. My threads darted out and wrapped around the basket. The ropes bent a little as the strands tightened their grip. When I was sure they had a tight grasp, I slowly lifted my hands. My mouth fell open as the basket rose with my hands, thanks to the power of the bands. I was so giddy that my hands began to shake, and the container rattled right along with me. "Focus or you will rattle our food to bits," Dardan scolded me. I bobbed my head and swallowed my excitement. The basket stopped its maraca imitation and settled to floating a foot above the ground. I raised my arms above my head, and the container rose the same distance so they were eye level with me. But I was stuck, and my arms were already getting a little tired, especially after last night's marathon arm exercise. I stiffly turned to Dardan. What now?" The corners of his lips twitched upward. "You can lower your arms."
"But won't that make the basket lower?"
I pointed out. "Your magic follows your will, not your arms. Command it to raise the basket above the ground." I dropped my arms to my sides, and the groceries fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Especially the potatoes tucked at the bottom. I sheepishly smiled at my companion as he stared unblinking at me.
"I guess I should have been gentler, huh?" "That would have been advisable," he concurred.
I returned my attention to the basket and rolled up my sleeves.
"All right, let's see what I can do about this stuff."
My silver threads still wrapped around the container, and I stabbed a finger at them. "All right, magic, raise that basket." My threads merely fluttered a little. "Up. Giddy up. Come on." They continued to float around the basket. I flung my arms up. "Go on. Get up. Allow me." I stiffened when I felt a strong muscular frame against my back. Dardan had slipped behind me and he stretched his arms under mine. His hands wrapped around my hands, and his warm touch sent a shiver up my body. I prayed he didn't notice. His low, hot breath on my ear didn't help my focus. "You must focus less on your body and more on your mind. Like this." He grasped my hands tighter in his hold, and a soft red glow emanated from his palms. I felt his hot fire magic flow into me, and my strands took on a faint reddish hue themselves. My magic tightened around the basket, and the bushel floated off the ground and stopped at eye level. And all of this without moving my hand in the slightest, which gave me an idea. I twisted my head around to look at my companion.
"So what would happen if I used both at the same time?"
A crooked smile slipped onto his lips. "Go ahead and see." My eyebrows crashed down.
"I don't like the sound of that."
"Maybe I'll just stick with this altitude."
"There is no gain without risk," he pointed out.
I snorted. "And there is no food without what's in the basket." He opened his mouth but I cut him off.
"And that meal last night doesn't count."
He stepped back, and I regretted losing the warmth he brought to me. "My apologies. I took you for someone willing to try new things." I glared at him.
"I try new things all the time."
"Everything in this world is new to me." Dardan tucked his hands into the folds of the opposite sleeve, and shrugged. "Then I cannot understand why you fear trying this small test." "I'm not afraid, I just want something good to eat tonight." He inclined his head to me.
"Then I stand corrected."
"Shall we continue on?" I flung my arms up. "Fine. Just as long." I froze and my face drooped. "Hello." A bemused expression slipped onto Dardan's face, as he tilted his head back to watch something behind me fly up. "Your fury gives your magic quite a bit of thrust." I spun around and gaped up at the sky. The faint outline of the basket could be seen about a quarter of a mile above our heads. "Oh God!" Dardan chuckled, as a faint red cloud appeared around him. "You called, and I shall answer." My companion zoomed up and met the basket just as it began its downward path. He floated back down to me, and I noticed my silver threads were still wrapped around the container. That gave me a wicked idea. I clasped my hands behind my back and focused, as he recommended. The threads twitched and yanked the basket nearly out of Dardan's arms. He had a tight grip and was yanked to the side. I stifled a laugh and commanded my magic to fly in the opposite direction. Dardan had little choice but to hang on or risk dropping the basket. Or so was my plan, but someone who'd lived tens of millions of years wasn't so easily toyed with twice. Dardan let go of the basket, and my heart skipped a beat as the container flew wildly through the air and straight for one of the largest trees. I focused my magic to draw back the basket, and overcorrected. The bushel shot back and struck me in the chest, knocking me to the ground and stealing my breath. My magic faded with my concentration, as I tried to suck in all the air that had been expelled from my lungs. Still, I had managed to catch it. Dardan landed while I still flailed on the ground. He grabbed the basket and pulled it off me. "Have you learned your lesson?" I sheepishly smiled up at him. "Lesson? That they have some strange winds around here?" He lifted an eyebrow. "Strange winds?" "Yeah," I mused as I climbed to my feet and brushed myself off. "That's what sent you flying, right?" "The wind can be pretty naughty." "Naughty is just the word," he mused with a twinkle in his eyes as he dropped the basket into my arms. "Now we had better be on our way, or we will not reach the lodge before sunset without need of my magic." I was only too glad to save what little face I had left, and carried the basket without complaint. I couldn't read his mind most of the time, but I figured hefting it around was my punishment for my teasing. I'd have to think of another way to tease him later. We followed the winding path that led up the hill, and reached the top as the sun began to dip beneath the horizon. I paused and turned to admire the view of the glistening trees and the waning sun. Dardan came up to my side. "A picture of beauty." I smiled and looked up at him. "It is, isn't?" I froze when I discovered he wasn't looking at the view but at me. I blushed under those scarlet eyes and turned my face away. "The view, that is." "The view," he half-heartedly confirmed before he turned and strolled toward the magically locked gates. We slipped inside for some much-needed rest. Little did I know we wouldn't get that this night. Chapter 22. I was glad when I could finally set my punishment down on the kitchen counter. My break gave me a chance to look about the small lodge kitchen. There was a primitive tub and hand pump just like Mrs. Fairley owned, and a wood-fed cooking stove was tucked into one corner. A small pile of dried wood sat in a box near its thick black walls. The room was lit by the light from a long short window above the sink, but the dwindling day meant Dardan was forced to light a few lamps that hung from the roof. He flicked his wrist and 3 sparks shot out. The tiny lights slipped into the lamps, and caught the oil-covered wicks on fire. The lamps cast a soft glow around the room, as Dardan began putting the food in the narrow pantry and small cupboards. The silence was a little overbearing. "So, you haven't been here for a long time?" "Quite some time," came his muffled reply from his position inside the pantry. I plopped down in a chair around a petite table, and pulled off my shoes. "Why didn't you want to come here?" The rustling from the pantry ceased. There was such a long silent pause, that I stood to make sure he hadn't been bumped on the head by an aggressive watermelon. He still stood where I'd last seen him, and his back was turned to me. There was a tension in those shoulder blades that also made me regret my question. "Are you okay?" I asked as I came up behind him. My words seemed to break a spell over him, and Dardan turned to me with a look in his eyes that didn't match the faint smile on his lips. "Did you think the vegetables had attacked me?" "The watermelon, at least," I mused as I studied the cool windowless pantry. "But you're all right, aren't you?" I am quite fine, he assured me as he slipped out. His quick retreat was faster than I expected, and I didn't get out of the way quick enough. I knocked against arm and lost my balance. It would have been a nasty fall onto the cobblestone floors if one of Dardan's arms hadn't swooped in and caught me. We stood that way frozen for a moment before a true smile appeared on his lips. You are very fond of tripping around me, Fuchsia. I blushed. I wouldn't trip so much if you weren't getting me into trouble. And getting you out again, he mused as he righted me and slipped his arm away.
Perhaps you are tired.
You should rest. I lifted an eyebrow. You're not going to have me sit up all night staring at my magic?
Not this night, he assured me as he shooed me toward the door.
He scooted me out through the doorway and grasped the sliding door that shut off the rooms. His eyes danced with mischief.
That will be tomorrow.
Horror fogged my mind for a moment, so that I only had enough time to open my mouth before Dardan slammed it shut. I jerked back to save my nose from a scraping on the wood. Hey! I shouted as I tried to open the entrance. He either stuck it or locked it.
What do you mean by that?
His voice floated through the door.
Have a rest.
Dinner will be ready when you awaken. I kicked the entrance, but only received a bruised toe for my effort. Seeing no other option, I turned and marched to my room. The comfortable bed awaited me, and I couldn't help but admit Dardan had a point. The long walk and even longer night had taken its toll on my strength. I collapsed onto the bed and quickly slipped into sleep. I didn't awaken until night had fallen over the land. The delicious smell of food tickled my nose. I sat up and rubbed the sleep from my eyes as my stomach rumbled its displeasure. I scooted downstairs but paused in the foyer. A noise outside caught my attention. Perhaps it was the Hongbo bird playing a late-night concert. I cast a furtive glance at the closed kitchen door before I tiptoed over to the main entrance. Darkness and a chill in the air greeted me as I stepped outside. Stars twinkled above me and lit my way in the direction of the noise. It came from the gate or just the other side of it. My first thoughts were of a wild animal. I stopped at the gate and grasped the bars before I leaned over it to get a view of the wall to my left. A yelp escaped me when the gate gave way beneath my weight, and I toppled across the threshold, landing face first into the dirt. My mind immediately reminded me that a wild animal was stalking the wall. I scrambled to my feet or tried to. Anna. Something small and hard crashed into me. We both toppled to the ground, but my little attacker didn't miss a beat, climbing atop me so they sat on my chest. The dim light shone on the panicked face of young Ruin. You have to help Mother. She's sick with worry, he pleaded. Wait a second, I insisted as I grabbed him about his slim waist and sat up. What in the world are you even doing out here? And what's this about your mom? Ruin shook his head with so much fury that I wondered it didn't fly off his neck.
It's not about my mom, it's Mr. Tummy.
He hasn't come back yet. He said he'd be back by lunch, and it's almost dinner time and my mom's sick with worry.
Does she know you came out here to get our help?
I questioned him. Ruin shrank beneath my inquiry and bit his lower lip.
Well, not really.
Do you think that's going to make her feel any better not knowing where you are? I pointed out. No, but I had to do something, and you guys are our best chance, he insisted as he tried to hop up and down in my grasp. If you and Dardan can't find him, then nobody can. Are you even sure he's missing? I counted as I eased him off me and stood. He frowned and stamped a foot on the ground. Of course I am. He's never broken his word before. Something's happened to him, and you have to find him before something else happens. Do you have any clues to his whereabouts? The voice came from behind me. Ruin looked past me, and I half turned to find Dardan standing a few feet away. The young hare stabbed a finger at the woods. He said he was going to look for the trouble in there. That's all I know.
So no more than what he told us when we met him.
I guessed. His shoulders sagged and he hung his head.
No.
We will search the woods for your friend, Dardan promised as he strode past us and to the edge of the hill. I lifted an eyebrow and hurried up to this side.
But how can we find him in this much forest, and with him having a head start of several hours?
Dardan lifted his hand, and a teardrop-shaped fireball burst out of his palm. Like this. He blew on the fire and sparks flew out. The glistening droplets of fire shot into the abyss over the forest, and twisted about in a frenzied dance. Dardan waved his hand and it was like a windstorm. The sparks scattered to the four corners of the large valley, their tiny bodies becoming little more than fireflies as they flitted through the trees. Ruin gaped at the magic, before he lifted his wide eyes to Dardan.
What can't you do?
Dardan lifted his chin, but I detected a hint of pleasure in his eyes. A great deal. Let us hope I do not fail in finding your friend. While my fires search, we might travel in the direction your friend left the town. In the dark, he pointed out. Dardan flicked his wrist and a half-dozen flames shot out. The fires floated above our heads and hovered there, illuminating the ground. Now we will go. Chapter 23. We made our way down the winding path off the hill, and in the direction away from Tuhara. Our path still led us along the main route, though we had only gone halfway to the road when one of Dardan's fireflies zipped through the trees toward us. It stopped in front of his face and bounced around like an overeager child. The dark cloud on his brow didn't give me comfort.
What is it?
I asked him. Can you understand what it's saying? Ruin piped up. The fires are my magic, and are thus a part of me, Dardan explained as he studied his spark. Though I cannot understand any speech nor know what it has seen, the magic is etched with emotions. This one is panicked and frenzied. It saw something of which we should be concerned. Can it show us where that was? I wondered. The firelight replied by zipping a few yards back the way it came, and pausing as though to look over its non-existent shoulder. Stay close to me, Dardan commanded as he hurried forward after his little light. I grabbed Ruin's hand, and together we set off after them. Dardan and his spark guided us through the forest and across the main road. The hour was growing late, and the path was completely deserted. The silence made the hairs on my arms stand on end. We crossed the road, and traveled into the forest on the other side. The way became rougher as we neared the foothills of the mountains that acted as a natural border between the Turtle and the Hare lands. I could just imagine the valley that lay at the bottom of the shrouded mountains, and Lord Leren's little house at near that terrible place. What I couldn't imagine was Dardan suddenly stopping, and his right arm snapping out. A dozen of his sparks flew out of the brush, and dove behind one of the larger bushes. 2 yelps followed, and 2 figures hopped out of the brambles. I deduced from their scruffy tails and long floppy ears that they were of the dog variety, shifter variety. Their sneaking about told me they were probably of the same clan that had so viciously attacked the house in Tuhara. The pair wore heavy woolen clothing, and their long fur-like brown hair was matted and stretched down to their butts. Like the hares, they went barefoot, preferring to keep their legs up to their calves transformed into dog limbs. They were nimble, and tried to elude Dardan's fiery sparks that bombarded them, but the embers would not be so easily evaded. Why were you hiding there? Dardan questioned them.
And where's Rex?
Ruin spoke up as his whole body quivered.
What have you done to him?
One of the dogs paused long enough to sneer at him. We're not hiding from nobody, and we don't know anything about anybody. You were hiding from us, Dardan persisted as one of his sparks tapped the dog on the nose. The man yelped and stumbled back, patting his nose furiously with both palms. A faint whiff of burnt flesh wafted over to us, and I swore I saw smoke rise from the point of contact. His companion grabbed the back of his collar, and flung the panicked pup behind him. This new dog stretched to his full 6 feet plus height and swaggered up to us. You've asked why we're out here, but we have more right to ask what you're doing out here. You're not a hare, and you're not a turtle. He lifted his nose before he wrinkled it. You reek of roses, and you have the gift of magic. That means you must be from the heaven realm. What would bring the high and mighty down here to our little woods? We are looking for a male hare. His appearance is about 30, and he was last seen riding a horse out of Tuhara. I noticed the rear dog shifter's eyebrow twitch at the mention of the horse.
Have you seen the horse?
He sneered at me. Are you accusing me of something? I narrowed my eyes at him.
It was just a simple question.
Why don't you want to answer? Have you found the horse? Dardan questioned the men. The leader waved a dismissive hand at Dardan.
That is none of your business.
Dardan raised one upturned palm, and a huge column of fire shot up, lighting the entire area around us. The dog stumbled back and gaped up at the magic. The one in the rear pawed at his companion, and stared bug-eyed at Dardan. Who are you? His companion swallowed hard at Dardan. Why, you're not Lord Eastwei, are you? Dardan closed his hand and extinguished the fire. Tell me what I wish to know, and you will not have to know. The dog glanced at Dardan's hand that now hung at his side. The man's shoulders slumped, and he jerked his head over his shoulder.
It's that way, tied to a tree.
The horse. I guessed. He nodded. Yeah, but we don't know where the rider is. We were just doing some hunting, when we found the thing wandering around to the west of here closer to the Sunder.
You're a bunch of liars,
Ruin shouted, as he lunged at them. I wrapped my arms around him and yanked him back. The lad squirmed in my grasp as tears ran down his cheeks. He glared daggers at the pair, and swung his fists in their direction.
You did something to him.
Where is he? The leader of the pair sneered at him.
We're telling the truth, Rabbit.
Take a look around yourself if you want, but we've got some hungry mouths to feed. He turned his face to his companion. Come on. Let's go. And with that, the two of them slipped away into the night, though I did notice a faint glow on the backs of their collars. Ruin caught Dardan's eye, and stabbed a finger in the direction they had vanished.
Are you just going to let them go?
They have told us everything they know, Dardan replied as he strode forward. I grabbed Ruin's hand and pulled him along.
So you think they were telling us the truth?
If we find that they have done otherwise, my magic will guarantee we find them again, he assured me. My eyes widened.
The little sparks.
You attached your magic to them. But if they're telling the truth, then where's Rex? Ruin chimed in. The brush parted, and revealed a tiny grove where Rex's horse stood. The creature was tied to a tree by its reins, and surrounded by thick blades of grass. The horse had no interest in the easy food, and instead paced and pawed at the ground. It scuttled backward at our coming, and threw its head back. A terrified whinny escaped its pale lips. I drew Ruin against my front, to keep him away from the horse. Dardan strolled forward and held out his hand. The horse turned its head this way and that, to avoid his offer of friendship.
Calm yourself, Dardan whispered as he came within 2 feet of the frightened steed.
We are friends of your master. Dardan's calm voice soothed some of the animal's terror. It still turned its head away as he reached it, but a simple stroke along the neck melted away the last of its fear. The horse gladly nuzzled into his long red hair, as Dardan brushed his hands along its neck. I smiled at my companion.
You're as good as Kang.
He would have soothed the creature in half the time, Dardan counted as he began to inspect the beast. He worked his way down to the saddle and frowned. His sword is missing. Ruin and I hurried over, and saw that the sheath was indeed empty.
Then he saw trouble coming?
I guessed. That is likely, and the horse may have been a witness, but it did not partake in the troubles, Dardan commented as he examined the horse's body. There are no marks of violence on its body, except for a few scrapes from bushes. Ruin stepped up to the horse and stroked its muzzle. Can you tell us where he went? Please. The horse nuzzled him before it stepped back, straining its reins. Dardan untied the knot, and the steed dashed through us and into the woods. Is it going home? I wondered. Dardan hurried after the creature. It is traveling away from the city. Hurry. Rune and I rushed after the two. The horse's speed was not so great that we couldn't keep up if we ran. I was winded after a half-mile, and Rune's short legs couldn't keep up. Horse! I shouted as I stumbled over a root. Rune can't keep up. The horse turned and trotted back to us. It bent one knee on its front leg before Rune. I helped the boy climb aboard, and the horse turned back in the direction of its master. Dardan came up to my side and swept me into his arms. I yelped and grabbed hold of the front of his robe. We flew up in the air, and tracked the horse from just above the canopy. A patch of extreme darkness in the earth loomed on the horizon. What's that? I wondered. A dark cloud settled on Dardan's brow. The Sunder. Chapter 24. The horse whinnied, and turned away from the Sunder toward the foothills. Dardan zipped us below the canopy, and to a mess of boulders that had fallen long ago during a rock slide. The horse pawed at the ground and threw its head back. What is it? Rune asked the creature, as Dardan and I came up beside them. Dardan's lamps swooped down and floated over the area. Their soft light illuminated a shadow nestled among the large stones. I gasped. There. Rex. Rune shouted as he slid off the horse and pushed through us. Rex. I rushed after him and Dardan was on my heels. The young hare reached the lump, and dropped to his knees beside his fallen friend, for it was indeed the gallant hare that we had met on the road. Rex lay on his side but Rune pushed him onto his back. Dardan's light gave us a clear view of the countless injuries that covered the man's body. He had been pierced in dozens of places. Rune pressed his hands against his friend's chest and shook him hard. Rex! Rex! Wake up! Come on, wake up! For one terrifying minute I thought he was dead, but a rattled breath escaped the man. Rex didn't open his eyes but his face twisted with agony. His clothes were soaked in his blood, and one of his legs lay at a grotesque angle. I jumped when Dardan's hand wrapped around mine, and I looked up to find him staring at me. Heal him! My powers. I'd done it before for the two kings. I bit my lower lip and cast a furtive eye at our fallen friend. Do you think I? Throw away your doubt and perform your magic, Dardan interrupted me. A faint smile spread across his lips. I know you can do it. I let out a big puff of air, and walked over to Rex where I knelt on his other side, opposite Rune. The young hare's cheeks were stained with tears and his hands trembled. What happened to him? Is he gonna be okay? I set both my hands against his chest. I don't know, but let me try something. I shut my eyes and did as Dardan had told me, focus. My magic warmed my hands, and I could see the light through my eyelids. The threads formed and twisted, but they didn't do their customary rise. Instead they dipped into Rex's chest and dispersed across his chest, causing his body to glow with my soft silver light. Rune's frantic voice nearly broke my concentration. That isn't hurting him, is it? Anna is incapable of hurting another creature, Dardan spoke up. His words warmed my heart, and that warmth manifested itself into reality. My magic burst out in a large wave that created dozens more threads. I opened my eyes and beheld a small tree created with my threads. There were silver leaves and a trunk, and blooming flowers of glistening gray that looked like those of the dogwood covered the branches. It looked like the diadem tree. The roots sank into the man's chest, and spread like wildfire across his entire body. I had to force myself to remain still, as the instinct to jerk away took hold. Rune scuttled back and gaped at the glow. The light was so strong that he looked away, and I turned my face to one side to avoid being blinded. The light began to fade, and the warmth in my hands went with it. I risked a look and watched the glow sink into Rex's body. His healed body. The largest of the wounds were still there, albeit smaller, but most of the shallow holes had completely vanished. Only the blood spots remained. A wave of exhaustion flooded my mind and body. The world spun as I fell forward. A pair of strong arms wrapped around me, keeping me upright. I turned my head and sheepishly smiled at Dardan. He had a look of worry in his eyes. I'm fine. Really. The fatigue was already passing, but there lingered a strange hollowness inside me. It was like being hungry after eating a full meal. There was just something off about the sensation. I wasn't going to tell Dardan that. He looked worried enough. Dardan didn't look convinced, but he reluctantly released me. Ruin crawled closer and gaped at the healing. He lifted his wide eyes to me.
How'd you do that?
I blushed and shrugged.
It's just something I can do, but let's see if we can wake him up.
Ruin grabbed one of Rex's arms and gave it a shake. Rex. Come on, Rex, wake up. He paused and furrowed his brow before he took a deep breath. Rex. Mom's got her carrot cake ready. Rex's eyes flew open, and he sat up so quickly that Ruin and I had to throw ourselves out of the way to avoid a collision. His face twisted in pain, and his eyes rolled back into his head. He collapsed back onto the ground, and lay there in a stupor staring up at the night sky. Rex. Ruin yelped as he grabbed the front of his friend's bloodied shirt. I'm so sorry. Wake up. Come on. Rex blinked, and his eyes rolled back to their normal position. He winced and his hand crawled up his chest to touch the bloodied spots. Ouch. Tears ran down Ruin's face as he threw himself atop his friend. Rex. The horse trotted up and gave a small whinny. Easy there, Rex pleaded as he patted the boy on the back. I'm a little sore. Ruin drew away as Dardan knelt at my side and lowered down Rex's body. Are you able to tell us what happened? Rex shifted a little and stiffened. How? How am I even alive? Ruin pointed at me. Anna did it. She used her magic to heal you.
But not completely, I added as I set a hand gently on his chest. So don't try to get up again.
A rueful smile slipped onto his lips as he turned his face toward Ruin. I couldn't help it, not when this troublemaker was yelling something about his mother's carrot cake.
I'll make sure Mom bakes you one when you get back,
Ruin promised. We must first make sure what attacked him is no longer around, Dardan spoke up as he swept his eyes over the area.
After he tells us what happened to him.
A dark cloud settled on Rex's brow.
I don't think I'll ever forget it.
I was riding through the woods near the foothills where some of the blood spots were found, when I spotted something hunched over not a quarter of a mile from the sunder. A wry smile slipped onto his lips. It was so dark that I dismounted and crept closer for a better look. I guess I wasn't as quiet as I thought I was. The thing turned around and attacked me. He paused and shuddered.
I'll never forget those cold arms touching me.
It was like being touched by death itself.
What was it?
I asked him. Rex closed his eyes and rocked his head to and fro.
I don't know.
I've never seen anything like it. It had dozens of limbs, all like vines after a heavy rain. They were wet, and I couldn't get a hold of them. My sword did some damage, but not before I had too many holes in me. I stumbled away from the fight, and the thing decided not to follow me. I reached here and dropped down, and that's all I remember until this rascal mentioned carrot cake. Dardan stood, and moved in the direction of the huge blackness I had seen earlier. His head was bowed and his bright scarlet eyes studied the ground. He opened his hand, and another dozen lanterns burst out of his palm. They surrounded him, creating a small patch of daylight as he examined the area. I kept one eye on Dardan, as I turned my attention to Rex. Do you think you can get up on your horse? Rex grinned at me.
I think I could do anything if I had some beautiful help.
Dardan's voice floated over to us. I will help you in a moment. Rex closed his eyes and chuckled.
I don't think your friend trusts me much. Well, let's see about you standing, I suggested as I slipped one of his arms atop my shoulders.
Ruin took the other side, and together we hefted Rex to his unsteady feet. He wavered and fell, but his noble steed was waiting there to catch him. Rex fell against the horse and clung to the saddle. He sheepishly smiled at Ruin and me. "Would either of you mind kneeling so I can step on top of you?" "I'm bigger, so I will," I offered. I moved to kneel, but a gust of fiery magic flew in front of my face. I jerked back as the wind swirled around me like a glistening snake. The magic darted over to Rex and wrapped around his midsection. The hairman yelped as he was unceremoniously lifted off the ground and tossed haphazardly onto the saddle. Rex clung to the horn and quickly slid his long feet into the large stirrups. He lay there breathing hard and with a slightly flummoxed smile on his face.
"Well, I suppose that would work too."
"You should return to Tuhara and alert those in charge that a dangerous creature lurks in the woods," Dardan advised him as his eyes fell on Ruin. "Take the boy with you. We cannot guarantee his safety with us." Ruin's face drooped and he grabbed my sleeve.
"But I want to stay and help."
I knelt in front of him and smiled up at the lad. "And you have helped. Without you, we would never have known Rex was out here. Now you need to go back to town so your mom doesn't worry any more about you, all right?" Ruin puckered his lips into a pout and scuffed the ground with the toes of one long foot. "I guess." "Come on, young hare," Rex called to him as he beckoned with one hand. "This old mare can hold the both of us without any problem." Ruin reluctantly shuffled over, and I helped lift him into the saddle in front of Rex. The elder hare grasped the reins and turned the horse toward Tuhara. He paused and his eyes flickered between us. "Whatever you plan to do, mind you keep yourselves safe first. I don't want to have to thank my saviors at their funerals." "You won't have to worry about us. Just get Ruin home," I told him. Rex nodded and clapped his heels against the horse's sides. The horse whinnied and galloped off, and soon they were lost to the night shadows. Chapter 25. The forest became a lot less hospitable, with less company. I turned to find Dardan staring at me. "What?" "You might consider leaving as well," he suggested. I crossed my arms over my chest and frowned at him. "The only place I'm going is where you're going. Even if you did try to get rid of me, I know you're going to head toward the Sunder place. I'd only follow you or get lost and scare every animal in these woods with my shouting." The corners of his lips twitched upward. "I see. Then I have no choice then to bring you along."
"No choice at all." "Then stay close to me." We set off in the direction of the Sunder. My heart pounded a little harder and faster than it should have, and I wished we had 24 more of Dardan's lights surrounding us. Those that did floated closer to the ground and illuminated a terrible path left by Rex. The trail was made of his blood. My heart sank lower and lower as I beheld the amount of life fluid he had lost in staggering away from his attacker. "How did he manage to get this far?"
I murmured. "Willpower," Dardan answered as his eyes studied the stained ground. "All the magic in the world is nothing compared to that power." I lifted an eyebrow. "But wouldn't anybody with magic win against someone without it?" He cocked his head to one side, and one scarlet eye fell on me. "What is magic against an infinite amount of determination? Determination breeds perseverance and ingenuity. Magic is merely an ingenious skill granted to a few, and oftentimes those with the gift are too reliant on their abilities. They lose faith in themselves the moment their magic wanes." I recalled his broken crystal, and the barrier that covered the shrouded mountains. "Is your magic waning?" Dardan stared ahead. His voice was calm, but I detected a hint of something else. Was it fear?
"Yes."
I slipped my hand into his. He was so surprised that he jerked to a stop and stared at our connection before lifting his eyes to mine.
What is this?"
I held up our joined hands.
"This is to tell you that you're not alone in protecting this world."
A wry smile slipped onto his lips.
"You would protect it."
You do not even understand your own magic.
No, but that's why we're here, isn't it?
I reminded him. I turned to face him and clasped his hand in both of mine. And I'm going to keep trying my best to learn how to use my magic, and then I'll be able to stand by your side, and know that I've earned the right to be there helping you. His scarlet eyes studied my face for a long moment, before a faint smile slipped onto his lips. I see. Then we had better hurry through this chore, so you might start your practicing. He slipped out of my grasp and made his way toward the sunder. My slow mind cranked through his words before my face drooped.
Wait, start practice.
Tonight? He kept walking without reply.
Not tonight, right?
I shouted as I scurried after him.
I mean, gods need sleep too, right?
Wouldn't sleep be something nice after this? A glimmer of metal ahead of us caught my attention. The light from the lanterns glistened off something long that lay on the ground. Dardan quickened his step and I followed, and we soon reached the object. Dardan knelt on one knee and picked up the item.
That looks like Rex's sword, I commented.
It is, Dardan confirmed as he examined the blade and brushed his hand over the sticky blade substance. His fingers came away sticky. This feels the same as the blood from the plant creature you and I fought. Really? I wondered, as I leaned in for a closer look. How come your magic isn't destroying it this time? Dardan rubbed his fingers together and pursed his lips. I am not sure. Perhaps my fire is too weak to burn away its putrid essence. He held up his hand and an orb formed in his palm. The flames licked at the black substance and the goop sizzled, but didn't evaporate. Dardan furrowed his brow, and stood with the sword clutched in one hand. But we should find the source of the blood and destroy it. My pulse quickened as we continued on our way. It was not far before we came to another marker in Rex's story. His trail of blood stopped, or rather began where he had described. A splash of blood covered the ground where he had been attacked. I turned my head this way and that.
Where do we go from here?
Dardan too examined the area, and one of his lanterns floated over to a patch of grass a few yards off. He followed his light and stopped to study the ground.
This will be our new trail.
I hurried over, and a little color drained from my face. The ground he stood in front of was covered in more, darker blood, and bits of hair mingled with the life fluid. I swallowed hard. Whatever he saw must have attacked something. Its life will be our guide, Dardan mused as he took my hand.
Stay close to me.
We resumed our travel but had only gone 50 yards when the new blood trail petered to nothing. Dardan stopped and half turned to study where we had come from, and ended up.
The trail led toward the sunder.
I suspect we shall finish our hunt there. We walked on and reached the clearing that bordered the Shen Sunder, a half hour later. A 50-yard wide patch of earth surrounded the dark depths of the hole. The very earth had been touched by a blazing hot fire so hot that much of the dirt had formed into glass. Other parts were black patches devoid of life. No birds dared fly over, and there were no signs of animal tracks across the barren patch of earth. Standing before such silence, I found I couldn't speak above a whisper.
What happened here?
This is where I defeated where I ended the black rain, Dardan told me as he nodded at the hole.
The creature was subdued, though not destroyed in that very pit.
The blast from our magics was such that it was felt 500 miles away, or so I am told. And then you took it to the Shrouded Mountains? I guessed. He continued to stare at the gap, as he slowly nodded once.
Yes.
I have not been here since that day. My eyes widened. That, you mean for 14 million years you haven't been here?
Not at the precipice of my most fateful battle, he confirmed.
He lifted his chin and sighed. It seems fate has demanded I return here again for the same troubles. He strode forward. I hurried to catch him, my heart heavy with the weight in his words. We reached the edge of the hole, and Dardan stopped at the very precipice. For my part, I stopped a half-foot shy of the steep slope and stretched my neck. Dardan's lanterns illuminated the ground around us, but they did nothing to penetrate the deep depths at our feet. I could see for 50 yards, and yet the bottom was not in sight. My curiosity made me careless, and my foot slipped. I yelped and swung my arms as I leaned toward the abyss. Dardan caught me and drew me back. I clung to him with shaking hands and with my face buried in his robes. My apology was muffled by those elegant clothes. "I'm sorry." I swallowed hard and dared look up into his face.
"I should have been more careful."
He grasped my forearms and squeezed them.
"There is no need to apologize.
This place has a heavy darkness, which tempts people to fall into the shadows. Even animals are not immune to the temptation, and have fallen over the edge, or so Faeli's family once told me a few years after the battle. I cocked my head to one side. "So you came to the area, but never visited the Sunda?" He turned his face to one side, and there was a sorrowful expression in his eyes.
"Yes."
I had hoped to find my memories of the battle softened, but it was not to be, and so it has been for these many years. I opened his mouth to give him some lame comfort, but a sudden odor made my stomach churn. I clapped a hand over my mouth and tamped down the urge to gag.
"What is that smell?"
A half-dozen of Dardan's lanterns flew over the precipice and illuminated the steep slope. A gasp was wrenched from me when I beheld the source of the stench. Dozens of animal carcasses lay rotting in the pit. Their numbers were so great that a pile had formed, which climbed the slope toward us. I turned away and shut my eyes, but the image was burned into my mind's eye. I swallowed hard enough to get a few words out. "Are these animals that followed the temptation?" "I do not believe so," Dardan answered as he knelt beside the hole and studied the carcasses from afar. "One of the creatures has not been dead long. A streak of fresh blood leads down to the pile. That tells us the creature was dead, or mortally wounded before it was tossed into the Sunda." A shudder ran through me, and I tamped down the bile that rose in my throat. Dardan stood and grasped my shoulders in his hands. He examined my face and my quivering body. "You are far too pale. There is nothing here you should see." I lifted my chin and set a hand atop one of his that held me. I'm fine. I just wasn't expecting that." Dardan looked over his shoulder and frowned. "Nor I. Whatever attacked Rex has been doing this for quite some time."
"But why?"
I asked him as I searched his face for answers. "This isn't like the plant we found at that village, otherwise we would have found it near where Rex did." A terrible thought struck me and made me stiffen.
"What is the matter?"
Dardan questioned me. I had trouble keeping a quiver out of my voice.
What if the plant has learned to move around? Or maybe it's so big that it's under us?"
Dardan pursed his lips and looped an arm around my waist. His faint red light surrounded us, and we were lifted off the ground. "We will perform a more thorough inspection after the sun has risen." Amen to that. Chapter 26. We flew over the treetops, and I beheld the faint lights of Tuhara. I tugged on Dardan's sleeve.
"Shouldn't we stop in the town and tell the others what we found?"
"I will send a note via my magic after we have reached home," he assured me. "I will also send one to Prince Yushir informing him of what we found." My interest was piqued. Could I send one to Ariane? He lifted an eyebrow. "Very well. What would you like it to say?" "Only that I saw that peddler again," I told him as I thought back to that brief encounter. "Then I will inform her of the matter," Dardan promised. I was never so glad to be back at the lodge as I was then. Dardan landed us in the courtyard, and darkness surrounded us, but only for a moment. He swept his arm over the area, and dozens of embers flew out of his hand. They shot out in every direction, and lit candles and lanterns until the place practically glowed. I was exhausted and made for my room, or tried to. Dardan kept his arm firmly around my waist. I turned and frowned at him.
"Is something the matter?"
"Perhaps you would like a bath after our dirty adventure today," he suggested. I looked down at my dusty self and sighed.
"That does sound nice." Then allow me to prepare one for you.
I whipped my head up and furiously shook it. I couldn't ask you to do that. A faint smile graced his lips. Do you know how to manage a wood-heated bath? My face drooped.
Well, no.
Then I will warm the waters while you fetch your robe and a set of clean clothes, he insisted as he drew his arm away. I grasped my hands against my front and pursed my lips. You really don't have to do that. I'll be fine with just scrubbing my face. Dardan stretched out his hand toward me. I stared wide-eyed as he reached behind my neck and brushed his fingers against my skin. He drew his hand back and showed his fingers to me. Are you certain of your decision? I looked down and my face drooped. His fingers were covered in black dirt. Maybe I could use a bath, I admitted. He drew his hand back and smiled. Then I will draw you a bath while you fetch your clothes. He turned without another word and made his way to the bathhouse I had earlier investigated. I rubbed the back of my neck as I turned and headed to my room.
Where did that even come from?
I muttered to myself as I drew my hand out in front of me and saw nothing but clean fingers. I fetched my clothes and towel and returned to find the bathhouse chimney puffing out white smoke. I paused at the corner of the building where I had seen the chimney access. The kindling pile had dwindled, but the caretaker was nowhere to be found.
Dardan?
I called with some hesitation. Are you out here? The crackle of the fire inside the chimney was all I received for an answer. I tiptoed over to the bathhouse door and slid it open far enough to peek inside. The room was filled with steam that drifted out of the two tubs. Confusion filled my mind as I slipped inside and tiptoed over to the baths. They had both been filled with water. He must be planning to take a bath after me, I mused as I set my things on a counter adjacent to the rear tub. I slipped out of my grimy, travel-worn clothes and into the tub. The water soothed my aching bones and cleaned every part of me. I couldn't help but lean my back against one wall and close my eyes. A heavy sigh escaped me as I sank deeper into the waters. I heard a noise from the direction of the door and creaked open my eyes. They bulged out of my head when I beheld Dardan standing in the doorway with a towel and spare set of clothing draped over one arm. He had traded his usual elegant robes for a bathrobe, and sandals covered his feet. The color drained from my face as he strolled over to the other tub. I yelped and ducked low enough that the water covered me up to my chin. My voice was about an octave higher than usual. What are you doing? Can I not also enjoy the soothing heat of the waters? He countered me as he dropped his towel beside the bath. I did light the fires after all, and my magic is what sustains the heat even now. Heat was exactly what I was feeling at that moment, and a lot of it. My lecherous mind couldn't help but imagine what he'd look like without his clothes, and my curious eyes examined him with far too much eagerness. Though the folds of his robes were many, there was much to be admired in his tall and handsome features. My attentions didn't go unnoticed, and a crooked smile slipped onto his lips.
Is something the matter with my request?
I sank a little lower into the water, so much so that I took in some bath water on speaking. Oh, of course there is. We can't bathe together. We will merely be in the same vicinity, he insisted as he grasped the front of his robes. There is hardly a difference between this arrangement and having a wall between us.
That is completely different,
I blubbered. He paused and looked about us with a feigned expression of disappointment. As there does not appear to be a wall here which we may use, we will have to make do with the baths at our disposal. Or you could wait, I suggested, but he had already undone the sash of his robe. Dardan opened his robes, and I saw a flash of flesh where I knew clothing should have been if he'd had any decency. Apparently, the ancient god was not shy about revealing himself to women, so I spun around and sank up to my nose in my bathwater. I shut my eyes for good measure, and heard a rustle of water as he stepped into his bath. A soft sigh roused my curiosity, and I peeked open one eye. He sat in the vat near mine with his head leaned back against the floor, and his shut eyes facing the ceiling. All the weariness drained from his face, and I had a chance to admire his calm features. "Do you find me handsome?" I started ahead at the question, especially as he hadn't moved a muscle.
What woman wouldn't? That doesn't answer my question.
I drew a thick clump of my hair in front of me, and pulled at the strands. "I guess I do." He peeked open one eye, which fell on me. "You guess?" I rolled my eyes. "You really like to hear people compliment you, don't you?" I am not above enjoying flattery, though it has no effect on my opinion. I snorted, and my nose blew a little bit of bathwater into my face. He lifted an eyebrow.
"You doubt my words?"
I wiped away the spray and wrinkled my nose.
"It's just that I think a lot of people are swayed by.
My nose began to tickle, and a sneeze escaped me. "Are you ill?" There was a lot of concern in his voice. Much more than I expected. I rubbed my nostrils and shook my head. "I'm fine.
It's just this water."
"Would you like me to bring you more water?" he offered as he partially stood. I was able to see everything from the waist up, and what I saw I liked. He was well muscled but not overly so, and though his skin was pale, the warm water had given him a bit of a tan. There was no hair to block the view of his rippling abs, as he grasped the sides of his bath. I whipped my head around so quickly that I got whiplash. "I'm fine. Everything's fine. Especially him." "Are you sure?" "I could bring a few buckets in a short time." I wrapped my arms around myself and sank deeper into my vat.
"Nope."
I chose the wrong word. "Then if you are not sure, I will bring a few buckets to you." My mouth dropped open so far that it splashed the water. "No water. No water." Too late. I heard a splash of water against the floor as he exited his bath. My frantic mind considered many choices, including running out of there naked or melting into an oozing puddle that escaped through the wallboards. Since none of them were very practical, I opted to sink even lower into my bath and shut my eyes. The sound of Dardan's footsteps left the bathhouse, only to return a minute later. I prayed to the deity tree that he would pour out the buckets and quickly return to his bath. Dardan stepped up to my bath and poured the pair of buckets, but then I heard no sound. I risked a side glance and glimpsed his muscled figure covered in the robe he had brought with him. That was some consolation, but it hardly answered my question as to what he was doing just standing there. Dardan leaned forward, and set his hands on the counter around the mouth of the vat. "You have nothing to fear from me." The voice came from directly behind me. He was so close that I swore his breath wafted over the back of my shoulders. I took a deep, shuddering breath.
"I'm not afraid." "Then why are you shivering?"
I tightened my arms around my front.
"It's not fear that makes me shiver."
"Then what is it?" I bowed my head and bit my lower lip.
It's complicated."
A chuckle echoed behind me. Women always are. I frowned and spun around to face him.
"Listen."
That was the only word I could get out before I found myself locking lips with the handsome dragon god. Chapter 27. I sat there in shock, my eyes staring into his. His bright orbs held amusement, and more than a little surprise himself. My kiss had been completely accidental. His close proximity to me, and his being at face level, meant that my spinning around had brought our lips together. I jerked back and stared at him, in a mixture of horror and fear. He reached up and brushed the tips of his fingers against his lips. They curled into a crooked smile. "You can be very persuasive." My mouth flopped open a few times before I managed to get my words out. "I'm so sorry." He set his hands close to the edge of my vat and studied my face. "For what?" For kissing you." "I didn't mean to." "Are you certain of that?" My gaze invariably flickered down to his lips, but I forced myself to look to the side. "Why yes, of course." Why wouldn't I be? Dardan examined me for a moment longer, before he pushed off from the vat. I see. In that case, I will leave you alone to finish your bath. My eyes widened, and I whipped my head around in time to watch him head toward the door. You're leaving? He paused at the entrance and half turned to me. You insisted I leave you alone while you bathe. Is that still not true? I bit my lower lip and blushed. The warmth of his lips remained on mine. I don't know. Then I will leave you now so you might think about the next time, he offered before he slipped out. My shoulders sagged as the room fell into silence. I turned my head, and my gaze fell on the empty tub close at hand. My mind conjured up memories of him sitting there relaxing with that cute smile. My heart sank and I cupped my face in my hands. A few muffled words floated through my fingers. You are such an idiot, Anna. I was still browbeating myself when I emerged from the baths a half-hour later. The night was quiet and still as I tiptoed over to the house. I paused in the open doors and beheld Dardan, seated at the low table in the middle of the front room. A steaming cup sat in front of him, and he reclined his upper half on an armrest. His eyes were closed, and his expression was one of serenity. It was the picture of an Adonis. And I'd just muddled my affair with him. I rallied my spirits and strolled into the room. His eyes remained closed, but he still spoke. Did you enjoy your bath? I stopped and smiled at him. It was. Thank you for setting it up for me. He opened his eyes and those beautiful scarlet orbs fell on me. There is no need to thank me. You are my guest, after all. Well, it was still nice. I shifted from foot to foot and glanced over to the stairs. So I guess I'll say good night. I moved to escape up the steps. Do you seek to toy with me? I jerked to a stop 10 feet shy of the steps and spun around to face him. Pardon? He sat up and his scarlet eyes studied my face. I do not understand you at all. You desire my company in one instance, and in another you seek to push me away. Do you tolerate my presence? A snort escaped me. I guess that makes two of us. He lifted an eyebrow and my face drooped. I waved my hands in front of me. Not the tolerating part. I didn't mean that at all. I took a deep breath and stood tall. I don't hate you, but I don't understand you. Sometimes I get the feeling you don't want to be understood, especially when you don't tell me things. Dardan stared at me a moment longer, before he turned his face away. Would you have me tell you everything? Everything that's bothering you, I suggested as I clasped my hands together against my chest. I just want to help you. I don't want you to carry around these sad memories all by yourself. He didn't say anything. My shoulders slumped and I wrinkled my nose. I'm bungling this, aren't I? I closed my eyes and shook my head. I'm sorry. I don't really have any right to ask you anything about your past. A rustle of cloth made me open my eyes. My breath caught in my throat when I found Dardan standing so close to me that our clothes brushed against each other. Those beautiful red eyes burned hot with an unmistakable passion that sent a warmth running through my body. What is it? I stammered out. He grasped my forearms and swooped in. Our lips locked in a gentle, even reluctant kiss. The kiss was as fantastic as I imagined, and more so. Jolts of heat shot up and down my body. I grasped the front of his robes and squeezed tight as a soft moan escaped me. He leaned in, deepening our connection as his arms wrapped around me. I could have stood there forever, but my legs were getting shaky and my lungs empty. I reluctantly drew away and bowed my head. My cheeks were hot, and my whole body was electrified by desire. A chuckle came from above, and I looked up to see a crooked smile slip onto his lips. It appears from your expression that my lack of experience has not hampered my ability. I blinked at him. You've never kissed anyone before? He cupped half my face in his palm and his thumb stroked my cheek. No. Does it show? I furiously shook my head.
And not at all.
There were those flames in his eyes again. His intentions were unmistakable. I didn't care. Perhaps more practice would improve my skill, he mused before he leaned in and captured my lips again. His arm around me pressed us close, so close that every curve of my body mingled with his. I wasn't so naive that I didn't know what the hard spot in his groin signified. I'd wanted this for so long, and now every muscle in my body ached for his touch. I yelped and broke our connection as he swept me into his arms and carried me to his bedroom. Dardan lay me atop the sheet and drew off his robe. As in the bathhouse, he wore nothing beneath his clothing. My cheeks reddened even more as I beheld his whole body, including his stiff, throbbing manhood. My breaths came out shallow and quick as I opened my own robe. I too wore nothing underneath. His fiery eyes studied me with a lust that filled me with heat. That heat pooled between my legs. He pressed his body against mine and left a trail of hot kisses down the side of my throat. His hands drew my robe off me, and one of them cupped my breast in his palm. His fingers worked their magic, massaging my mound of flesh and sending little thrills of pleasure through me. I grasped the back of his head and closed my eyes, reveling in the feel of him touching me. Kissing me. It was all too much, and yet not enough. I needed more. Dardan must have felt the same way, because he pressed himself harder against me. I parted my legs and he slipped between them. The tip of his hard member teased my opening. I was so wet that he slipped inside without any problem. That is, until he met resistance. I grasped his arms and stiffened. He cocked his head to one side.
Is this your first time?
I bit my lower lip and sheepishly nodded.
Why, yeah.
He leaned in close, so close that our lips almost touched. Good. I want no other man to touch you. I didn't get a chance to reply before he captured my lips in a deep, passionate kiss. At the same time, he thrust hard and deep into me, breaking the proof of my virginity. There was pain, but at the same time his manhood rubbed against a bundle of my sensitive nerves. Ripples of pleasure ran through me. I broke us apart and gasped. I'd never imagined it would be this wonderful. Dardan lay down over me and drew out before pressing in. His long, stiff strokes caressed my body, making me hum with a growing hunger. The desire consumed us, sending all shyness out the window as we pressed ourselves as close as we could. My pert breasts rubbed against his chest, causing friction that stirred even more desire within us. I moaned and he grunted. His hips thrust again and again. The penetrations grew deeper and harder. I shut my eyes and clung to him, my body soaked in sweat. Our hard, quick pants filled the room, becoming a chorus of lust that mingled with the tremors of something greater.
Oh my God, I whispered as I wrapped my legs around his waist. Oh God, don't stop.
Never stop. Faint lights sprang from our sweat-soaked bodies. Mists of soft silver and fiery red magic mingled, illuminating the room with our lovemaking. And then I felt it. The deep beginnings of orgasm. My eyes flew open, and I clung to him as my body spasmed with pleasure. Tingles became waves as I became awash in the ecstasy of one orgasm after another, blinding me and filling me with the sweet heat of his passion. Dardan continued on a moment longer, but my clinging wet walls rubbed him into his pleasure. He thrust hard a few more times and stiffened, and I felt him spill into me. The lights around us began to fade as he collapsed beside me. Dardan wrapped his arms around me and drew me against his warm, sweaty chest. I smiled and wriggled closer. He stretched his arm back and grabbed a spare sheet that lay on the floor. I was glad for the extra warmth as my sweat cooled, causing a chill to come over me. Dardan set his chin atop my head and held me close. A faint chuckle rumbled through him.
That was interesting.
I snorted.
That's one way to look at it.
He stroked my hair with one hand. The soothing motions made me sleepy.
We should try that again very soon.
I snuggled my cheek against his chest and closed my eyes.
Yeah.
I slipped into a blissful sleep, and my dreams were filled with soft scarlet eyes and warm, comforting arms. Chapter 28. The morning sun shone brightly on the Valley of the Bears, and a heavy dew hung over everything, glistening in the weak light. Ariane stepped out onto the rear of the wraparound porch of her family's home, and gazed up at the steep slope. The tips were touched by a white frost, and a chill tickled her nose. She wrapped her shawl close about herself and sighed. "You have done nothing but sigh since you returned yesterday evening." Ariane started back and whipped her head around. Diane sauntered toward her with a mischievous smile on his lips, though his eyes showed a tinge of worry. "I have much on my mind," she countered as she leaned against one of the posts but stopped herself before she sighed.
"Such as your friend?" he guessed as he set his hands on the railing in front of them.
"Yes, and you and father and everything that has happened," she added. "And a certain prince," he suggested. Her cheeks blushed and she turned her face away from him. "That is unimportant right now. Should we suspend love when its warmth is most needed?" he countered as he studied the hillside behind their home. His voice was low and soft.
"These are dark times.
I doubt our people have seen anything this bad since the war. If you have even a chance of happiness, then you should take it." She sighed. There was no stopping that one. "I can't choose between them. I just can't." He straightened and turned to her with a warm smile.
"That's because it's too early in the morning for that kind of thinking.
You need to get some food down you, and that's why I've come. Breakfast is ready, and father wants to talk to us about some things." Ariane cocked her head to one side in questioning. He grabbed her hand and tugged her toward the door. "He said he'd explain at breakfast, so let's go." The siblings hurried to the dining hall, at the head of the house near the stairs. They found their father at the head of the table, and two places set on either side of him. Diane took the right, and Ariane the left, and the servants removed the platter lids to reveal steaming piles of hot food. The siblings had little appetite. Their full attention lay on their father.
"What news do you have for us, father?"
Diane wondered, as he absently piled his plate. King Pangbaron's plate was as full as theirs, but his food had lain long enough that no steam came from the piles of meat and vegetables. His fork and spoon lay untouched. Only his mug showed signs of attention, and that was hardly a quarter down from the high water mark. The great king of the bears studied his only son. "You showed a great deal of courage and cool judgment during our foray against the wolves." Diane shook his head. "I did a lot of foolish things, father. I led Lady Anna into the Tianfeld, and nearly got us both killed. Or worse. But you argued against my rash decision to allow for the duel that nearly cost Werg and me our lives," he countered as he leaned back.
"Were it not for Lady Roberts, I doubt I'd be sitting here speaking to you."
"This concerns Werg as well." Diane lifted an eyebrow.
"What does he want?"
"King Werg is setting up an expedition to inspect the village the wolf boy came from," Pangbaron explained as he folded his arms over his chest. "Werg asked for me to send some of my men to fill out their number, and for them to bring whatever medicine they might need. When I told grandmother about the request, she told us to wait until she got back." Diane blinked at him. "Grandmother left Banha?" A bemused smile slipped onto his father's lips.
"Yes.
She must think the expedition is important enough to break her long habit."
"But where did she go?"
Ariane spoke up. Pangbaron stood and paced the floor behind his chair. "She said was going to the Heaven Realm, to drag Prince Yushir into the mess because there wasn't enough trouble between the two clans." Ariane sat up at the mention of the Heavenly Prince's name. Her heart fluttered, and she pressed her fist against her chest to soothe the pitter-patter of her heart. Diane cocked his head to the side and furrowed his brow. "Prince Yushir? Can she really convince him to join the party?" "I'm not sure," Pangbaron admitted as he moved back and forth. "But having His Highness in the party will soothe any ill will between our clans, so it's a good idea. I have sent a messenger to Werg informing him of the matter, and asking him to wait until Prince Yushir gets here, or grandmother returns alone. If that's the case, then please let me go, father. I'll represent our family in this matter. King Pangbaran stopped before his son's chair and clasped his hands behind his back.
That is just what I had planned.
If even the heavens has a representative, so shall one from our family go with them. May I go as well, father? The king set his eyes on his daughter. Her hands were clasped together on the table, and her eyes were large and pleading. He lifted his chin and pressed his lips together. I can't allow you to go, Ariane. She leaped to her feet so quickly that she overturned her chair. But I know I can be of some assistance. Even if I only watch over the boy, I would be grateful for that task. I can't allow both my children to go on such a dangerous mission, he insisted.
What would our people do if you were both lost to us?
I swear I will remain at the rear, and should trouble come our way I will retreat, she promised as she stepped up to her father and pressed her hands against his chest.
Please, father.
Allow me this one boon. He lifted an eyebrow.
Why do you beg me so?
You only just arrived, and now you wish to depart so soon? She bit her lower lip and bundled both her fists against her chest.
Please, father.
I only wish to help. Pangbaran set a hand on her shoulder.
Not this time, my dearest daughter.
You have only just got home, and I would be glad to see more of you than a single night staring at your weary bones after a long trip. Ariane closed her eyes and bowed her head.
Very well, father.
When all of this trouble is over, you shall go with whomever and wherever you wish to have some safe adventures, he assured her. Diane laughed and picked up his fork. There are no safe adventures, father, only boring trips. I'll have to prepare for my adventure, so I can leave when Prince Yushir arrives. You have faith that grandmother can fetch him? Pangbaran wondered. His son stuffed some food into his mouth and grinned. Don't you? Pangbaran smiled and sat down. If anyone can, it would be her. He picked up his fork, but paused and looked up at his daughter. She stood stock still, her eyes having a faraway glint in her eyes. His smile faded, and he patted the spot on the table beside her plate.
Come and sit with us.
We might not have many meals before your brother leaves. Ariane shook herself from her reverie, and smiled at him before she sat down. Of course, father, and I hope Diane comes home without a tale to tell us. Diane grinned, and poured out a glass for his sibling and himself before he lifted his cup to her. I can drink to that. As will I, Pangbaran agreed as he raised his glass. To an uneventful trip. They chinked their glasses together, and Ariane hid her sad smile behind her cup. Chapter 29. The family finished their meal, and Ariane was only too glad to get away. She returned to her room, where she stood at the window that overlooked the rear of the valley. A tender breeze brushed against the leaves of the trees and made the blades of grass dance. The waters of the river flowed past the house, cooling and refreshing the air. It was a paradise. And she didn't see any of it. Ariane clasped her hands together against her chest, and bit her lower lip. All her thoughts lay on her brother, and his upcoming adventure. No, that wasn't quite true. Too many of her thoughts were with that handsome heavenly prince. He would be in the midst of that adventure, as well. Shouts from the front of the house caught her attention. She hurriedly drew off the cloak, and folded it neatly in her chest. Footsteps stampeded down the hall, and she peeked her head out. Her father and brother disappeared out the front door, where a small crowd had gathered. Ariane hurried down the hall to the open front doors. She grasped the frame in one hand, and watched as Prince Yushir landed. His long hair blew in the wind, and his robes, though flapping, were as pristinely clean as ever. Pangbaran strode up to meet his heavenly guest, and offered his hand to Yushir. It's a great pleasure to welcome you again so soon, Prince Yushir. I expect grandmother has told you everything you need to know about King Weg's intentions. Yushir shook his hand and looked about the place. She told me King Weg intended to visit the destroyed village very soon, and so I rushed over as quickly as I could manage. Would you care for a rest before you head out to the Fung? Pangbaran offered him. The prince pursed his lips. I should not keep King Werg waiting. He noticed the lone figure standing in the doorway. A lump formed in his throat that he quickly swallowed. That is, I should like some refreshments before I am to leave. You shall not go hungry or alone, Pangbaran assured him as he led his guest toward the house. Werg has asked me for some of my men, and my own son will be among them. Yushir smiled at the lad who stood nearby. That is very kind of him to offer his services. It is only my duty, sir, Diane countered as he followed the pair up the stairs. Yushir returned his attention to the door frame where Ariane stood. She stepped to one side to allow them passage, and he couldn't help but stop and admire her beauty. Good morning, Lady Ariane. Though it has been only a day since we last saw one another, I am glad to see you again so soon. She smiled and bowed her head to him. And I to you, Prince Yushir. Pangbaran's good humor faltered a little, as his eyes flickered between the pair. He clapped his hand on Yushir's shoulder, and jerked his head toward the dining room. Come and let us drink, while your provisions are prepared. You would like a bag for yourself, would you not? Yushir reluctantly drew his attention away from Ariane, and to his host.
That would depend on how far the village is.
On the other side of the Feta Hills, Pangbaran informed him as he guided Yushir into the hall. It's a half-day's journey from the border, provided you're traveling on foot and don't come across any lone wolves. The village stood on one of the lesser roads, and was little frequented by outsiders. And King Werg will not be put out by my coming? Yushir inquired, as they took a seat at the table. You'd be a great asset to any party, Your Highness, Pangbaran assured him before he glanced at the door and paused. Ariane stood in the hall, staring at them. He frowned and waved his hand. A few men who had followed them into the room closed the door behind them. Yushir caught a glimpse of Ariane's face just before the doors were shut. Lady Ariane seems slightly put out. Has something happened so soon after her arrival? She has been forbidden from joining the expedition, the king explained as he leaned back in his seat and sighed. I'm afraid she isn't taking the refusal as well as I'd hoped. Yushir's eyebrows shot up. She insisted on coming. Most vehemently, Pangbaran confirmed as he eyed his eager guest with a curious look. Do you perhaps know the reason why she wanted to go so badly? The prince crossed one leg over the other, and folded his hands into his lap.
I haven't the slightest idea, Your Majesty.
Did she not mention it to you? Only that she became most eager, after learning that you were going to be in the party. Yushir's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Me? My presence interested her? Pangbaran examined him for a moment longer, before he waved his hand.
That's hardly important, don't you think, Your Highness?
We have these troubles to discuss. Yushir lifted his chin and cleared his throat.
Yes, of course.
My apologies for my lapse in judgment. While the men discussed their journey, Ariane stood in the hall with her eyes closed and her head bowed. She strained to hear a word they said through the closed doors, but nothing except a soft murmur drifted through the thick doors.
Is something the matter?
The voice jolted her from her thoughts and she whipped her head up. Jin stood in front of her with a gentle smile on his lips. She straightened and clasped her hands behind her back.
I was only thinking about the journey my brother is to take.
You are no doubt going as well. I volunteered, but your father was worried about too many of his best fighters leaving the town, Jin revealed as he studied her face. I've seen you have that expression before. Her eyes widened.
What expression is that? The one right before you do something a little rash, he mused as his eyes twinkled.
There was a touch of disappointment at the corners of his lips that turned them down. You intend to go, don't you? She turned her face away. I cannot disobey my father.
Then what about your heart?
Ariane turned her face away and bit her lower lip. He grasped her hands and tilted his head far enough to catch her eyes. I've never known you to be a selfish person, Ariane. You're not made to be anything else. That's why I know that whatever decision you make will be the right one. Tears pooled in her eyes and she dropped her gaze to their joined hands. She brushed her thumbs over the top of his fingers. Any decision? His good humor faltered a little, but he let out a deep breath. Any decision. Ariane stood on her tiptoes and pressed a light kiss against his lips. His eyes widened as she stepped back, drawing her hands out of his. Thank you, Jin. You're a very good friend. She slipped around him and disappeared into her room. Jin sighed and pressed his fingers against his lips. A good friend? The doors to the dining hall sprang open, and the company strode out with Pangbaron and Yushir side by side. Should something happen along the journey to threaten your life, then I would ask you to forfeit the goal and not your crystal. A faint smile slipped onto Yushir's lips. You have my word that I will not allow myself to think twice before saving my neck, Your Majesty. Pangbaron chuckled. Then I expect you and everyone else to come back. The front door opened at that moment, and Lord Lujun strode inside. The general stopped in front of his king and bowed his head. The supplies have been packed, my king. Excellent, Pangbaron complimented as he used a hand to gesture to his close confidant. Lord Lujun will also be accompanying you as far as the border. I wish he could go further, but I'm sure King Werg wouldn't want such an esteemed wolf fighter to distract his men from the mission. Yushir turned to face his host and grasped his hands together in front of himself. Unfortunately, your judgment is sound. The bonds between your clans are still inextricably tied to past grievances. I hope you can lay aside your differences by the time the meeting in the heavens comes around. A month is short notice to put aside all animosity, but I promise you that no trouble will come from my clan during the meeting, Pangbaron swore as he held out his hand. You have my word as the ruler of the bears. Yushir smiled and shook the shifter's hand. I can ask for no better assurance. May we meet again? He was interrupted by the sudden arrival of a wisp of red wind. The blood-colored breeze carried with it embers, and the whole mess swirled about his person. The bears scrambled back and Pangbaron's eyes widened. What is this sorcery? Yushir brushed his hand through the mini-storm, and the cinders formed words before they scattered again. It appears to be a message from Lord Eastwei. If you will excuse me, I will take this privately. Pangbaron stepped back and bowed his head. Of course. Yushir slipped past the group and down the right side porch. He lifted one hand, and the red cinders formed themselves into the message Dardan had sent the night before. The prince stopped at the far end of the house, and read the note with increasing agitation. This does not bode well for Tuhara, he muttered to himself. The embers formed themselves into a wisp again, and flew past him. He lifted an eyebrow, and followed their trajectory, and so discovered them slipping through the open window of Ariane's room. The prince tiptoed over, and peeked around the corner. Ariane stood inside close to a chest. She started at the sudden entrance of the magic, but her eyes widened as they formed themselves into words. His angle meant Yushir couldn't read the message, but a quizzical expression appeared on Ariane's face. Their messages delivered, the fire finally petered out to nothing. Yushir stood there for a while longer, admiring the beauty of the forlorn maiden. Her sadness tugged at his heart, but he couldn't play the part of the comforting lover. There was a job to be done. I hope nothing is the matter, Pangbaron greeted him upon his return to the front of the house. Nothing a little perseverance will not fix, Yushir assured him as he shook the man's hand again. I will finish my farewell with a promise that we will see each other very soon. The two men parted, and Yushir followed Lujun down the exterior steps. Diane slipped in front of his father, and had a grin on his face as he held out his hand. You have my word as a future ruler of the Bear clan that I won't start any fights, at least not right now. The corners of Pangbaron's lips twitched up, but he swatted his son's hand away. Get along with you. Diane spun on his heels and strolled down the steps. His father's voice made him pause at the bottom. Diane. Diane turned and saluted his father.
Yes, Your Majesty. Watch yourself out there, Pangbaran told him.
Your sister would be sad to see anything happen to you. Diane's eyes twinkled.
I'll be sure to come back for both your sakes.
He crossed an arm over his chest and bowed low at the waist before heading out after the others. Pangbaran strolled to the top and Jin stepped up to his side. The pair watched the group disappear down the winding streets, and a tense silence filled the void left by their absence. Jin looked up at his king. Do you believe they will be safe? Pangbaran's shoulders slumped and he sighed. They have the best chance with the men I have sent, and with Prince Yushir present. Jin lifted an eyebrow.
That sounds like you're worried, my king.
He rubbed his hand across his chin.
Well, I'll say this, I'm grateful Ariane is left to me.
His companion's eyes flickered to the hall behind them, and the door to Ariane's bedroom, but he said nothing. Chapter 30. Ariane heard the men in the hall from her bedroom. She bowed her head and closed her eyes. A few whispered words passed over her parted lips. I am truly sorry, Father, but I cannot stand by and watch others put their lives at risk while I do nothing. Ariane shut her eyes and bowed her head.
What would you do, Anna?
What would you tell me to do? Follow your heart and don't be afraid. Ariane opened her eyes and smiled. Determination filled her with a soothing warmth. She spun around to face the room, and stalked over to the hope chest at the foot of her bed. Ariane opened the chest, and revealed her two prized possessions. One was the box that contained the gift of Alien. Another was a carefully folded cloth that lay beside it. She drew out the cloth, and revealed the Dunyan cloak. The magical cloth shimmered in the early morning sun. She drew the cloak about her shoulders, and her body was hidden beneath its magic. Someday, she would have to return the precious item to its owner. Today was not that day. Ariane drew the hood about her head, and completely vanished. She tiptoed to the patio door and slipped outside. The sunny day didn't even reveal her shadow, as she slunk along the wall and to the front of the building. Her scent too had disappeared. Lord Buhelm had certainly thought of everything when crafting the cloak, though Ariane noticed her footsteps left a scuff on the porch boards. It seemed magic couldn't blot out all of nature. Ariane paused at the front and watched the parting, and her father's final words tugged at her heartstrings. Forgive me, Father. I will return as soon as I am able. With that promise, Ariane steadied her nerve and slipped past them. Her quiet footsteps didn't attract the attention of anyone around her, though the occasional farm animal did look up from their trough to study her. Her prey slipped out of town, and down the dusty road to the ruins of her ancestors' folly. They paused at the barren wastelands, though that wasn't quite true. With the curse lifted, some signs of life such as sprigs of grass and weeds had sprouted at the edges. Lu Jun frowned at the barren gap between where they stood, and the border to the wolflands. I wish I was going with you, my prince. Diane clapped a hand on the man's shoulder, and smiled at him. So do I, Lord Lu Jun, but I expect you to take care of my sister while I'm gone. She needs as many people as possible watching, to keep her out of trouble. How true are his words, Ariane thought to herself as she crept closer to the group. Yushir stiffened and whipped his head around. Ariane froze as his eyes fell on her location.
Is something the matter, Prince Yushir?
Lu Jun spoke up. Yushir studied the empty spot where she stood and toyed with his ring. I am not certain. He shook off his doubts, and returned his attention to his companions.
But we had better be on our way.
Tardiness would be a terrible start to this adventure. The group continued, with their invisible companion following behind. Ariane was hard put to avoid leaving her footprints, and was forced to move away from the experienced hunters. She stopped at a distance of a quarter mile from their position, and followed in tandem to the border of the wolf lands. A small group of wolf shifters awaited them, including the young boy from the village. He rode atop one of their transformed number. Ariane crept close to overhear their conversation. King Werg himself had come to receive his illustrious guest, and he inclined his head to the heavenly royalty. "Good day, Prince Yuxia. You do us a great honor by coming along." Yuxia raised a hand and smiled. "I would ask that you treat me as another of your companions." A crooked grin slipped onto the wolf's lips. "I see. Well then, we won't give you a rest. Unless you're prepared to lose your clothing by transforming, there's a half-day journey ahead of us." "We would prefer to keep our attire and dignity for a time," Diane spoke up as he stepped forward. Weg's mischievous eyes fell on the bears and their leader. "I hope our friends from the other clan will let us set the pace." Diane tipped his head to the royalty. "Whatever pace you decide, we will follow, King Werg." "Then let's be off." Ariane kept low and hurried after the party. She didn't keep them in sight, but their trail was only a few minutes old. The company wound its way through a rocky world of stone boulders and prickly drought-resistant bushes. Half the morning was gone when a faint noise ahead of her, and the freshness of the tracks she followed, made her slow down. She tiptoed up to a row of tall brush and peeked through a small gap out in the plants. The company stood on the edge of a small stream that wound its way through the arid area. "This is our last chance at pure water," Werg advised his men as he lifted his water bottle. Yuxia dropped his bat onto a rock and rubbed his feet. The soles of his sandals were worn thin and scratched by the unforgiving ground. "I am grateful for any reprieve." Ariane couldn't agree more. Her fantastic cloak was covered in dust and her lips were cracked. She slunk away downstream and found a grove of gnarled but tall trees a quarter of a mile from their encampment. The waters offered a wonderful reprieve from the dry air, and she drank her fill. Ariane even removed her hood and brushed her wet fingers through her hair to cool herself. She soon stood, refreshed and relaxed, and was prepared to return when a noise in the brush caught her attention. She turned around just as something short and stocky crashed out of the plants. Ariane leaped out of the way and tumbled across the ground before coming to a stop on her stomach. She grasped the ground, her heart pounding in her chest. A snorting sound made her whip her head up. A huge boar stood in front of her. Its wild but cunning eyes glared at her. The creature pawed the ground and threw its head back. Ariane threw her hood over her head, but the beast had zeroed in on her position. Voices caught her attention. "I expected you to want a little more time off your feet. A noise in this direction makes me worry that we are missing something important," came the reply. "By the realms. Yuxia and her brother." The voices distracted her long enough for the boar to make another charge. Ariane rolled out of the way and scrambled to her feet. Her heart skipped a beat, and instinct told her to hide until she reminded herself that she was invisible. The boar interrupted her with another assault on her person. This time the right tusk grazed her side and nearly caught on the cloak. Another attack like that, and she would be as a fish on a hook. The boar spun around a few yards away and snorted at her. Ariane's frantic mind flipped through her options. She could transform, but her magic would nullify the effects of the Dunyan cloak. She could try to run, but her frail human legs wouldn't stand much of a chance against the creature's 4 hooves. Still, flight had a chance without exposing her. Ariane turned tail and rushed toward the largest tree with the lowest branches. The boar pawed the ground before it charged. She leaped up and grabbed hold of the thickest branch she could reach and pulled herself up. It wasn't a moment too soon. The boar came charging down upon the spot she had just vacated, and it swung its head from side to side hoping to gore her. The creature was so focused on her that it didn't bother to slow down and crashed into the trunk. The whole tree shook, and Ariane almost lost her grip. An unbidden cry was torn from her before she wrapped her arms and legs around the branch. She hung upside down and was only 5 feet off the ground. The boar paced the dirt, its beady eyes glaring at her. Sweat formed on her forehead, and a droplet fell on the beast. The boar leaped up and snapped its jaws, eating the sweat and coming within a half-foot of biting into her back. Ariane yelped and clutched tighter to the branch. "You need only outlast its patience," she assured herself. "Surely it will tire of this game and leave." The boar paced the ground beneath her before it sat down. Her heart fell and her hope dwindled. It looked like she would be forced to transform after all. Did you hear that? Diane wondered as their footsteps could now be heard by her.
I thought I heard a noise from this direction.
Ariane's heart was jump-started at the voice. She was forced to tilt her head back and look upside down into the woods. Yushir and Diane emerged from the trees across the grove, walking side by side. The pair paused at the edge of the clearing. The prince frowned at the beast that stood guard beneath her.
It seems we have been following a simple beast.
The boar's ears perked up and it whipped its head around. A low feral growl came from it, as the ugly creature stood and turned to face them. Diane smiled at the thing.
It looks like it took your comment personally, Yushir.
A rather intelligent beast, is it not? Yushir mused as his eyes scoured the tree under which it sat. Though I wonder why it sits beneath those branches. Maybe it isn't as smart as it makes itself out to be, Diane suggested. The boar snorted and scuffed the ground with one hoof. Yushir chuckled. It appears you have not made friends with the beast. You have me there, Prince Yushir. I would rather make a tasty snack of it than friends. Please call me Yushir. We are to be companions on this trip, after all. Diane grinned and clapped a hand on the prince's shoulder. Then you can call me Prince, or maybe, Your Royal Highness, heir apparent to the vast lands of the Bear clan. You silly fool. Ariane scolded him. Yushir chuckled. I will consider it, but in the meantime, I would ask to call you by your nickname. Diane slipped his hand off his shoulder and shrugged. If you insist, Yushi. The prince blinked at him.
Yushi.
We're companions, right? Diane teased as he nudged Yushir's arm with his elbow. So we should both have nicknames. Don't you think that's fair? I suppose, came the reluctant reply. While they discussed their name, Ariane still hung over her nemesis. Her bear lineage meant she wouldn't strength for quite some time, but the boar wiggled its butt into the dirt and dropped onto its knees for a long occupation. Ariane's heart stopped when she heard a soft crack. She whipped her head around and beheld a tear at the end of the branch. The limb shuddered and the crack widened. No, she inwardly shouted as the whole limb swung down. Chapter 31. Ariane let out a scream that echoed around the grove as she dropped atop the boar. The animal squealed and shot out, but it was too slow to avoid being hit by the end of the branch. Ariane was thrown from her perch and rolled onto the ground. Her cloak was dragged under her, and her hook became askew over her head. Part of her face was revealed to the world. Ariane! Diane shouted as the men hurried over. Her brother hefted her onto her feet and removed the hood completely, revealing her whole head.
How are you like this?
What are you doing here? A snuff from under the branch was their only warning, before the limb was heaved off the ground. The trio scuttled back and watched the boar rise to its unsteady feet. The beast's eyes fell on them, and their filmy expression cleared. It pawed the ground and snorted. Yushir stepped in front of the company and flicked his wrist. A droplet of water burst from his palm. The boar snorted and flung its head. Yushir grinned and twitched his fingers. The orb exploded into a swirling mass of liquid 10 feet in diameter. The boar took one look at that and turned tail and ran. Yushir closed his hand and the water vanished. He turned to the siblings, and especially to Ariane. Her head was bowed and her cheek was pressed against her brother's chest. You are a very stubborn creature, Lady Ariane. It is fortunate we came in time. Diane's gaze flickered between the pair. How'd you know she was here? I noticed her dour expression while we were in your father's home, Yushir explained as he smiled at the young woman. And I suspected she still had the cloak of Lord Buhelm in her possession. That would give her ample confidence to follow us. When we stopped for a rest, I guessed that should she be following us, she would take one herself downstream and downwind from our group, and the rest played out as you saw. Diane lowered his voice to a whisper.
You should have stayed home.
I couldn't let you do this alone, she insisted. Whatever her motive, we have traveled too far to turn back now, Eastwei mused as he laid a hand on her shoulder. Do you swear to follow our instructions explicitly? Ariane lifted her chin and turned to him, forcing his hand to fall off her shoulder. I swear it. He held out his hand. Then begin by giving me the cloak. Ariane sighed but drew off the mantle and draped it over his hand. Eastwei folded the piece of cloth and tucked it into his robes before he looked across her and at her brother. Then we had better rejoin the others. I will provide an explanation. The trio returned to the temporary encampment, and the wolves, upon seeing the new companion, all leaped to their feet. Werg strolled up to them and lifted an eyebrow. Isn't this Princess Ariane? How'd she come to be here, without any of us noticing? The princess used her guile to follow the stream and our route, which allowed her to avoid detection, Eastwei informed him. Even I was unable to sense her presence, and only luck allowed Diane and I to stumble upon her just now. Eastwei's self-berating comment soothed the Wolf King's ego, though he crossed his arms over his chest. Only luck. Eastwei smiled. The luck was rather in our favor than Lady Ariane's. Unless someone has objections, I would have her follow us. The Wolf King sighed. We don't have a choice. We'll be at the village in less than 2 hours, and I can't spare any of my men. Nor can I spare any of mine, Diane spoke up as he nodded in the direction toward which they traveled. So let's get going, so we can return all the quicker. The larger company packed up their few belongings and continued on their way. True to his word, they arrived at the village 2 hours later. The road rose a little, and they paused between 2 stones representing the entrance to the small town. The village had 6 small huts with rounded roofs. The homes were partially buried in the ground and scattered over a few acres of land. All lay dark and empty. The silent animal corrals were already broken by nature and neglect. Weeds popped up in yards where chickens had once run. Even the natural creatures forsook the place, so that no birds sang overheard, and no animals skittered away at their arrival. The only recent work was in a large patch of open ground to their left and outside the village. It had once been a field but now had a new crop, gravestones. Dozens and dozens of grave markers dotted the patch of earth. A small sniffle caught Ariane's attention. The young boy atop the wolf rubbed his nose with the back of his hand. She moved over to him and leaned to one side to catch his attention. Hello there. My name is Ariane. What is your name? He turned his face away. Nyan. Would you like to get down and show me around, Nyan? She pleaded as she held out her hand to him. I do not know the way, and fear I may become lost. He rolled his eyes far enough to study her hand. You don't really need my help. But I do. I once became lost in my own house, she admitted. He blinked at her. Really? A heavy arm was draped over Ariane's shoulders, and Diane leaned against her. Really? I spun her around so much she became dizzy, and once she found her footing she still couldn't tell where she was. Ariane glared at him. I would not have told the story in such words. He shook her shoulders. What are brothers for? Nyan bit his lower lip, and his eyes flickered between the pair. I guess I can show you around. I am so glad. Ariane replied, and much was her pleasure when the wolf knelt to allow the boy to slide down. Ariane took up his hand, and he led her up the slope to the silent village. The others followed, and many of the wolves flexed their fingers as their hands changed to claws. The bears too transformed enough to give themselves natural weapons along with those at their belts. They reached the center of the village, and Werg turned his sights on the lad. Where was the monster? Nyan pointed at one of the larger homes. It was back there. You're sure? Werg questioned him. The boy bowed his head and bit his lower lip. I saw people being dragged back there by the thing. They didn't come out. We found most of the bodies on the other side of that alley, Your Highness, one of the wolf soldiers chimed in. Was there so little of the creature found that its location is unknown? Yushia spoke up. We searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of the thing, Werg informed him as his grim eyes swept over the empty village. It was as if it disappeared back into whatever earth and hell it came from. Yushia folded his arms over his chest and stared hard at the ground. Your comment makes me wonder if the demons may not know something of the matter. In any case, I have heard naught from them about their communities being attacked. A crooked smile slipped onto Weg's lips. Would they really admit to you that they were being attacked? The prince chuckled and toyed with his ring. I suppose not, but my curiosity has been piqued. I shall have to make a call upon them after we are through here.
Let's take a look down that alley, Werg suggested as he met the gaze of everyone present.
Stay together. No one goes alone. The company stuck close together as they made their way down the wide alley. The ground was as hard as stone from countless feet, though weeds had managed to penetrate a few softer piles. They reached the far end and Werg turned back so he faced their path. Did anyone see anything out of the ordinary? The Wolf King questioned them. A soft murmur of no, and not a thing rose from everyone. I would suggest everyone fan out but stay in pairs, Yushia spoke up as he toyed with his ring. A wolf to a bear, and vice versa. Strength and speed will be a greater advantage in a fight. A good plan, Diane chimed in. Werg furrowed his brow before he turned to his men. You heard him. Pick a mate and go everywhere. Chapter 32. The wolves and bears reluctantly joined forces, and soon the teams were spread throughout the city. Ariane knelt to be face to face with her charge.
Where would you like to go?
He turned his head this way and that, before he pointed at another side street.
Home is over there. Are you sure you want to see it?
He bobbed his head.
Yeah.
I want to get something. Ariane stood, and let him lead her through the irregular street layout to a road on the far side of the village. The thoroughfare was as narrow as the alley, and was lined on either side by smaller in-ground huts. He guided her to one of them, and scooted down the stairs before opening the door. The interior was comfortably lit by the many windows, but the eerie silence outside was the same inside the house. Everything had a fine layer of dust over it, and a few plates with mummified food sat on the table. Nyan stopped on the threshold, and a sniffle escaped him.
It's so lonely now.
Ariane knelt down, and wrapped her arms around the boy just as he burst into tears. He clung to her, as his sorrow racked his body. I am so sorry, she whispered as she squeezed him tightly. Tears pooled in her own eyes, and she had to stiffen her body to stop from trembling. Nyan calmed down after a few minutes. He pulled himself away, and rubbed the remaining tears from his eyes. Sorry. She grasped his shoulders and smiled at him.
There is no need to apologize.
The young lad cocked his head to one side.
You know, you speak funny.
Ariane stared blankly at him, before she burst out laughing. Nyan sheepishly grinned at her, and she rubbed the top of his head. I do, though this is not how I have always spoken. He blinked at her. Why'd you change? She stood and sighed. Because the demands of life often involve change. Now, was there not something you wished to show me? Nyan's eyes lit up.
Yeah.
He broke away from her, and rushed into a side room. The lad soon returned with a leather pouch which jingled. My dad gave me these, and my mom made me the bag. He opened the parcel, and revealed a treasure trove of marbles. I want to take them so I can remember them by. Ariane set her hand on his shoulder. An excellent decision. Now we should go outside before the others worry about us. The pair left the gloomy confines of the lonely home, and stepped out into the bright sun. The rays didn't seem to reach them, and Ariane couldn't help but shiver. She noticed her little charger's hand shook. Ariane knelt in front of the young boy, and noticed his cheeks were still red. Do you wish to leave? She whispered to him. He stared ahead, and lifted his chin a little.
I am all right. I just remember so much. I can't believe they're all gone.
We can leave if the memories are too painful, she suggested.
Nyan closed his eyes and shook his head. Not all of them are bad.
There was a carnival not too long before it happened. A bunch of people came to sell stuff. There was even this funny man selling seeds.
Ariane stiffened, as his words brought a memory to her mind. She tried to keep her voice soft and even.
Was he short and carrying a tray against his chest?
Nyan's eyes widened. Yeah, that's the one.
Do you know him?
Hello.
The shout came from Yushir as he trotted over to them. His eyes flickered between the pair.
There you are.
I worried something had happened to you.
King Werg came up behind the prince as his companion.
The prince's good humor faded as he studied Ariane's face.
What is the matter?
You look as though something troubles you. Ariane took a deep, shuddering breath. Nyan just told me a merchant came through here not too long before the village was attacked.
Nyan shrank into himself. Is that a bad thing?
She offered the lad a shaky smile.
No.
I only mean to say that I believe I have met your merchant. She turned her attention full on Yushir, and her face was ghastly pale. Anna and I met such a man not too long before there was the trouble in Lord Eastwei's garden.
Yushir's eyebrows shot up.
Did you? It may be a coincidence, of course, but it appears to be our only lead. Ariane swallowed the growing lump in her throat, but she couldn't hide the tremor that ran through her body. I received a message from Anna shortly before I followed you.
Did you?
Yushir wondered. Anna said she saw the same man in Tuhara.
The prince froze and his eyes widened.
Just recently.
During those troubles?
She cast a quizzical expression at him.
You know of the troubles?
Nyan tugged on her hand.
What's wrong?
You don't look very good.
Would someone kindly tell me the whole story?
Werg spoke up.
What story is that?
It was Diane who spoke up as his partner, and he strolled up to them. He took one look at Ariane, and his amusement collapsed into a frown.
What's wrong?
I must get to them as soon as possible, Yushir announced. He didn't wait for a reply, but spun around and hurried toward the center of the village.
Wait,
Ariane pleaded as she hurried after him with the boy in tow.
You must take me with you.
Yushir didn't turn around as he replied.
That is out of the question.
Ariane released her charge and slipped around Yushir. She stood in his path and stretched out her arms on either side. Her unwavering gaze met his.
I will not be left behind again.
Even if you were to leave me here now, I will follow you to Tuhara.
The prince pursed his lips.
I would much rather you not face this unknown danger.
What danger?
Werg persisted, as the rest of their group joined the pair.
What's going on?
Yushir stared at Ariane a moment longer, before he turned his focus to the others.
Nyan mentioned seeing a peddler selling beans.
Such a figure was in the heavens before a similar attack occurred. Now we have received notice from Lady Anna that such a man has been seen in Tuhara, where more trouble is brewing.
Diane stepped to the forefront.
Then take me with you.
I would rather you all remained here, Yushir insisted as he returned his attention to Ariane.
There is no telling what danger lies ahead.
I will not leave my friend to such terrible possibilities, Ariane insisted as she wrapped her hand around his wrist. Her expression softened, and her pleading eyes stared into his orbs.
Please take me with you.
Please.
Yushir pursed his lips and looked past Ariane at her brother.
Diane's shoulders slumped, but he gave a single curt nod. The prince drew his arm around her waist and pulled her against him.
Ariane yelped and pressed her hands against his chest.
What are you doing?
What you desire, my lady, he told her as his magic surrounded them.
She yelped and clutched onto his robe as they flew into the air.
Diane cupped his hands over his mouth.
Bring her home safe, Yashi.
Ariane felt her companion stiffen, and he ground his teeth together. She looked out in the direction they headed, and wondered at the lack of a breeze blowing over them. This is the ability to travel swiftly.
As swiftly as any creature in all the realms, he told her. How long will it take us to reach them? She asked him.
We will not beat the sunset, but we may beat the midnight hour. Ariane tightened her grip on his robes. Keep safe, Anna. We are coming. Chapter 33. I woke up from a wonderful dream. I dreamed that Dardan and I had confessed our feelings for one another in the most intimate of ways, and it had been the most wonderful moment in my life. A clear morning sun shone through the windows, and I stretched my arms over my head. My fisted palms knocked into something flat and hard. Have you forgotten that I am still here? I froze and whipped my head back. Dardan's head lay above mine, and his body was stretched out a half-foot away beside me. I stared wide-eyed at his bemused expression. He bent one arm and cupped his cheek in his palm. Have you also forgotten what happened last night? A heavy blush accented my cheeks and he chuckled. Apparently not. I carefully lowered my arms and pressed them against my chest. A single blanket covered our bodies, though Dardan's upper half was mostly revealed. I shrank beneath the cover, but he stretched an arm across my front and pinned me to the bed. He scooted closer and lowered his voice to a seductive whisper. I would rather you not hide yourself. You have nothing of which to be ashamed. I seriously considered melting into my embarrassment.
It's not that.
He lifted an eyebrow.
Then what is it?
I turned my face away, and my fingers tapped against the hem of the blanket.
It's just, well, anybody seeing me, that is.
Dardan leaned closer and his warm breath brushed my red cheek. Anna tired? I snorted. If you want to make it sound elegant. He grabbed the part of the cover between my fidgeting hands. Experience will wash away your shyness. I let out an eep when he tugged downward on the blanket. What remained of my innocence was saved by a soft rap on the window. We both turned to the glass, and saw that one of the hongbo birds fluttered outside the pane. It rapped its beak against the glass, and I noticed a small cylinder attached to its foot. Dardan sighed, and regretfully drew away from me. He swung his legs out of the bed, and grabbed the end of the sheet. I yelped as he pulled away my only cover, and used that to wrap around his body. I dove underneath the sheets, and peeked out enough to glare at him. A mischievous, crooked smile lay on his lips as he reached the glass and opened the window. The hongbo fluttered into the room, and landed neatly atop the nightstand. It hopped to the edge closest to me, and cocked its head to one side as it studied me. What? I asked the creature. It danced from side to side and fluttered its wings. I tightened my grip on the sheet, and lifted my chin a little as a smile played across my lips. Maybe we did, and maybe we didn't. Dardan sauntered over, and opened the tiny lid of the cylinder. He drew out a rolled-up note which he unfurled. His eyes scanned the note, and some of his good humor faded. I sat up with the sheets wrapped tightly around my chest, and stretched my neck to get a peek at the message.
What is it?
Are Rex and Ruin all right?
The letter is from Mrs. Fairley.
She says they were well, but there is much concern in the town about what Rex discovered. They wish for me to attend a meeting this evening, where they will discuss what can be done. My hands shook a little, so I tightened my grip on the sheets. I see. He raised his eyes to me. That gives us a few hours in which we will see to your studies. My face drooped and my heart patted, but not in a pleasant way.
What are you going to have me do today?
His eyes twinkled with mischief. If I told you, then that would ruin the surprise. Crafting a reply should take no more than 20 minutes. We shall leave then. I opened my mouth to insist on more particulars, but Dardan took that moment to drop his sheet. My face turned a brilliant shade of red, and I whipped my face away. I heard him shuffling around the room, and in a few minutes, he stepped into my view fully robed. Unfortunately, I have none of your clothes in this room, he mused as he held out his hand to the bird. The hongbo hopped onto one of his fingers. And if you would leave the sheets, I would be most grateful. I wrapped them tighter about myself and glared at him.
I'm not walking naked through the house. Why not?
Only I would see you, he pointed out.
That's enough.
I snapped back as I swung my legs over the side of the bed and flipped the sheet. Dardan stepped back to avoid being whipped by the blanket. I hopped to my feet and entangled myself in the sheet. My plan was too perfect. The sheet was so tight about my person that I was unable to do anything more than waddle. Dardan strolled behind me as I walked like a penguin out of his room. Do you wish for me to carry you? The little bird twittered like it was laughing along with his teasing.
I'm just fine.
I growled at him as I waddled the short distance across the hall to my bedroom. I paused in the doorway and glanced over my shoulder. The man and the bird continued to watch me.
What?
We are merely waiting, Dardan told me. My eyebrows crashed down as I took a step forward. Waiting for. My foot stepped on the sheet and tripped me up. I tumbled forward onto the floor with the blanket wrapped tightly around me. The treacherous sheets and I rolled out like two fighting fish before I managed to push my head up. Dardan and his feathered friend were all smiles, or as much as a bird could smile with its beak. I glared at the pair and used a bare foot to slam the door shut between us. The bird twittered, and a soft chuckle accompanied its laughter as Dardan's footsteps retreated down the hall. I rolled my eyes before I rolled out of my soft prison. I was quick to dress, and plopped myself on the bed after I was done. Something on my nightstand caught my attention. It was the book Fayeli had given me. My eyes flickered to the door. All was quiet and calm. No sign of Dardan yet. I plucked the book from the nightstand and paused to admire the cover. Mrs. Fayeli really knew what she was doing when she handed me the book. I brushed my hand over the ornate title. A Brief History of the Black Rain. An appendix at the back listed all the most important details, and I discovered an entry with Dardan's official name. Eastwei, I murmured as I examined the number of pages that included a reference to him. My mouth dropped open as I counted a total of 100 different mentions. I scooted further onto the bed and leaned my back against the headboard. The book sat comfortably on my bent knees as my finger ran down the entries.
Was there any battle you weren't involved in?
A minor reference caught my attention, and I whispered it aloud. Ansung. See reference to the fallen on page 200. I eagerly flipped the pages to that chapter, and discovered it was the final one in the book. My eagerness was dampened when I came to the chapter heading. Each chapter had image headings along with the number. The image header for this particular chapter was a skull with a dagger impaled through the top of its head. I swallowed the lump in my throat and read through the pages. The lead paragraph caught my attention and read thus. The early days of the Black Rain were filled with chaos and suspicion. The origins of the evil were wrapped in a fog of mystery and terror, such that brother suspected brother and a husband his wife. None dared speak up against the creeping evil that removed the light from the world, for fear they too would be swallowed by the darkness. Anyone thus imprisoned would be cast into a crystal of shadow, silenced for all time, or so many believed. The former emperor, however, felt no such compunction to remain silent, nor would he allow the evil to cover the world in shadow. He used his flame and his mind to gather about him friends who would help him stop the encroaching darkness. One of them was Ansung, one of his oldest companions and a man worthy of the heavenly house of Gao. His ice magic proved to be invaluable in fending off the fiends that emerged from the darkness. I paused as a thought struck me. Heavenly house? Of ice? Could it be? I quickly turned the page, and was presented with a family tree of Dardan's ancient friend. There, nestled among the branches in the same generation as Ansung, but slightly lower on the tree, was the name Xian Gao. This Ansung then was a sibling of Xian's. I leaned back and furrowed my brow. No wonder she thought so highly of him, to the point of obsession. Her brother had been best friends with Dardan. Chapter 34. I shook off my shock and continued reading. The pair dared go into the depths of the demon realm, to discover the origin of this great darkness. There they learned from the elders, that a great evil had been awoken from its slumber. A creature known as Old Shade had been released from imprisonment at the beginning of time, even before the first gods had tasted the fruit of immortality. Old Shade was the source of all darkness and evil in the world, and had been locked away by the Creator, after refusing to leave the world after its work had finished. The Creator had given the demons charge of the creature's prison, with the express purpose that it should never be released. The demons admitted they knew not how the thing had escaped, nor how to bind the thing back into the dark earth. Armed with such limited knowledge, the friends were powerless to stop Old Shade. The darkness grew worse. Villages and towns were swallowed by its insatiable desire to cover the world in its black form. A silent ruin fell over the land, one that later came to be called the Black Rain. And in the midst of that shadow, a darker truth came to light. Emperor Eastwei, in a desperate act to stop the ruin, offered himself as a sacrifice. He would tear his very crystal from his body, and use his magic to seal the creature. His friend Ansung would not allow him to sacrifice himself, and in the heat of their argument, Ansung admitted all. He had heard rumors of the demons keeping watch over the shadow. His curiosity had led him down into the depths of the earth, where he had used his great ice magic to crack the seal, loosening the evil upon the world. And he had no regrets, for Old Shade had worked its will against his, and he had been found wanting. Ansung succumbed to the sweet promise of a world bereft of life, and thus of suffering. I paused in my reading and gaped at the pages. Had I really just read about a most heinous betrayal? And one perpetrated by Xian's brother? Then again, she had tried to murder me. Apparently, insanity ran in the family. Only a few paragraphs remained of the chapter. Emperor Eastwei rejected his friend's wild words and sought to turn him back, but the pull of the Old Shade was too strong. Friend fought friend, and Eastwei was victorious, but not without a price. He was bereft of a powerful ally, and he came away from the fight with many grievous injuries. At that time, Lady Wuhel discovered a way to reseal Old Shade into the earth. Eastwei offered up his crystal, and much of his power was transferred into the spell. The Emperor faced off against the darkness, at the shrouded mountains not far from the gateway to the heavens. The creature sought to envelope even the sky in its shadows, but a combined force of all the clans stopped the thing on the eve of its victory. Emperor Eastwei used the spell to trap the creature inside the shrouded mountains, where it is sealed to this day. His friend too was sealed within the stones, unrepentant to the end. The chapter and the book ended there. I sat back and stared at the words that were written in the conclusion. My curiosity had given me answers to my questions, but I felt like I'd just intruded on someone's darkest secret. I closed the book, but kept my hand pressed against the cover. So this must have been the person Dardan hinted to when he mentioned a friend, making him the Magician's Grove. And then there was the door across the hall. I set the book aside, and slid off the bed. A quick tiptoe across the room, and I was out in the hall facing the telltale door. I pressed my hand against the scorched mark, and slid my palm against the depression. It wasn't so deep that I couldn't feel something of a few words that had once been carved into the wood. Ansung's room. What are you doing? I jumped and spun around to find Dardan staring at me halfway down the hall. His fiery eyes glared at me. I warned you to stay away from there, he snapped as he marched up to me. He slammed his hand against the wood, as his eyes remained fixed on my pale face. Why do you insist on disobeying? He was your best friend, wasn't he? I blurted out the question before thinking. Dardan froze and his eyes widened. I saw my opening and took it. Ansung, I mean. You don't want to talk about those painful memories, so you've tried to burn him out of your life, is that it? Dardan balled his hand into a fist and clenched his teeth before he whipped his face away from me. You do know nothing of what you speak. But I want to know, I insisted as I stepped to the side to meet his gaze. I don't want you to hide anything from me or anyone else. Besides, it's not your fault what happened to him. He made his choice and you made yours. Dardan shut his eyes and his shoulders sagged. His voice was low and quiet when he spoke, like the whisper of a breeze.
Yes, he made his choice and I was powerless to save him.
He opened his eyes and stared into mine. I felt like he was seeing into my soul. Can you possibly understand what it is like to have all the power in the world, to have strength beyond measure, and find yourself unable to save your closest friend from himself? My heart ached for the man before me, and I stepped closer to him. I don't think I could understand that, but you don't have to carry this burden of guilt any longer. It's been over 14 million years. You don't have to hold on to it any longer, and especially not when you saved the whole world from being swallowed up by darkness. Dardan searched my eyes. I didn't know what he was looking for, but I offered him a smile. I'm glad you saved the world. I wouldn't have been able to meet you if you hadn't, and I wouldn't have been able to meet all the wonderful people. And Xian, my inner voice reminded me. Do you believe in fate? The question was so out of the blue that I blinked at him. Come again. Do you believe in the fate of souls? He restated. I folded my arms over my chest and stared hard at the floor.
I don't think I ever thought about it much.
I lifted my gaze to him.
Why do you ask?
He turned his face to one side. I have often wondered of late if fate drove me to make my decisions, or if I made them of my own free will. The former would mean I would be absolved of my guilt. The latter would mean all the consequences of my choices are mine to bear.
But not alone, I insisted as I set a hand on his shoulder.
I leaned to one side and caught his eye. You can get a lot off your chest by just talking about it. The corners of my lips twitched upward.
That's a better idea than burning a hole in the door, isn't it?
Dardan glanced at the door, and a ghost of a smile drifted across his mouth.
I had no one to speak to at the time I made that decision. Well, I'm here now, I insisted as I looped an arm through one of his and led him away from the door. And I'd like to hear anything you have to say.
Maybe over a bite to eat? My treat if you'll show me where everything is. He set his hand on mine, and his crooked smile returned. You are not perhaps trying to wiggle your way out of your next training course, are you? I sheepishly smiled at him. Of course not. What makes you think that? Only that you will have nothing to eat until you have mastered this skill, he scolded me as he tugged me toward the stairs. My face drooped.
Nothing. Nothing.
Oh boy. Chapter 35. We stepped out of the house, and the bright sunlight greeted us. The hour was late enough that the dew had already worn off, and the late birds flitted about searching for food. I reluctantly allowed Dardan to lead me around the left side of the compound, and down an unfamiliar path. The gentle shadows of the trees hung over us, as we traveled northwest of the city toward the low foothills of some local mountains. We had gone about 3 miles when I stopped, and cupped a hand over my ear. Do you hear something? Dardan paused a few steps ahead of me, and turned to show off a crooked smile. That is the Tuzi Fall. My ears perked up.
Is that a waterfall?
He beckoned to me. Come and see. Dardan continued on his way, and I scurried after him. We had gone another half-mile when the trees opened up and revealed a large stream. The waters wound their way along the foothills of the mountains, and eastward toward the Heaven Gate. But the flow of the river was much less interesting than the source. I tilted my head back, and my mouth opened as I beheld a huge waterfall. The river descended from a height of 300 feet, to crash into a large pool at the base. A faint mist covered the area, and the noise was almost deafening. I clapped my hands over my ears and winced. My shouting voice was almost completely lost in the din. Do we really have to do it here? Dardan beckoned to me and led me around the left side of the pond. We neared the waterfall, and something caught my attention that made me squint.
Is there something back there?
My companion was still silent as he stepped onto the first of a long line of large stones. The line of rocks led from the bank to behind the waterfall, where I beheld a little grotto. Dardan's long legs had no trouble traversing the stones, but I was forced to do a little hopping to reach the next step. One of my feet slipped on one of the wet stones, sending my legs flying out from under me. I flailed about and stiffened, waiting for the inevitable crash. Dardan's strong arm looped around my waist and drew me away from an oblivion of wet clothes and irritation. I clutched onto his robe and sheepishly smiled up at him.
Sorry. Perhaps I should carry you the rest of the way, he suggested.
I looked past him at the path. I'd traversed 3 out of 24 stones. My face drooped, as did my shoulders.
For once, I think you should.
Dardan didn't lift me into his arms, but kept me close against his side. He nimbly stepped from drenched stone to drenched stone, and in no time we were hopping to the little grotto behind the thundering falls. And then it was quiet. Dardan set me down and strolled over to the crashing water. I stayed put and wiggled my fingers in my ears. My digits popped out with more earwax than I care to mention. The noise was still at the same low volume.
Shouldn't we be going deaf right now?
I asked my companion as I strolled over to him. Under normal conditions, yes, he confirmed as he stepped back and studied the torrential wall. But the design of these falls forces the sound away, allowing visitors to think. I turned my head this way and that.
So, what am I supposed to do here?
He nodded at the wall of water. You must stop the waters from falling on your head by crafting a barrier. My mouth dropped open. A barrier? I pointed at the waterfall. To stop that from falling on my head? Is that even possible? Dardan waved a hand over his head, and his sparks flew out of his palm. They spun above his hair in a wide circle that covered all of his body, even his robes. Thus defended, he had no trouble stepping forward and beneath the waves. The water hit the hot sparks, and a cloud of fog burst out of the point of contact. I stepped back as wave after wave of mist flowed over me. It was warm water, but I was soon uncomfortably dampened. Dardan stepped out from beneath the waterfall, and the fog ceased to exist. I wiped the droplets from my face and wrinkled my nose. Dardan strolled back to me with a smile on his lips. Do you see now? I pointed at the spot above his head, where his magic had vanished.
But I don't have anything like that.
You have the ability to push 2 powerful shifter kings apart. Pushing water aside is nothing. My mouth dropped open, and I waved a hand at the cascading chaos.
That isn't some leaky faucet.
It's a huge waterfall. And you will become very well acquainted with it, until you have learned to apply your control to creating a protection barrier, he quipped as he stepped to the side. He swept his arm toward the water.
We shall start now.
My arm dropped lifeless to my side, and swung a few times as I glared at him. I sighed and shuffled past him, to the point of almost no return. The rough natural platform on which we stood curved outward, and nearly touched the pad on which Dardan had stood. I raised one palm and my strands slipped out of the ether and curled about. They looked so jolly, twining themselves about one another. I sighed and raised my hand close to my head. Come on guys, time for some work. The strands floated over my head, and flattened to cover most of my body. They stilled, but I noticed more than one gap between the strands. I took a deep breath, puffed out my chest and stepped into the abyss. The very wet abyss. Very wet, and very cold. My worry about the gaps between my strands turned out to be true. A torrential shower ran through the holes, and onto my head and shoulders. My eyes bugged out of my head at the bone-chilling cold that was the normal temperature of that fast-flowing river. The freezing waters deflated my chest and ripped the air from my lungs. It also wrecked my concentration. After only a few seconds, my strands completely vanished, and the waterfall came crashing down on my head. I stumbled back out of the water and fell into Dardan's waiting arms. A faint chuckle behind me made me tilt my head back. His upside-down face smiled down at me. "You appear in need of more practice with your focusing." I had to heave a few times to get enough air in my lungs to reply. "More. I did say we would not be leaving here until you had perfected your magic," he reminded me. My mouth dropped open, and I dropped my gaze back to the waterfall.
"But how can I win against that?"
"Perseverance," he advised me as he set me on my feet. "Combine that with magic, and you are unstoppable. Now go." He gave me a tiny push. Enough for me to stumble forward, but not enough to carry me into the waterfall. I stood at the edge of the wet abyss, water dripping from the tips of my long hair.
"This better be worth it,"
I mumbled as I raised my hand and worked my magic. I took a deep breath, let it out before the cold water could do that, and stepped into the water. And it was cold. Again. And again. The water kept pouring through the holes in my defenses, drenching me in one unforgivable wave after another. In an hour I was as soaked could be, and more so. I was also tired, and a little chilled. I stumbled out of my torture chamber, shivering and irritated. I wrapped my arms around myself for some bit of warmth, and my long wet sleeves slapped my sides, making me even more cross. "I can't do it," I announced as I glared at my master and the waterfall.
"I'm just not strong enough or good enough."
Dardan stepped up to me, and his eyes were neither teasing nor amused. They were soft and gentle, and I blushed as he grasped my forearms. His hands glowed, and a gentle mist of his fire washed over me. I was completely dry in a couple of seconds, even down to my clothing. I blinked up at him.
"But why?"
"I'm just going to get wet again. Your irritation was distracting you." I removed the irritation. I snorted. "Now if only you could remove what's stopping me from getting this to work." He brushed his long finger over my cheek. "I would not remove that for all the world." I cleared my throat to hide my blush.
"Well, something has to change or you're going to my clothes dryer for the whole day."
Dardan cocked his head to one side and his eyes twinkled. "You might try your stubbornness." I blinked at him. "Come again. You desire to conquer the waterfall, do you not?" I shrugged. "I guess." Dardan closed his eyes and shook his head.
"That will not do."
"You must be determined to conquer the waters." He set his hand on my lower back and led me over to the precipice of wetness. "How badly do you wish to avoid being wet again?" My face drooped.
"Badly."
"Then transfer that desire into your threads. They are connected to your emotions. Their desires are your desires." I lifted an eyebrow.
"So how come they haven't been trying to keep me dry so far?"
Dardan wagged his eyebrows.
"Perhaps they wish to entertain me."
My mouth dropped open.
"I don't think."
"And as much as this has been entertaining," he mused as he slipped behind me and grasped my shoulders, "all good things must come to an end." He leaned down and his warm breath wafted over my ear.
"Now focus.
Understand what you desire, and let it manifest itself in our magic." I swallowed hard to tamp down the shudder that threatened to run through my whole body.
All right."
Dardan stepped back and his warm hands slid off my shoulders. I stiffened my jaw and raised both hands. Threads flowed out and formed themselves into a thick mat above my head. I stared ahead at the torrential flood, and my eyebrows crashed down. The threads in the mat thickened and spread out like long tendrils, interlacing themselves together into an impenetrable knot of magic. I stepped into the water. Or rather, I stepped under it. The waterfall crashed down onto my magic. I winced against the full physical force exerted against my mat. It was like trying to hold up the world. But if that's what it took to not get wet, then so be it. I clenched my hands into fists above my head and pushed upward. My mat tripled in size, and shoved 10 feet of the waterfall to either side of me. The diverted waters crashed down into the pool, sending a puff of fresh mist everywhere. A smile spread across my lips. I'd done it. I'd overcome this behemoth of nature. I did it. I yelled as I spun around to face Dardan. I did. And that's when my foot slipped on the slippery rock. Chapter 36. I screamed as my legs flew out from under me, and I toppled into the water. My magic vanished, and a sharp pain in my right ankle replaced the soft warmth. The cold water soaked me to my skin and chilled me to my bones. A strong pair of arms dipped into the water, and I was drawn out like a fish in a net. I clung to the front of Dardan's robes as my whole body shivered and twitched. He walked through the deep waters to the shore, where he set me down so my back leaned against a stone. Dardan grasped one of my hands and searched me over. Are you injured? I reached down as far as I dared, and brushed my hand against my right knee. My ankle. Dardan scooted back and lifted my right foot. I let out a hiss as a sharp pain ran up my leg. He inspected the ankle with as much care as a mother tending her child, before he gently set it on the ground. It is not broken, but you should keep weight off of it for a few hours, he advised me. My face drooped. But what about my training? I was just getting the hang of it. He draped an arm over his bent knee and smiled at me. You performed more than admirably, but if you are that eager to return to training, we might be able to make an exception. I looked past him at the crashing water, and wrinkled my nose. On second thought, I think I've gotten wet enough to last me a lifetime. Not an immortal one, the normal one. Dardan raised his hand, and a faint red glow emanated from his palm. I felt a rush of hot air flow over me. My clothes flapped in the God-made breeze, and he lowered his hand after a few seconds. I gaped down at my dry self, even going so far as to pinch my shirt between 2 fingers. A thought struck me that made me snort, and I smiled up at him. You're every housewife's dream. A clothes dryer that can talk instead of rumble. He studied me, with a curious look in his eyes. Are you such a person? A faint blush accented my cheeks. I am, well, that is. I twitched my nose before a sneeze erupted from me. A shiver ran down me and my shoulders sagged. I think I'm such a person that's about to catch a cold. Then we should take you home, he insisted as he lifted me into his arms. For once I couldn't argue the point. There was no way I'd reach the lodge by the end of the week, much less by nightfall. Even with Dardan's gentle flying, my ankle twinged and twitched all the way back. He landed us on the threshold of the house, and the doors blew open at a gust of hot wind. I couldn't help but be flattered, as he carried me across the threshold and to my room, where he laid me on the bed. Dardan grabbed my shoe and removed it. The sock followed by the other shoe and sock. I became slightly panicked as he moved up my body, and I wrapped my arms around myself. I can undress myself. I would rather help you. My mind recalled the offers of help in the bathhouse, and the exciting night that had followed. I think I can manage. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes, but he stood. Then change into your clean nightgown, and I will return with bandages. I cocked my head to one side. Why bandages? I thought you said it was just a sprain. It is, but I will bandage the area to help you keep your ankle still during your recovery. I will return in a moment. He strode from the room, and something told me he would be back in as short a time as possible. I leaped at the end of the bed where my nightgown is draped, and quickly disrobed. Even at my frantic speed, I had only slipped on the nightgown when Dardan strode through the door. He had a roll of gauze in one hand, and a disappointed look in his eyes. My companion didn't say a word, as he took a seat on the edge of the bed, and drew my foot into his lap. He dressed my wound with the quickness and deft of one well trained in the art. My eyes wandered over to the book on my nightstand. Did you learn to bandage people during the Black Ruin? He paused in his work and lifted his eyes to mine.
What do you ask?
I shrugged.
I was just curious. It sounds like it was a bad war.
Dardan dropped his gaze to the bandages.
It was. How long did it last?
2 decades. My jaw hit the floor. 2 decades? That long? Unfortunately, yes.
But why?
He finished wrapping my ankle, and draped one arm over his bent knee before he looked up at me. That is hardly the blink of an eye to a god, and an insignificant time to the creature we faced.
The darkness that your friend joined?
I guessed.
What exactly is it?
The old shade? Did you ever find out? Dardan sighed. No. Even the old King of Heaven did not know its true name, much less its origins. The only one who perhaps knew would have been the man it corrupted.
Your friend?
Ansung. I guessed. He closed his head and bowed his head.
Yes.
He was tasked with finding more information about the creature. We never knew the results because it was learned he had betrayed our cause. I set a hand on his shoulder.
I'm sure you did all you could to bring him back.
He grasped my hand and drew it to his lips, where he pressed a light kiss to the fingers. Your kind heart does you justice, but there are faults in being so kind. I blinked at him.
What do you mean?
You are too kind to understand that darkness sometimes exists in the soul, and only waits for its moment to show itself. That is what happened to Ansung. My mind recalled Ansung's wayward sister, and her homicidal ways. I wrapped my other hand around his and smiled at him.
I think I have some idea, but I suppose you're right.
I don't understand people who do those things. We have spoken long enough, he mused as he stood.
Rest.
I will awaken you when we need to travel to Tuhara for the meeting. I reluctantly released him, and lay my head down on my pillows. The strain of the morning trial had worn me out, and I was soon asleep. When I awoke, the sunlight that filtered through the windows had a hazy, old look to it. The sharp pain in my ankle had dwindled to a dull ache. My muscles were still sore, but the chill had gone from my bones. That was probably thanks to the warm body tucked against my back. I stiffened before I whipped my head around, and found myself face to face with Dardan. His eyes were closed, and his face had a serene look to it. It was then I realized the pillows weren't familiar. Heck, all of the scenery had changed. My mouth dropped open when I realized I was in Dardan's bedroom, in his bed, with him pressed against my back. Dardan spoke without opening his eyes.
Is something the matter?
A heavy blush accented my cheeks.
What am I doing here?
Why aren't I in my own bed? I thought you would want some company, and my bed is much larger than yours, so I carried you here. He lay his chin on my shoulder and grinned. I also recalled that you appeared to be rather disappointed the last time you thought to be invited into my bedroom, so I decided to make it up to you. The color drained from my face, and my frazzled brain could only think up a few stammered words.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He leaned forward and brushed his nose against mine. His voice was low and sultry. Even a cat reveals its emotions in its stance. Oh God. I shrank beneath the weight of the memory, and sheepishly smiled at him. I guess maybe I was cold that night. His smile faltered.
That was the night you were attacked by the creature.
I winced as I thought back to that terrifying encounter.
Yeah.
You never explained how it came to be there. I turned my face away and bit my lower lip.
It was put there by someone.
Dardan studied me.
Someone I know?
I nodded.
Was it Xian?
I closed my eyes and nodded. Silence fell between us before a soft sigh came from my companion. I see. This should not be so surprising, and yet I had hoped her heart would be different from that of her brother. I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you. He drew me closer against his chest. Only our enemy will benefit from concealment between ourselves. The warmth from his body flowed into mine, and my naughty mind contemplated some pleasurable thoughts. I pushed them aside and cleared my throat.
Shouldn't we be getting up?
It's almost time for the meeting, isn't it? Dardan's wily hand around my waist danced up my chest and gently stroked my covered breast.
We have enough time to play.
And play we did. Chapter 37. The rest of the afternoon was whiled away in our exploring one another's bodies, until Dardan was quite fluent in ravishing me. His attentions were so thorough and complete, that I found myself exhausted enough to take a catnap after our endeavors. I awoke to find the bed empty, as was the rest of the room. My clothes lay on the floor beside the bed, but Dardan's were nowhere to be found. I slid out far enough to grab my robes and slip them on. The last of my dressing was nearly interrupted by Dardan's return. I was surprised to see a wooden box tucked under one arm. The walls of the small chest had been aged to a dark fiery finish, and were without markings. A simple clasp kept the lid closed, but I noticed a faint reddish glow of fiery magic emanating from beneath the clasp. Dardan took a seat on the bed beside me, and set the box in his lap. I couldn't help but lean forward to study the small container.
I have something I wish to show you, he told me as he brushed a finger over the clasp.
The red glow I had seen vanished and the clasp swung open. He lifted the lid, and revealed a hard velvet interior with a long thin depression. A 4-inch hairpin was nestled inside the hollow. The clasp was of silver, and had an eye hole at the top through which a golden thread had been tied. Small balls of scarlet red with swirled interiors like marbles hung from the thread near the eye hole. I stared at the pendant with my jaw open. It's beautiful. Where did you get it?
I had it made a long time ago, he told me as he drew out the clasp.
Dardan reached up to set the pin in place, but I wrapped my hand around his gift. I lowered the hairpin to my face, and admired the beautiful trinket. 3 glass beads in the shape of red berries still glistened in the weakening sunlight. I lifted my amazed eyes to his bemused face. Are you giving this to me? He tipped his head as he gently extracted the pin from my grasp. Consider it a reward for your achievement. I shook my head.
But I couldn't.
He reached up, and I felt the prick of the needle against my scalp. I cannot guarantee your safety if you do not keep your head still. I stiffened, and waited as he drew some of the strands of my hair into a small bun. He tucked the hairpin into the ball, and leaned back to admire his work. A whispered word passed his lips. Beautiful. I blushed and felt the pin. It didn't move under my curious fingers. You're really good at fixing up hair. He drew some of his flaming red strands through his fingers.
I do have some practice in that area.
He stood and offered me his hand.
But we should be on our way.
The meeting will not wait for us. I took his hand and he pulled me off the bed. Together we left our cozy lodge, and meandered through the woods to the quaint town. Everything was so calm and peaceful. It was hard to imagine that an undercurrent of trouble existed just outside its walls. What I didn't know was the trouble was inside too. I was ignorant, until we strode into the shadowed streets of the town. All was quiet and calm, as the last rays of the sun shone on the horizon. The scent of early night dew hung in the air, waiting for its time to cloak the world in its wet embrace. I was so focused on the wonders of nature, that I didn't notice my artificial surroundings. My feet had taken me down a long dark street where no lights were on in the houses. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I turned to my companion.
What's going on?
Dardan was gone. I spun in a circle, and got dizzy from my efforts.
Dardan.
Dardan. Eastwei. I scurried up the road, my panic increasing with each frantic step. The road bent and rounded a corner, where I skidded to a stop. 3 strange men stood in front of me. They didn't have the adorable fluffy ears and large feet of the Hare Clan members. Their feet were bare but shorter and covered in coarse brown fur. They had 3 toes that ended in claws, and their feet curved up so the heel was high off the ground. Short bushy tails stuck out of their worn pants, and their almost normal ears ended in fury points. The trio turned at my coming and leered at me.
"Well, well, well," one of them mused as he strolled toward me.
His eyes glowed yellow in the dim light.
"What do we have here?"
I turned tail and fled. The dogs smelled the scent of my fear and chased after me. I tried to outrun my pursuers, but my recent injury sprang up again. Pain shot out of my right ankle and up my leg, slowing me down enough that one of the dogmen almost grabbed me. I twisted around to avoid his hand and flung my palm out at his face. A thick mat of my magic shot out and shoved him away as thoroughly as it had blocked the waterfall. The man stumbled back and fell on his ass, giving his mates time to clamber over him on their way to me. My only option was a nearby side street to the next road. I turned onto that, and found myself in a dead end. A tall fence barred my path. My heart pounded in my chest as I spun around to escape. Too late. The 2 dogs loomed in the mouth of the alley. Their lips were curled back, and their white teeth glistened in the dim light as the last vestiges of the sun disappeared. "What a naughty little thing," one of them commented as the pair strolled toward me.
"We'll have to teach you a lesson before the boss gets here."
"Yeah?"
his comrade mused as he flexed his fingers at his sides.
"A nice long lesson." I stumbled backward until my back struck the fence. The wood rattled but didn't give way. I spun around and tried to climb the wood. The men lunged at me, and one of them grabbed me about the waist. A flash of red light made him cry out, and he stumbled back, pulling me down with him. I landed on my feet, but the dog fell to the ground, rolling around and covering one half of his face. The scent of burned flesh permeated the air.
"Why, you little bitch," his compatriot snapped as he lunged at me with gnashing teeth.
I threw up my arms to protect myself. That's when the world suddenly became much larger. So did my clothes. They dropped around me as the houses and fence rose up to be more than quadruple the height. I wriggled my way out of my clothes and stared down at my beautiful sleek silver fur. I'd turned into a cat. Again. The man gaped at me a moment before he shook off his shock and lunged at me. My sensitive nose could smell the dog on him, along with a whole barrel full of alcohol. I hissed and swiped at him, cutting deep into his hand. He growled and barked at me, before his own body shrank into a hideous mongrel of a dog form. My nemesis snapped his jaws and tried to wrap them around my neck. I leaped out of his reach and bounced off the fence. The momentum allowed me to crash into his chest, and we both tumbled across his still writhing compatriot. I hit the ground running, but he was faster. His jaws snapped around my tail, and I let out a terrible yowl. The dog dragged me back and snapped his jaws at my throat. A fireball crashed into his open mouth instead. The dog was flung back with such force that he broke the wooden fence, and lay half on one side and half on the other. One of his legs twitched before he went limp. I whipped my head around, and beheld Eastwei striding toward me. He scooped me into one of his arms, and carried me over to my clothes, which he set me in. The Fire Lord knelt on one knee in front of me. "Can you change back?" I looked down at myself. "Meow. How?" "Focus on your original form. Will your magic to release you?" I closed my eyes and let out a deep shuddering breath. My coat melted off me and my body increased in size. Eastwei slipped my robe over my freshly returned shoulders and looked me over.
"How are you feeling?"
Tears slid down my cheeks as I wrapped my clothes tightly around myself. "Where were you? I thought I was going to die." "Do you believe I would leave you alone to fend for yourself?" he challenged me. I glared at him, and stabbed a finger at the men who lay only a few feet away.
"What do you think?"
Eastwei reached out and I flinched, half expecting a physical reprimand. Instead, he reached behind me and pulled on something. He drew his hand back, and revealed one of the berries from my hairpiece. The berry rolled onto his palm, and transformed into a small droplet of fire. The same color as I had seen fly into the face of the writhing dogman. I would never leave you alone, he insisted.
Then why weren't you here?
I shot back.
This was your final test.
I blinked at him. Come again. I wanted to see how you managed in a sudden and dangerous situation. And
you did not pass.
My mouth dropped open.
What do you mean I didn't pass?
He nodded at my loose attire.
Your panic forced you to transform. But what's so bad about that?
I counted as I nodded at the fallen dog. I protected myself, didn't I? There will come a time when your magic is so spent, you will need to use your willpower to force the remainder of your abilities to bend to your desire. Your transformation was a waste of that reserve. I cocked my head to one side and narrowed my eyes at him. You sound really certain about that. Is there something you're not telling me? Nothing time itself will not tell you, Dardan pointed out as he stood and offered me his hand. But we should be going, or we will be late for the meeting. Rui and the others will no doubt be expecting us at her home first. My eyes flickered between his hand and his face, but I reluctantly accepted his offer. He drew me to my feet and grasped my robes. His fiery eyes glowed brightly in the dim light. My pulse quickened, and a light blush accented my cheeks. Dardan cupped my cheek in one hand, and brushed his thumb over my skin. I will never allow anyone else to harm you. I swear it on my life. I winced and drew my hand against his. I don't want us to be in a situation where you have to make that choice. A bittersweet smile slipped onto his lips, but he took my hand and stepped backward. Come. We should go. Chapter 38. We ventured to the house of our friends, and found Mrs. Fuel in a state of agitation. She paced the floor just a few feet from the door, and at the sound of the bell she spun around to face us. Hope brightened her face, but at one look at us, her spirits were dampened.
Is something wrong?
I asked her as Dardan closed the door behind us. She wrung her hands together, and her eyes flitted to the windows.
It's Rex.
I haven't heard anything from him since this morning. Did you tell you what happened? Dardan questioned her, as we joined the distraught woman in her pacing spot. She bobbed her head.
Yes, and that's exactly why I'm worried.
He's so reckless that he might try to look for that thing again. Ruin perked up and pointed out the window. I see him. His mother hurried to his side, and looked at where he pointed. Relief and irritation filled her face. She rushed to the door, but the entrance opened and Rex sauntered in. Do you have any grub? I'm as hungry as a starving dog, he called out. Rui leaped against his chest and wrapped him in a tight hug. Rex nearly lost his balance but managed to keep them upright. Is that a no? Rui drew away from him and glared at the man.
Where in the world have you been?
Her mouth dropped open when she noticed the sheathed sword at his hip. She whipped her head up and stabbed a finger at the weapon.
And what in the world are you doing with that old thing?
You told me it hasn't been used since your grandfather wielded it in the Black Rain. He patted the side of the sheath.
I thought it might show people how serious the situation is.
Besides, I wanted it at my side when I ventured to the Sunder. Her mouth dropped open. How could you go there again?
How could I not? He countered as he turned to Dardan and me.
I saw the animals as you did. I only hope I can convince the others at the meeting that what we've seen is real.
What animals?
Ruin spoke up. Never you mind, his mother chimed in as she spun him around to face the front door. You go upstairs and get ready for bed. I'll be up there in a moment to tuck you in. Ruin's ears drooped. But I want to go to the meeting with you, Mom. I can help. You can help by getting off to bed, she insisted as she pushed him toward the entrance. Yiddle will be the magistrate at the meeting? Dardan asked Rex. He leaned an arm against one of the bookshelves.
Not tonight.
He sent a note to the secretary of the town, Idlian, that his wife was sick and he needed to stay home. Ruin spun around at the door, and his face brightened. Really? What's she look like without her makeup? Upstairs, his mother commanded him. He flinched at the sharp voice and bounced out of the house. I watched in amazement, as the lad vaulted up to the second floor and thumped hard on the balcony. Rue rolled her eyes up to the ceiling and sighed.
That boy can be such a handful.
Will this Idlian listen with an open mind? Dardan questioned our host. Rex scoffed. I'd be surprised to learn that he did have a mind. He only got his position because nobody else wanted the job. Rex. Rue scolded him. Her fiancé shrugged. It's true and you know it too, Rue. Idlian is an idiot, and oftentimes he's a pompous idiot. We will have to deal with this idiot, Dardan mused as his eyes flickered to the windows. The hour is almost here for the meeting. Let me put Ruin to bed and we can go, Rue pleaded as she hopped out the front door. We stepped out into the crisp night air and joined many others. The whole adult population appeared to emerge from their homes and make a beeline toward the center of town, lit by small candles and lamps. Rue soon hopped down from the second floor with a dark cloud on her brow.
What is it?
Rex asked her as he took her hand. She shook off her pensive look and smiled at him. It's Ruin. He kept pleading with me to go to the meeting and asking me about Lady Yiddle. That boy is as stubborn as his father. Rex grinned as we went on our way. Good. A boy without spirit is one who doesn't do anything with his life. She snorted. That is exactly what I'm afraid of. He has so much curiosity that I don't know where it will lead him. Rex looped an arm around her waist and pecked a kiss on her cheek.
I'm sure he'll do great things.
We just need to give him time. Rue set a hand over his arm and sighed. I suppose. Her fiancé looked ahead of us, and his good humor faded. Anyway, we have to get through this meeting first. That concerns Ruin and the rest of the town. We wound our way through the streets until we reached a large building with a single gable roof. The structure was some 200 feet wide and twice that deep, and paned windows allowed anyone to see the dozens of rows of wooden pews. Many of the seats were taken by the time we walked up the stone path to the pair of doors. The entrance was flanked by a pair of burly hares with short swords tucked into their belts. One of the hares stepped into our path and pressed his palm against Dardan's chest. Who are you? Eastwei's eyes fell on the man's hand, and a fiery light illuminated them. The guard jerked his hand back and set his other palm on the hilt of his sword. He swallowed hard and lifted his shaking chin. By order of Secretary Idlian, no one may enter who does not have business here.
And I should not have business here?
Dardan wondered. The hare gestured to his person. You're obviously an outsider. What could you possibly want with our affairs? He's my guest, Rex spoke up as he moved to Dardan's side. His chest nearly touched that of the other hare. If that isn't good enough for you, then you can go talk to Idlian about it. The guard sneered at his fellow native, before he jerked his head over his shoulder. All right, but make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. We slipped past the super-friendly guard, and into the large meeting hall. Rex strolled down the aisle but Dardan stopped at a row near the back.
We should take one of these seats.
Rex stopped and turned, stepping aside to let a pair of women pass. Why? His answer was given when both of the women glanced over their shoulders, and their curious eyes fell on Dardan and me. They whispered something, and giggled. Rex sighed. All right.
I have to sit at the front.
Rue scooted over to him, and pecked a kiss on his cheek. I'll be watching you from our seats. He glumly shuffled off down the aisle, while we scooted to the middle of the center row. The house was packed to where people stood against either wall, and those on the edges of the pews were almost pushed out. The only clearing was at the front, which was completely empty except for a table and chair. A heavy rap on wood quieted the loud buzz of curious voices, and everyone turned to the door. A man with large ears and feet strode into our presence. He wore a silk shirt and pants, and a heavy woolen cloak dyed blue was draped over his shoulders. The man lifted his chin and smiled. He strolled down the aisle at a leisurely pace, not giving anyone even a single glance but keeping his eyes ever on the front of the room. The imperious gentleman turned at the table and lifted his arms. "Welcome everyone, to what I hope will be a most uneventful meeting," he called to the crowd. He pressed a hand against his chest. "I, Idlian, will be presiding over this matter, as our kind magistrate has personal issues that keep him away." "If it's so important, then he should be here," someone shouted. Idlian wrinkled his nose at the interruption. "The matter was impossible to avoid, but I assure you I will hold the temporary position of magistrate with as much dignity and grace as I have held my position as secretary." A faint twitter of laughter rippled through the crowd. The man frowned and stomped around the table, where he plopped himself in the chair. "If there are no more interruptions, will Rex please stand and explain to everyone why we are all here?" Rex stood and strode to the front of the table. He faced us with a grim expression and cleared his throat. "Some of you have probably heard, but I went out the other day searching for any solid evidence about the rumors of the missing animals. In my search I was attacked by a horrific, unknown creature, and left for dead in the woods." "You don't have any idea what it was?" someone shouted. Rex lifted his chin. "I suspect it might be a remnant from the Black Rain." And then the room erupted in panic. Chapter 39. The Black Rain? Surely you jest. You can't be serious. One of the women leaped to her large feet and clutched her bag against her chest. "Does that mean Black Rain is coming back?" An explosion of fear rippled through the crowd. "What will we do? How can we fight it again? I haven't picked up a sword in years." Rex raised his hands and the crowd reluctantly quieted. "That's only my suspicions." "You'd better have something more than that if you're scaring us," someone yelled. Rex lowered his arms and his sharp eyes settled on the speaker. The missing animals were found in the sunder. The life force had been drained from every one of them. A deathly silence fell on the crowd. Many had wide eyes and quivering lips, and they looked to those around them in the hopes that this was just a cruel joke. "Then what would you have us do?" Someone finally spoke up. "I would like to form a search party, so we can find this monster and deal with it before something more than an animal is seriously harmed," Rex told them. Idlian tapped his fingers against the table. "These are grave tidings indeed, Rex, but I don't think we want to be sending our people out into the woods with such little information. It's all I have, and I'm willing to risk my own life to track down and destroy this creature." The temporary magistrate scoffed. Bold words for one so young and experienced with the sword, but as mentioned, most of us are not so warlike. "Then we need to be if a new Black Rain is upon us," Rex countered as he swept his eyes over the company. "The creature that attacked me was merciless and strong. There's no telling when it will strike one of our own, so we need to strike." A commotion at the back caught my attention, and I, along with many others, turned in our seats. The doors swung open, and the guard who had harassed Dardan was thrown into the aisle where he lay unconscious. Several women close at hand leaped to their feet and screamed. I could understand their sentiment, as a half-dozen dogmen strolled into the meeting house. The largest of them was in the lead. He had a scar across his left cheek, and a sword sheath at his hip. They all wore the same ragged attire as their friends I had met in the dark side street, and even in the good light, I didn't find them any more attractive. "What do we have here?" the leader mused as he strolled down the aisle. He swung his arms loosely at his sides as he turned his head to and fro. "It looks like you're having a meeting and didn't invite us." Idlian glared at the men. "You were not invited here, clan leader Wildior." The dog and his men reached the podium, and he folded his arms over his chest. "And why is that?" "My men heard you were going to talk about the troubles in the woods. That's just as much about us as it is about you. Even more since we rely on the beasts to feed our families." You will be informed of certain details once the magistrate returns to his position, Idlian assured him. Wildior took a seat on the edge of the table, much to Idlian's disgust, and inspected the people in the room. His curious eyes paused on Dardan and me, but he said nothing as he returned his focus to the temporary magistrate.
Where's that tasty morsel gone?
Surely if this is so important to call everyone here, then he should be here himself. He is unavoidably detained, and you should not be here at all, Idlian insisted. Wildior swept his arm over all of us. But I only want those present to know that I've seen the pile of bodies in the sunder. A soft murmur rose from the crowd. He leaned his butt up against the table, so he faced the crowd, and folded his arms over his chest.
That's why I wanted to warn you about my people.
We're moving in. The silence was so deafening that you could have heard a piece of straw hit the floor. Rex was the first to recover, and he frowned at the guest.
What do you mean?
Moving in where? Wildior tapped a foot on the floorboard. Here. Many of the animals have been killed or been run off by whatever killed the others. My people don't have any food. That's why we're moving in here. You have plenty of food. Rex's mouth dropped open.
Not enough to feed your clan.
I'm sure with your hospitality and light eating habits, you can make room for my few folk, Wildior insisted. Ildian jumped to his feet, and pressed his palms against the table. But your numbers are greater than ours. Wildior grinned at the astonished pair.
We'll make it work.
After all, it's the neighborly thing to do. Rex set his hand on the hilt of his sword. The neighborly thing would be to keep your people in their own homes, and help us rid the area of this fiend. The dog leader lifted his nose slightly, and his sharp eyes settled on Rex's hand.
You're asking for more trouble than you know, Rabbit.
We haven't been wasting our time growing fat and lazy like you. He pushed off the table and grasped the hilt of his sword. We still know how to fight. The other dogs who stood in the aisle unsheathed their weapons. Gasps rose from the crowd. I felt Dardan tense at my side. A faint reddish glow emanated from one of his hands. A sharp, loud and long whistle interrupted the scene. Wildior and his hooligans dropped their weapons and clapped their hands over their ears. The clan leader turned his sights on the main doors. I followed where he looked and my heart leaped. Lord Lyron, the former master of the hunt in the Heaven Realm, stood in the doorway. The source of the noise came from his puckered lips. He strolled up the aisle, and the dogs dropped their weapons and retreated from the high-pitched sound. The Lord stopped halfway down the aisle and stood even with our row where he ceased the noise. He cleared his throat, and the sound echoed over the silent room. Good evening, Lord Wildior. I heard whispers you intended to attend this meeting, and thought perhaps I would be needed. Wildior lowered his hands and sneered at him. This is none of your concern, old man. Go back to your hut and your mountain watching. Lyron folded his arms over his chest, and swept his eyes over those in attendance. There was a fleeting pause on us and one corner of his mouth twitched up, but he didn't even tip his head before he returned his focus to the dogs. I will gladly do so, but I have an old appointment to keep and hurried here. Wildior wrinkled his nose. What are you talking about, old man? You have no business here. The welfare of everyone under the sun is my business, and so I have come to offer my help, Lyron countered as he folded his arms over his chest.
What have you come to offer, Wildior?
Selfish trouble. Wildior jerked his head toward the crowd.
What's the trouble is these hares?
They may act innocent, but my scouts have seen one of them wandering the woods right before the animals run off. And this is why you believe they should all harbor your people. Lyron wondered. It's the best way for them to own up to one of their people taking away our food, the dog snapped. You will need to provide proof of this unholy partnership, the old god insisted. And until you can, I suggest you stay in your caves while we see to the matter of your food supply. Wildior clenched his teeth and his body trembled. Lyron met his dark gaze with his steady, unbending one. The dog eventually turned his face away and growled. He dropped his sword hand to his side and marched up the aisle.
"Come on," he snapped at his men.
The dogs picked up their weapons and scurried out of the meeting hall, being mindful to keep a wide berth from Lyron. "You might wish to attend to your door guards," Lyron commented as he walked up the aisle to the table. Idlian swallowed a lump in his throat and bobbed his head. "Why yes, of course." He stood high enough on his shaky legs to catch the attention of those of us in the rear rows.
"Will someone please attend to them?"
A few of the burlier men joined in hefting the guards off the floor and to a nearby house. The men shut the doors behind them, and the room fell silent. Rex hurried over to Lyron and offered him his hand. "Thank you so much for your help, Lord Lyron." Lyron smiled and accepted the shake.
"It was my pleasure.
I have not had occasion to use that whistle in quite a few years, and am glad I have not lost my touch." Idlian sank into his seat and drew out a handkerchief. He dabbed the cloth against his sweat-soaked brow, though his shaky hand missed quite a few beads. "I only hope there is no more interruptions this evening." It was at that moment that the doors swung open and slammed against the walls. Chapter 40. The perpetrator of this new interruption was Ruin. The lad's face was as white as a sheet, and when he stopped at the back of the pews I could see his whole body was trembling.
"Mom!" he screamed at the top of his lungs.
"Mom!" Idlian jumped up and slammed his fists against the table.
"What now?
Has no one any decency for this office?" Rui leaped to her feet and spun around to face him. "Ruin! What in all the realms is going on?" He scrambled down the aisle, and his mother scooted through the seated people to meet him. He crashed into her legs and wrapped himself around her. "He's dead. He's dead." She dropped to her knees and pulled his trembling body into a hug.
"What are you talking about?"
"Who's dead?" He buried his face into her dress. "He's dead. I saw him." I knelt on one knee and set a hand on his shoulder. "Can you tell us what happened, Ruin?" The young boy lifted his head and bit his lower lip. I went to Lord Yiddle's house to see what Lady Yiddle looked like without her makeup. The front door was locked, so I hopped onto the balcony." Idlian's mouth dropped open. "You have invaded the home of Lord Yiddle?" A murmur of disapproval rose from the crowd. Rue hugged her only child closer to her and lowered her voice to a whisper. "You must come with me right now." He shook his head.
"But I didn't do anything wrong."
"Lady Yiddle did." Idlian marched around the table and down the aisle to the mother and son, and I wasn't spared his wrath. His shadow loomed over all of us. He crossed his arms over his chest and glared at all of us. "You invaded the balcony of His Most Wonderful Magistrate. You know the rules of our people. The balcony is a most personal area. Any intrusion has stiff penalties." Rue's eyes widened, and she stretched her body over her child.
"But he's so young."
Idlian leaned back and sneered at the pair. "He should have been taught our rules. I can only assume his lack of a father caused him to have such a bad disposition." Tears sprang into Rue's eyes. I balled my hands into fists and jumped to my feet. "You asshole! Ruin is a good kid. He wouldn't come here yelling at the top of his lungs unless he found something important." Idlian lifted his nose at me. I would expect an outsider to defend him with such a worthless defense. "You do not understand the ways of our people, and thus you cannot know that we have our rules which must be obeyed.
These are different times."
The cool voice came from behind me. A hush fell on the crowd as all looked in that direction. I turned and beheld Dardan standing in front of his seat. His tall figure overshadowed the short, wormy stature of Idlian. The Lord of Fire strolled past the others in their seats, who scooted out of the way so he could step out into the aisle. "The old darkness returns, and you worry about ancient customs." Idlian turned to him and inclined his head. "Your words have some merit, my lord, but under the circumstances, I believe the child should be removed from this meeting.
We'll go.
The quiet promise came from Eastwei, as she grasped one of her son's hands. She bowed to the magistrate.
I'm sorry for the fuss.
If you'll excuse me. She hurried out with Ruin in tow. I glared at Idlian before I followed them. They had only gone a few steps from the public building, before Ruin tugged on his mother's hand.
I wasn't lying.
I know what I saw. Ruin knelt in front of her bleary-eyed child and pursed her lips.
But how could Lord Yiddle be dead?
Ruin swallowed a lump in his throat.
I think Lady Yiddle killed him.
He was just lying there on the floor in her room. He looked really funny, like somebody had sucked all the juice out of him. My breath caught in my throat.
What did you say?
Ruin shrank from my words.
I said I thought he looked kind of dry.
Like when you find an animal that's been dead for a while. Are you sure you're not just saying that because you heard Rex describe the animals like that? She scolded him. He blinked at her. Describe what animals, Mom? Footsteps behind us made me turn, and Lyron and Dardan joined us. The old hunter frowned.
We had better take a look at the manor house just in case.
Heavy footsteps swayed our attention to the meeting hall, and Rex marched out soon after with his lips curled back.
Fools, the whole lot of them, he muttered to himself as he joined our little group.
Nothing will get done in there, until the whole village is attacked. He looked us over, and his frown deepened.
What is it?
Did you tell Ruin about what the animals looked like? The ones in the sunder? I asked him. He shook his head.
Not at all.
Did he overhear it in the meeting? I wasn't at the meeting. I was at Yiddle's house trying to see what she looked like without her makeup. Ruin insisted. We had better do the same, Lyron proposed. Dardan and he led the way, and we soon reached the majestic mansion of the Bunny Lord. Every window was black, and the still night air added to the tension. I scooted back far enough to get a good look at the upper floor. The curtains were shut, but the concealment only made the hairs on the back of my arms stand on end.
The curtains aren't open, Rue pointed out to her son.
Ruin tugged on her hand.
I peeked through two of them and saw him.
I swear it. Dardan focused his sights on the balcony, and flew up to the platform. Wait. I hissed as I took a hurried step forward, and grabbed at the hem of his cloak. A heavy hand fell on my shoulder, and I turned to find Lyron standing behind me. He pressed a finger to his lips and shook his head. My heart sank, and I could only return my attention to Dardan. My love paced the area in front of the large windows, before stopping in front of the door. He tried the handle but the door stuck. Probably locked. Dardan held up one palm to the handle, and his embers floated out. They landed on the curved knob, and melted the metal to a dripping ooze. He pushed the door open, and revealed a darkened interior which he stepped into, vanishing from sight. My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't take the suspense and darted toward the door. Anna! Lyron hissed. I didn't heed his warning, but slammed my shoulder into the front door. My weight alone wouldn't have broken the door, but my magic popped up and gave it an extra bit of oomph. The door crashed into the house, and I stumbled over it. A sharp tapping of feet above me made me dart to the stairs and up to the hall. I raced to the front of the house, and flung open the door to the bedroom. Or tried to. The door stuck against something. I pushed hard and the entrance gave way. I took one step inside and tripped over something that lay on the floor, causing me to fall to the floor. My hands caught me, and I twisted around to see what I had stumbled upon. My breath caught in my throat when I beheld the shriveled form of Lord Yiddle. At least I was pretty sure it was him. The mummy wore the same attire as the magistrate. Powerful arms slipped under mine and yanked me to my feet. I was drawn back to the door, and pulled behind a familiar back. Dardan stood in front of me, with one hand on my waist, and the other holding a fireball. His magic illuminated the room enough for me to see the heavily shadowed bed across the way. The interior of the four-post bed was hidden behind a thick set of curtains, but something drifted across the center from the other side, causing ripples in the fabric. A soft, sensual groan came from behind those curtains. "Oh my goodness," came the sultry voice of Lady Yiddle.
"What tasty-looking guests."
"Come out," Dardan demanded. A twittering laugh was her answer. "Do you not wish to come in here, my handsome god? I could give you much more pleasure than that wispy little thing behind you." I gathered my courage and glared at the curtains.
"At least I'm not hiding behind a bunch of curtains because I'm too ugly to be seen."
Something struck three sides of the curtains, and even slapped the wall against the headboard. "Insolent little whelp. You dare say I am ugly when you look like something out of a crypt."
"That would be your husband," I quipped as I cast my eyes to the shriveled thing not more than a step away from me.
The laughter came again.
"That fool.
He was hardly worthy of me, and now that I have become something more, he was of no use." A laugh came from the bed.
"I suppose that isn't true."
"He had one last use for me." "You drained his crystal," Dardan spoke up. "Completely," came the response as I heard the bed creak under shifting weight. Another sensual groan came from behind the curtains.
"Oh, but what a tasty treat he was.
So full of life. It made me so happy that all I can think about now is wanting more." The upper half of the curtains that faced us parted, and revealed Lady Yiddle. I could only see above the waist, but that was ample body. Her breasts appeared to be even larger than when we first met, so much so that her dress could hardly contain them. However, her flesh had a strange brackish tint to it that made her look ill. She grasped either side of the curtain in both hands and leaned out, jutting out her bouncing mounds. "Do I not look appetizing to you, Lord Eastwei? Do these not tempt you more than the stick that stands behind you?"
"No."
Chapter 41. The terse reply caused a look of fury to sweep across her face. Her hands shook before she tightened her grip on the curtains. Something behind her slapped the covers. You would dare say that that thing is of equal beauty to me?" Dardan grasped my hand in his. "No. I would dare say that her beauty surpasses yours." I was flattered, but my glow of happiness was squelched when our hostess let out a strangled cry. "You blind fool! You will pay for that insult with your life." She flung aside the curtains and stepped off the bed. Or rather, slithered. Where her legs should have been, there were now thick, juicy black tendrils. I was immediately reminded of the arms of the plant creature I had fought on 2 past occasions. Lady Yiddle charged us, her sloppy tendrils slapping against the floorboards. Dardan flung his waiting fireball into her face. She let out a terrible cry and stumbled back, pawing at the embers that left singe marks on her features. "You fiend!" she shrieked as she turned to her full-length mirror. Her eyes widened, and her mouth twisted into a horrible silent scream.
"Look what you've done to my face. What about the rest of you?"
I shot back, as I stabbed a finger at her lower half.
"What the hell have you done to yourself?"
She whipped her head around to face us, and balled her hands into fists at her side. "What are you talking about, you horrible wench? I am perfect. I am beauty incarnate. I am a monster," I added. Phrygia let out a high-pitched screech that made me wince. "You stupid insolent girl." Her tendrils slapped the floor around her, even cracking some of the boards beneath her fury. A faint blackish glow emanated from her body, casting a halo of horror behind her. "You will pay dearly for that." A heavy thump came from the balcony, as Rex landed on the platform. Lyron floated up beside him. Lady Yiddle whipped her face about and hissed at them. Rex's eyes widened before he drew his sword. "What in all the realms is that?"
"It's Lady Yiddle,"
I shouted at them.
"Watch out for her legs."
"Her legs?" Rex questioned before one of the tendrils shot out and wrapped around his leg. Rex let out a strangled cry as he was wrenched off his feet and slammed to the floor. The tendril dragged him across the floor toward Phrygia, who opened her arms to him. She also opened her mouth, and her jaw stretched beyond its natural limits and revealed 4 rows of horrible gnashing teeth. Lyron leaped to the hare's defense and stretched out his hand. My mouth fell open as I watched silver threads emerge from his palm, before he clasped his hand around their base. Instantly the threads were transformed into a shimmering sword, which he used to slice the tendril clean in two. The end that held Rex melted and shriveled into dust that stained the floor. Phrygia screamed and slithered away from us. Lyron helped Rex to his feet, and they backed up to the balcony. Dardan tightened his grip on my hand, and pulled me over to them. We 4 turned and watched the creature formerly known as Lady Yiddle thrash about the room. She threw her makeup trays about, and shattered the full-length mirror. Her tendrils tore at the floorboards and ripped the curtains off the bed. Rex scrambled to his feet and half-turned toward the street.
We should get out of here.
Lyron leaped over the side as did Rex, and Dardan wrapped an arm around me. He jumped down and neatly landed among our friends.
What is going on?
Rue questioned her fiancé the moment he landed. He grasped her forearms and nodded at her son. Ruin was right. Lady Yiddle has become a monster and killed her husband. See? Ruin gloated as he puffed out his chest. She frowned at him.
Now is not the time to gloat.
Rex leaned forward and captured both their attention. You have to get out of here. Rue whipped her head around and scowled at him. I won't leave you here.
You can't fight this thing, Rue.
Rex snapped. She froze and her eyes widened. He squeezed her arms and looked into her eyes.
This thing already almost ate me.
That'll happen to you if you stay here, and you have to think of ruin. Tears sprang into Rue's eyes, and she cupped his chin in both her hands.
Promise me you'll come back.
A crooked grin slipped onto his lips. Keep a warm carrot cake in the windowsill, and I'll always come back. A tear ran down her cheek. He leaned forward and captured her lips in a long, passionate kiss. They reluctantly separated, and Rex stepped back. Rue took her son's hand and pulled him away. Ruin looked over his shoulder as they hurried down the street. Go get him, Rex. Rex grinned and patted his sword. Of course. That left me the weakest of the fighters. Dardan turned to me, and I held up one finger. Don't you dare tell me to leave because I'm not doing it. The disappointment and worry in his eyes almost made me regret my decision. Almost. Lyron stepped up to Dardan's side, as he and I faced the balcony. We must lure it away, or the town will slide into panic. Rex sidled up to our group, with his hand on the hilt of his sword.
But how are we going to guarantee it will follow us?
I will lead it away. All eyes fell on Dardan. His sharp gaze lay on the room with the imprisoned monster. It is most interested in the life source of others. My great years and magic mean I have an abundance of both. I grasped his arm and caught his eye. My whispered words reached his ears.
But what about your crystal?
He set his hand atop one of mine and smiled.
Nothing will happen to me.
I couldn't believe that. A horrible dread rose inside of me. And that's when it hit me. I have a better idea. I can lure her away. Lyron lifted an eyebrow. You, Lady Anna.
She really hates me, I told him as I looked up at Dardan.
She'll do anything to get me out of the way and have Dardan, that is, Lord Eastwei, to herself. Rex wrinkled his nose.
That's more than I wanted to imagine.
I will not allow you to be the lure, Dardan insisted. A noise from above caught our attention. Tendrils appeared over the edge of the balcony, as Phrygia slithered out of her darkened lair. I noticed one of the tendrils was a mere stump, no doubt courtesy of Rex's valiant effort to fend her off the other day. She grasped the edge of the balcony with her hands and leaned over. Her eyes were now completely black, and stared directly at me. I clapped my hand on Dardan's shoulder, and gave him a grin that didn't extend to my heart. If I don't make it, then tell Ariane she can have all my stuff. And with that, I shot off down the road toward the closest exit out of town. Fuchsia! Dardan shouted after me. That pet name was starting to grow on me. I only hoped I'd live long enough to enjoy it more. A noise behind me made me look over my shoulder. The grotesque form of Lady Yiddle wrapped her tendrils around the neighboring balcony and pulled her over, following my path. She was fast. Very fast. My heart pounded hard in my chest as my nemesis slowly caught up to me. The outskirts of the town loomed up, but so did a hideous shadow. Phrygia dropped down in front of me, her horrible slimy tendrils whipping about her like the tail of an angry cat. "Do you think you can escape me in my perfect form?" she snapped as her appendages wriggled toward me. A large and hot fireball shot a few inches past my face and slammed into the closest tendril. Phrygia screamed and scuttled back as smoke rose from her singed body. I spun around, and my heart lifted as I watched Dardan glide down from his lofty magical perch. He landed beside me with both hands aflame and his lips tightly pursed. Lyran landed just behind us with Rex at his side. "An admirable distance, but I believe you are now in need of some assistance to finish the task," Lyran mused as he held up one hand covered in silver light. I pointed at the brilliance. "I have questions later." "Definitely later," Rex spoke up as he drew his sword. Phrygia reared up and lunged at us. Lyran and Dardan both threw their magic at her, and she was struck in the face and midsection. Phrygia let out another screech and thrashed about. Her tendrils struck the nearby homes and slammed into the ground, cracking the earth. Lamps and candles were lit, and people stuck their heads out their front doors. "Stay inside or get out the back door," Rex shouted at them. They took one look at our foe and agreed, ducking back inside and taking their lit candles with them. Phrygia threw back her head and let loose a terrible roar. A hideous darkness burst out of her, shrouding everything in an inky black hue. More tendrils burst out from beneath her dress and tore it to shreds. The limbs thickened and lengthened, raising her 30 feet in the air. Her hands stretched into claws, and her luscious hair transformed into thin tendrils that matched her legs. She lunged at us with her dozens of tendrils. Dardan and Lyran worked overtime throwing out their magic, while Rex hacked and slashed his way through the dangerous vines. I thrust up my hands and created a mat over all our heads. The tendrils struck my barrier, and the vibration rattled me to my very soul, but I gritted my teeth and kept my arms up. Something caught me about my ankle, and I was yanked off my feet. The tendril tightened its grip and dragged me toward Phrygia. Another coil rose from the rest and formed itself into a sharp point. My eyes widened as it thrust itself toward my heart. A figure threw itself on top of me, and I heard a muffled cry. My heart nearly stopped when I realized it was Dardan. His arms were pressed against the ground on one side of me, while his legs were on the other, providing a perfect cover. Too perfect. His blood spilled onto my chest from where he hung over me. The tip of the tendril poked out through his stomach, and blood was forced from his mouth. My eyes widened, and I felt a welling up of emotions. No. A terrible and brilliant light burst out of me, as it had done when I'd stopped the fight between the kings. The silver glow flowed over the whole area, striking Phrygia like hot metal. She screamed and scuttled back, tearing the tendril out of Dardan. The thrust of his body upon its exit only made me angrier. I grabbed hold of Dardan as he collapsed, and cradled him against my chest. Phrygia thrashed about trying to flee backward from me. I looked over Dardan's shoulder and my eyes hardened. The light around me grew brighter and brighter, until I could barely see her dark outline. And then my magic swallowed her, and she was no more. Chapter 42. My light faded, and the weight of Dardan forced me to lower him into my lap. The others crowded around us, as I looked over his body. Blood covered much of the wound, and I wiped some of it away to find. "Hello." The shout came from above us. I was both glad and numb to see it was Yushir, and with him was Ariane. They landed close to us, and hurried over. We saw the light and came as quickly as we could, Eastwei told us as his eyes lit upon his friend. The color drained from his face. By all the realms! What has happened? A creature of pure evil was defeated, but not before attacking Lord Eastwei, Lyran explained. His words are grievously bad, and I am not sure a mere bandage will help at all. My eyes brightened as I thought back to something more than a bandage. My magic. I hovered my hands over his wound, and scrunched up my face. My silver magic flowed out, and became a mesh that fell over the hole. The frayed edges softened, and some of the flaps melded together. And that was it. No matter how much effort I poured into my magic, the rest of the wound wouldn't knit together. I gasped and dropped my arms to my sides. Blood still poured from his wound. I raised my tear-soaked face to the others. Why isn't it working? It worked on everyone else. Eastwei closed his eyes and bowed his head. To mend the body is easy with magic. To mend the very essence is a completely different matter. A panicked expression appeared on Ariane's face. Then Anna cannot heal him. He sighed and his shoulders sagged. I cannot see how. Now when his very crystal is so damaged. An icy cold hand wrapped around my heart, as the full horror of what he said sank into me. I burst into tears and threw myself over Dardan. Ariane dropped to her knees behind me, and set her hands on my shoulders. Her whispered words somehow cut through my sobs. There must be a way to mend him. Surely the ancient records should be able to tell us something. You're giving her false hope, Diane scolded her. A crystal is the very essence of a god. It can't be mended any more than you can mend someone's head back onto their neck. Ariane bit her lower lip. I know, but Lord Eastwei cannot die. What would happen to the barrier over the shrouded mountains? They would vanish, and the evil would be loosed upon the world, Lyran told her. A dour silence fell over us. And then Eastwei cleared his throat. This may be of no help at all, but I believe is a tale from Eastwei's youth that of a similar circumstance. I didn't dare look up as Ariane tightened her grip on my shoulders. What is it? Mind you, the creature in the tale is long since dead, he added. Ariane glared at him. Will you tell us the tale or not? Eastwei lifted his chin and cleared his throat. The creature I speak of was a serpent of immense size and strength. It stalked Lord Eastwei when he was but a child, and grievously wounded him, so much so that the wounds that remained on his body took many months to heal. Why would we care about the attacker? Jin questioned him. Eastwei toyed with his ring. Ironically, the creature's blood also healed him, as Eastwei had given the thing a fatal wound during their final fight. Eastwei was covered in its blood when my grandfather and his men discovered him. Being well versed in the consequences of battle, they knew from the stains over his body that he had received more wounds that had healed. Learning later that the young god was not gifted in that art, they understood that the blood of the serpent hand healed him. Rex took a step closer to the prince. And his crystal was damaged during this battle? Not just his body? Undoubtedly. His magic had been so completely fractured that it took him several decades before he could use his full strength. But what can be done with a snake that's been dead that long? Rex pointed out. There is someone who might know the history of a long-dead creature, Lyran spoke up as his gentle eyes fell on me. He is a master of time. The prince folded his arms over his chest and furrowed his brow. You speak of Garrick? He is the master of the threads, but to bring a creature back from extinction is something beyond even his power. The idea of descendants, however, was just what I was hoping for. What's the downside? Rex counted as he waved a hand at Dardan. Eastwei is on his deathbed now. What do we have to lose? If there is a consequence, I'll take it. All eyes fell on me as I climbed to my unsteady feet, and turned to face the group. No matter what it is, I'll do it. It is a little early to offer a sacrifice, Eastwei assured me, as he offered me a small smile. Garrick is a very affable god, and if a fee need be paid, it will be a reasonable one. For now, let us see about bundling our friend in a gentle web of our magic, so we might get him there without any further damage. Lord Garrick lives on the far side of the Shrouded Mountains, doesn't he? Rex asked him.
Yes, but I will fly Dardan there with as much speed as possible, Yushir promised. But how can we move him in such a state?
Ariane pointed out. The blood had completely soaked through his robes and mine.
I have such a remedy.
The offer didn't come from anyone in our group. We lifted our eyes to the sky, and beheld a beautiful girl of 17. She wore a simple but clean dress, and her long golden tresses trailed behind her. A leather pouch was slung over one shoulder, and diagonally across her front. Yushir blinked at the young lady. Lady Fuhel? What in all the realms are you doing here? Grandmother was working on the strengthening spell for the barrier over the Shrouded Mountains a few days ago when Lord Eastwei's blood began to dissolve, Fuhel explained as her gaze fell on the said lord. The color drained from her face and her hand flew to her mouth. By all the realms! What has happened to him? You said you have potions to help his condition, the prince questioned her. Fuhel shook off her shock and dug into the bag.
I have some here.
Grandmother told me to come at once to Lord Eastwei's location, using his blood to find him. She said I would be of good use to Lady Roberts and him in these trying days. I blinked at her. To me? But I don't know you or your grandmother. Fuhel drew out a few vials and smiled at me. No, but I am glad to make your acquaintance at last, Lady Roberts. Introductions for a later time, Yushir insisted as he nodded at the vials.
What have you there?
Fuhel blushed and held up the glasses. Medicine that creates synthetic blood and heals small wounds. The blood will be invaluable, but those wounds have already been managed as well as they can, Yushir assured her as he guided her over to the wounded Dardan. I reluctantly stepped back and gave her room to work. Fuhl's deft hands worked the magic potion for the blood. The vial was filled with red powder that she poured into her palm, before sprinkling it over Dardan's grievous wound. In a few minutes, Fuhel had him bandaged. A little more color had returned to his pale cheeks. She stood and stepped back.
That is all I can do for him, she told us as she pursed her lips.
I am very sorry. Yushir set a hand on her shoulder and offered her a smile.
Nonsense.
You have done a wonderful job. Now I will take him, and the rest of you shall follow. It looks like there aren't enough heaven folk here, so you'll travel faster without me, Rex mused as he stepped back with a smile. I'll stay here and make sure there's no more trouble. You just focus on Lord Eastwei. I grasped his hand and squeezed them. Thank you for the help. He leaned forward and pecked a light kiss on my cheek. I came away blushing, and he was grinning.
I'll take that as payment.
Good luck. Lyron stepped up to me. Allow me to take you, Lady Anna. I let him loop his arm around my waist, and his silver light surrounded us. Fuhel did the same for Ariane while Yushir gently scooped Dardan into his arms. Together the three of us swept into the sky toward hope. Chapter 43. To say I was despondent would have been an understatement. Hope and despair vied for supremacy in my mind, so much so that I didn't hear Lyron speaking to me for a few moments. I shook myself out of my thoughts and blinked up at him.
What was that?
I was asking if you were unharmed, Lady Roberts, he explained as he studied my stained attire. I looked down at myself and winced.
Yeah.
It's all Dardan's blood. You believe he will not survive? I winced.
Yeah.
A thought struck me, and I cocked my head to look up at him.
Aren't you worried?
His twinkling eyes studied me.
Not while he has such loyal and determined friends at his side.
We flew north over the White Tree countryside, and to the west of the Shrouded Mountains. I tried to see the barrier that reflected Dardan's vitality, but we were too far. Our travels took us over those lofty mountains, and to a green valley filled with grass. A stream meandered through the center, and provided pools where waterfowl and hoofed animals congregated. The only oddity among nature was the small stone hut that sat uphill from the stream bed. The thatched roof was covered in grass and ferns, and the paned windows reflected the beautiful countryside. A well stood nearby with a small gabled roof, and a clothesline filled with bedding was near that. A gentle breeze caused the bedding to flap about as we landed. "Garrick!" Eustwei shouted as he hurried up to the door with Dardan still in his arms. He kicked at the bottom of the door. "Are you here?" "Almost." The shout came from down the slope, where a man of 40 appeared. He was clean-shaven with a bright smile on his face, and a rough leather clothing on his person. 2 deer flanked him, and a squirrel was perched on his shoulder. He stopped at the start of the little flat area, and his eyes fell on Eastwei. His eyebrows shot up and he hurried over to us, startling his dear friends so they ran off. "What has happened?" "Lord Eastwei has been grievously wounded, and we seek use of your knowledge and your pool," Eustwei pleaded. Garrick opened the door, and stepped to one side before he swept his arm toward the interior. "Please come in." Eustwei hurried inside with his load, and the rest of us followed. Our host hurried over to a corner of the plain room, and opened a wooden hatch in the floor. The hatch hid a winding set of stone steps that disappeared out of view. I was reminded of the terrible keep, owned by Lord Wermere. A quick examination of our host made me wonder if they weren't related. "I might need some assistance," Eustwei pleaded as he lowered Dardan onto his feet. Lyron and Garrick moved to assist, and together the trio managed to walk Dardan down the steps. Ariane and I followed close behind, and we descended into a damp but warm world. The stairs were illuminated by bright lamps tucked into niches that cast a soft warm glow over the steps. The walls, far from being simple and bland stone, were covered in green moss that sprouted tiny flowers of every color. A few butterflies fluttered past, and I swore I even saw a bird flutter into a nest behind a lamp. The stairs ended not on a floor of paved stones, but on a carpet of grass. The algae also changed, and the soft downy green stuff stuck to the walls cast a faint glow that fed the blades. The way opened into a large cavern, but there were no stalagmites, only stalactites. Those hung down only a few feet, and were reflected in a round pool in the center of the huge room. A ring of soft stones acted as the bank, and allowed anyone to kneel and scoop out the blue-green liquid. I was briefly reminded of the terrible pit buried beneath Wermere's keep. However, there was no foreboding atmosphere. Rather, the air was as fresh as spring, with a hint of a winter chill. I could almost imagine a summer breeze, floating past on its way into a harvest of fall colors. I felt eyes on me and turned to see Garrick with his head partially turned, and one eye on me. "Your world does not have anything like the Chamber of Seasons, does it?" I blinked at him. "My world? Then you know." "I felt a ripple when you entered this world," Garrick revealed. Eustwei frowned at his old acquaintance. "Why did you not inform anyone of this?" Garrick faced ahead and shrugged. "It hardly seemed to matter. You got along well enough without my interfering in the affairs of the present, and you know how I loathe to do that. Now to the task at hand. Bring him over to the pool. The light from the plants offers some comfort to the weary." They set Dardan down just shy of the border of stone, and Fuhel knelt beside him to check on his bandages. I followed close at their heels, and couldn't help but keep a keen eye on our host. Garrick stood from his task and turned to me. A faint smile slipped onto his lips. "You study me with a very thorough eye, Lady Anna. Do I remind you of someone?" "You kind of look like Lord Wermere," I admitted. Garrick chuckled. "That is no great surprise. Lord Wermere is my elder brother, and the resemblance has often been noted." His good humor faded, and he leaned toward me. "I feel I must apologize for his terrible attempt on your life. I know words alone cannot make up for what he has done for you, and so I offer whatever services I can provide to help you now. Lord Eastwei once fought a terrible beast, the blood of which healed his wounds during the battle, Eastwei told him. The snake was said to be the only one of its kind, but somehow we must find a substitute for its blood. Garrick rubbed his chin in his hand. I see. You wish to see if this snake had descendants of equal stature, whose blood might heal him again? That is correct. Garrick dropped his hand to his side and lifted his chin. Very well. We shall see what the pool can show us. He moved over to the pond, and stretched out his hands so his palms were turned toward the calm waters. A faint greenish light flowed from his hand and formed into a teardrop. The droplet fell into the water, and caused a ripple that flowed over the whole pond. Ariane and I crept up to the edge, and leaned over. My eyes widened as I beheld a bottomless land that slowly swirled clockwise, mixing faint phantoms of lands I couldn't quite see, and faces I couldn't quite make out. It was like trying to recall a memory, just out of reach. Anna. Ariane scolded me, as she tightened her grip on my arm. I blinked at her. What? You were about to lean too far, she pointed out as she nodded at the pool. You could have fallen in. I shook off my stupor and cupped my head in my hand. Was I? I lifted an eyebrow at my friend. But you weren't going to fall in. She shook her head. I see only dark shadows in the pool. Nothing that would entice me. That is because you two have many, many years between you, Garrick spoke up as he offered me a gentle smile. Those who are or were mortal are always more deeply captured by the past than those who have endless years ahead of them. They would gladly drop into the pool to relive them, then face the certainty of their demise. Can you see anything to do with the snake? Eastwei asked him. Garrick dropped his hands and sighed. Unfortunately, that snake was the last of its line. There are none who have such an ability. A terrible silence fell over us. Tears threatened to well up in my eyes. Is there nothing that can be done? Ariane spoke up as she grasped my forearms. Surely history can be repeated. Garrick tilted his head back and stroked his chin. An interesting suggestion. There is one way to go back in time, but it may well be impossible for anyone who has ever lived. My heart gave a leap and I took a step toward him. What is it? Whatever it is, we'll try it. He half turned toward the pool, and swept his arm over the still waters. Someone might go back in time and retrieve some of the beast's blood. Eastwei's eyes widened. But that is madness. Why is it madness? Ariane spoke up as her eyes flickered between the gods. How can one do this? Garrick clasped his hands behind his back as he faced us. The waters of the Chamber of Seasons are a gateway to time itself. Anyone may drop into these waters and go back in time. Then what could be the problem? Eastwei wondered, as he tapped a large foot on the ground. Might we just jump into the pool and find this serpent? Our host closed his eyes and shook his head. These waters are uncontrollable, even by me. Anyone who jumps in must first craft for themselves a magic rope which will tie them to the present. Then that rules out most of us, Ariane chimed in as she looked to Eastwei. But you should be able to go, Prince Eastwei. You have the magic skill to craft the rope. The prince lifted his chin and cleared his throat. So I do. I will be the one to save Lord Eastwei. No. The firm denial came from Garrick. His eyes flew open and settled on Eastwei. You are too heavy. Eastwei's chest deflated a little, and he set a hand on his gut. Come again. The corners of Garrick's lips twitched up. Not in the literal sense, Your Highness. You are millions of years old. Any traveler who throws himself into the waters is weighted down by the number of his years. Even if you have the magic to keep yourself attached, you would merely sink to the bottom of time, and remain there until you pulled yourself up. To travel to a specific point, one must not be weighed down by many years. And have magic, Ariane reminded us. My eyes lit up, and I took a shaky step forward. Then it's me. I'm the one who has to go. I have the magic, and I'm the youngest one here. A faint and bittersweet smile slipped onto Garrick's lips.
Yes.
You are the only one with a chance of returning. Ariane grasped my arm in both her hands. Tears welled up in her eyes and her voice quivered.
Oh, please let me try.
If I fail, then you have a chance to use your magic again to heal Lord Eastwei. I turned to face her and smiled at my friend. You don't have the magic, and you sure isn't young. I noticed him shift from foot to foot at my words.
So that's why I have to go.
I have to do this. A tear slipped down her cheek and her voice was choked.
Promise me you will return.
I squeezed her arms.
You know I can't. Promise me.
I stared into her panicked and fearful eyes for a moment, before a sigh escaped me.
I promise. And I expect you to keep your word.
You always have, she reminded me. I snorted.
Yeah, I guess I have.
Then I'll be back before you know it. I slipped out of her grasp and took a deep breath before I turned to Garrick.
All right, what do I have to do?
He used a hand to gesture to the spot on the stones around the pool. Stand here and build yourself the strongest thread you have ever cast. I stepped up to the water's edge and clasped my hands together. My threads formed layer after layer of thick matting, and in a minute, I had a length of rope long enough to hand a roll to Garrick. The other end was attached to my palm. He captured my gaze and lowered his voice to a whisper. If you ever meet someone who knows you in the present, you must conceal yourself from them, he instructed me. My face drooped.
What would happen if that did happen?
As you may be the first to succeed in traveling through time, I would suggest you not find out. I swallowed the lump in my throat and eased my toes over the edge. Garrick grinned at me. Good luck, Lady Anna, and have fun. He clapped me hard on the back and tumbled into the abyss. Chapter 44. The water wasn't cold. In fact, I didn't even feel any dampness as I crashed headfirst into the pool. There was a sensation of pressure, and the darkness wrapped around me. Faint images popped up all over the place, and I recognized every one of them. There I was being dropped off at the orphanage all those years ago, a scrawny skeleton of a thing at 4 years old. My graduation day flew past me, as I left the only place I called home. The Diady tree, and my fall into this strange and magical world. Meeting Dardan for the first time. That memory most of all attracted me. I swam toward it, and the image brightened until the light forced my eyes shut. I landed with a heavy thud on hard, dusty ground. A cloud of dirt sprang up and covered me, forcing a cough from my throat. That gave me ample time to check out my surroundings. I knelt on a small flat table, atop a high mountain. Tan-colored boulders littered the area, and a few scraggly trees popped up here and there. The tiny looked out on a valley of dense woods, and a winding river ran through it. Nothing was familiar to me. A noise from the other side of a boulder caught my attention. I crept up to a rock and peeked out the side. The other half of the mountain top stretched out in front of me, and various sizes of stones were scattered about the area. Many were broken into pieces, and all of them had scorch marks. The source of the destruction was a small boy of 10, who sat cross-legged on the ground in the middle of the shattered stones. He wore a ragged mess of animal furs over his tanned body, and his fiery red hair trailed down his back and stretched across the ground behind him. His entire body was covered in dirt and grime, and his hair was so matted that some parts resembled birds' nests. My mouth dropped open. That was Dardan when he was a child. I would have recognized that imp anywhere, especially after that trial the king had given me. A gasp inadvertently dropped out of my mouth. The child looked up from his task, which was holding stones in both hands. He furrowed his brow as he climbed to his feet. The stones dropped to the ground, and tiny fireballs appeared in his palms. I ducked down and my heart pounded in my chest. He can't see you like this. It'll ruin the future. I shouted at myself. Think, Anna. You have to change. And that was that. I shut my eyes and focused on my final bit of training. My body shrank just as the sound of his footsteps reached the other side of the boulder. The young Dardan peeked around the side and his eyes widened. My adorable cat self blinked back at him, from where I sat on the ground amidst my clothes. My tail was curled around my body, and the tip twitched atop my fluffy silver paws. Meow, I greeted him. Dardan cocked his head to one side, and spoke in a broken language. You what? Oh boy. He doesn't know what a cat is, I thought to myself. I would just have to show him the cuteness of a feline. I stood and lifted my tail as far as my butt would allow. Meow. Dardan started back and toppled out of sight. I heard his back slap against the hard-packed dirt, and a whoosh of air as it was expelled from his lungs. I leaped onto the boulder and stared down at the prostrate youth. His face was twisted in discomfort, but at one sight of me he scrambled to his feet. He reignited his fire and flicked his wrists. The fireballs shot out at me. I gave a frightened yowl, and it was my turn to tumble over the side of the rock. My landing put to shame whatever cat ancestry I might have had. I found myself on my back squirming to get up. A great cry came from the other side of the rock, and Dardan hopped into view, his eyes and hands blazing. He shook his hands above his head before he leaped at me. I screeched and scuttled out of the way a second before he slammed his fisted hands into the spot I had just evacuated. His hands smashed through the hard earth and left little cracked craters. I hopped onto my feet and turned to face him, my hair on end and my back arched. Dardan spun around to face me and froze. He blinked at me, before the corners of his lips twitched. A snort escaped him before full-out laughter took hold. Whatever it was he thought so funny, it was behind me. I twisted my head around, and beheld my tail. The stiff flagpole now resembled more of a feather duster, so fluffy had it become. I twitched the tip and it flopped to and fro. Dardan laughed so hard that he lost his balance and dropped butt first onto the ground. You funny. You very funny. I plopped my butt down and lifted my chin. Meow. Dardan got a hold of himself, and crawled over to me on all fours. He stopped a foot away and squinted at me. You what? I looked around for a stick to write with, and then remembered I no longer had a thumb. My paw was just as good at dragging through the dirt though, and I wrote a single word, cat. Dardan scooted a little closer and blinked at my word. He pointed at the letters. What that? My shoulders drooped and I hunched forward. He didn't know how to read either. I pointed at the word, and then at myself. You that, he wondered as he inched up to the other side of my word. He leaned in and studied the letters. I seen these. The others brought these in strange bags. I cocked my head to one side. He pointed at a place to his right. There. They came from over there. They speak same as me too. He paused and wrinkled his nose. I don't know how I speak, but I do. For as long as I remember, I speak to myself. The youth returned his attention to me, and leaned a little closer. Can I speak to you? My ears perked up as did my tail. Meow. His face lit up and he threw himself at me. I wasn't prepared for his weight, and was tackled to the ground. The boy wrapped me in a tight hug, and lifted me off the ground as he stood. I call you Fuchsia. I heard others call pretty flower that. You pretty like flower. I stiffened in his arms. Fuchsia. Dardan had given me that same nickname in the future. The young god carried me around the rock, and to the center of his little devastation. He plopped me down and sat down beside me, where he plucked a stone from the ground. I trying to practice my thing. See? His hand heated up and the rock shattered, crumbling to bits below him. I make things break with this. I noticed a faint bit of red stain on his arm, and pointed my adorable nose at it. Dardan looked at where I pointed and his face fell. He brushed his hand over the mark. A big thing tried to bite me. Big and long, like a stick. Had a lot of sharp teeth. One of them scraped me. It was a cross big place down there. I run up here and practice some more so that not happen again. The hair on my back shot up. That sounded like a snake. And I knew it was going to happen again. That would be my chance. Dardan thrust a rock in my face.
You do this?
I wrinkled my whiskers, but his question gave me an idea. I focused my thoughts and my threads floated out. They formed into a chocolate bar which floated in front of the lad. Dardan's eyes widened.
What this?
I bit off a piece and munched. His eyes lit up and he bit off a piece. A smile spread across his face, and he snatched the rest of the bar from my grasp. It was gone in the blink of an eye. He held out his chocolate-covered fingers. More. I used a paw to point at his hands. He blinked at me and his sticky digits. I sighed and groomed my paws. He grinned and bobbed his head.
Yeah.
And then he started licking his fingers. I rolled my eyes and pointed in the direction of the river I had seen. Dardan stopped and stared at me. An adorable sigh escaped me before I stood and turned tail. I trotted past him and to the edge of the tabletop, where I perceived a small animal trail. Dardan scurried after me and followed me down the path. We arrived in the cool, refreshing air of the forest where birds chirped and bugs hummed. I used my nose to sniff out the river, and we soon found ourselves at its banks. I dipped my paws into the water and rubbed them together. Dardan knelt beside me and watched before he mimicked my motions.
This.
Meow. I agreed as I bobbed my head. He showed me his clean hands. I can have more. I crafted another bar, and it was just as quickly consumed. Dardan clapped his hands together and gave me a toothy brown-stained grin. A sudden noise made him freeze. He whipped his head to his right and across the river. I stiffened as fresh scents filled my nose, none of which I understood. Dardan climbed to his feet and beckoned to me while still keeping his eyes on the opposite bank.
I no like it here.
We go back. Chapter 45. I gladly trotted up to him, and he hefted me into his arms. The young lad carried me back and plopped me down among his exploded rocks. He continued his practice, but I had other things on my mind. For one, it was starting to get dark. The eeriness of the forest meant that place was out of the question. I trotted around the large boulder and dragged my clothes around to the other side. Dardan paused in his chore and watched me spread out my clothes.
You make place to sleep, he guessed.
I plopped myself down facing him and meowed. Dardan crawled on all fours over to me and took a seat at my side. The boulder provided a nice resting stone for the hardened lad, and he eagerly draped my clothes around him. I scooted up to his side, and the boy wrapped his arms around me. You good thing, he whispered as he rubbed his cheek against the top of my head. I never want you to leave. Poor Dardan. What he would have to go through before he met me again. We both slipped into a deep sleep, and only the rising sun disturbed our slumber. I shivered against the chill morning air and snuggled closer to him. His bleary eyes opened, and he petted my head. You cold? Meow, I replied as I rubbed the top of my head against the bottom of his chin. He held up a hand, and a fireball burst out of his palm. The soft heat warmed my fur and I let out a low purr. Dardan cocked his head to one side.
You make that sound?
I bobbed my head and rubbed him again. Dardan looped his other arm around me and drew me close against his side.
I like it.
A rumble from my stomach made me shrink. Apparently, traveling through time didn't stop the appetite. He leaped to his feet, dragging me along with him. We get food. Dardan hefted me down the path and into the woods. My vantage point gave me plenty of time to admire the scenery, and a few puddles courtesy of a heavy dew. I caught my reflection in one of them, and my eyes widened. A crescent moon stood out from my forehead. Dardan didn't notice my shock, but skipped down along the forest path. He plopped me down on a flat stone and whipped his head to and fro.
What you want?
Plant. Meat. Meow. I yowled at the second offer. He placed his hands on his hips and puffed out his chest. I get. You stay here. I flattened my ears against my head. Meow. He blinked at me. You no want meat? I stood and pointed at myself with one paw. Meow. Dardan cocked his head to one side. You go with me. My tail shot up like a flag on a pole. Meow. He clapped his hands. I like. We both go and look for. His eyes lit up and he slunk forward. I couldn't understand the sudden change in his demeanor until I noticed a small salamander on a stone toward which Dardan was heading. He stopped a foot away and lunged. The creature slithered under the rock, leaving Dardan with empty hands. He plopped himself down and puckered his lower lip out in a pout. I sauntered over to him, and my threads worked their magic. In a jiffy, I had crafted a small salamander of silver light that scurried over to him and settled on his bent knee. The creature lifted its slender head and looked around. Its small flat tongue flicked out and tasted the air, and its slender tail flipped to and fro. Dardan clapped his hands and laughed. He scooped up my ethereal creation and studied the tiny thing. Very nice. Very good. I keep. I sat down in front of him and shook my head. Dardan's face fell. I no keep. Meow. The boy sighed, but stroked the top of the salamander's head. Still nice. Still good. He set the creature on the ground, and it vanished. The boy scooted across the ground to me, and wrapped me in a warm, tight hug. You good. I keep you. My purr grew louder. Dardan laughed and drew me away. You like to? Good. We keep each other. He stood and hefted me to my feet. Now we go eat. He tucked me under one arm and waddled deeper into the woods. We were halfway to the river when a loud rustle of leaves caught our attention. Dardan's eyes widened, and he threw me out of the way just as a huge bear came barreling out of the brush. The creature opened its mouth to take a huge bite of Dardan. He armed himself with fireballs and threw them at the monster. One struck it in the face, while the other bounced off the shoulder on its thick pelt. The strikes didn't slow it down, and Dardan threw himself out of its path. The bear almost crashed into a tree before it came to a stop, and spun around to face the young lad. I shot out of the tall grass that surrounded us, and latched onto the bear's ear. The beast let out a terrible roar that rattled my head, but I only bit down harder. The bear swung its head from side to side, bawling and barking. Dardan threw larger, hotter fireballs into its face and chest. The blazing magic caught the bear's finer hairs on fire, and the creature crashed into the brush. I unlatched and dropped down onto the grass. I barely had time for a breath when a pair of strong arms wrapped around me and drew me into a tight hug. You so good. Dardan squealed as he swung me around in a tight circle. You save me. Meow. I yowled as my empty stomach churned. Dardan set me on the ground and put his hands on his bent knees. Now we go eat. Hunting and drinking from the stream were our main occupations for the rest of the day. At nightfall, with our catch slung over Dardan's shoulder, we strolled back toward his clifftop home. I hopped onto a rock and looked around. Nothing stirred as the teasing shadows of night slunk into the darker places. All was quiet and calm. And lonely. We hadn't met a single person that day. Only beasts and bugs. Dardan stopped a few steps ahead of me and turned. Pretty thing. You come. Meow, I replied as I hopped down and scurried after him. No wonder I had left such an indelible mark on his childhood. There was no one else to leave a mark. We were soon tucked into my clothes with a crackling fire in front of us, courtesy of a bundle of sticks. The remains of a rabbit lay nearby. I only hoped it wasn't one of Rex's ancestors. Dardan leaned his head back and stroked my fur. Good day. Good friend. Meow, I replied as I rubbed my cheek against his chest. He closed his eyes and sighed. I want this to last forever. My ears flattened against my head, and I cast a wistful look up at him. His even breathing told me he was already asleep. How I wished this moment could have lasted forever. But it can't and it won't, my evil inner voice reminded me. You know what's coming. I sighed and closed my eyes. I knew, and it would come far sooner than I expected. Chapter 46. I awakened to a new day. That, and the stench of something wet and dirty. That something also hissed above us. My eyes flew open, and I beheld a behemoth of a snake. The creature was some 50 feet long, and had a foot of girth. Its flat head was 2 feet wide and resembled that of a cobra, complete with a large hood. And its cold hard eyes had deadly intent toward Dardan. Well, one of its eyes. The other was a burned-out hollow, courtesy of the fire god. The creature opened its jaws and revealed 4 hideously long fangs. And here I stood in my adorable little catsuit. Still, this monster had a homicidal vendetta against Dardan. I was going to help him end it. I hissed and lunged at the beast, landing on its chest with all 4 paws bared. Unfortunately, my claws couldn't penetrate the thick scales that covered its hideous hide, and I slid right off. The creature snapped at me and one of its teeth grazed my front left leg. I yowled and rolled to the side, but blood pooled down my limb. The creature attempted another strike, but a fireball slammed into the side of its face. I scurried out of its reach, and spun around to face the full battlefield. Dardan stood before the monster, his chest sticking out and fireballs in both his palms. "You no touch her," he shouted as he flung the flames at the beast. The serpent dodged both of them and lunged at him. Dardan drew his hands back, and the fireballs pulled a U-turn, flying back and striking the creature in the back of the hood. I took my chance and leaped onto its back. My claws couldn't dig through the scales, but they could wiggle their way between them like a splinter, especially as I had a good angle this time around. I shoved my needle-like claws into the thin gaps and found flesh. The serpent hissed and thrashed about. My weak hold meant I was thrown off and tumbled across the clearing until I hit a boulder. The sudden stop left me dizzy and my vision blurred. But not blurred enough that I couldn't see the snake darting toward me. Dardan flung his fireballs and struck the serpent in the side of its face. It whipped its tail across the ground and sent his little practice stones flying at him. He flung up his arms, but many pelted his head. One of them struck him in the forehead and sent him tumbling to the ground. I tried to stand, but the creature whipped its tail about, slamming into my frail body and sending me crashing into another hard rock. Something inside me snapped. A rib or 2 was broken. I dropped to the ground in a haze of pain and confusion. Its shadow stretched over me. It drew its tail around to the front and shoved the appendage at me like a skewer. I would have been that way were it not for Dardan. He threw himself in its path, and I relived the nightmare of watching him be impaled by a monster. The tail went clear through and stuck out the other end. Blood poured from his tiny body. The snake whipped its tail and flung him aside. He tumbled across the hard-packed ground before he crumpled on the other side. Fury blinded me. My Sylvine light burst out of my body, as it had done before when I faced Phrygia. Only this time, I wasn't going to give the thing mercy. Rather than disintegrating the beast, my threads shot out and wrapped around it. The serpent thrashed and threw its head back as my magic slowly crushed its body. I stood, and as I did so my fur and fangs fell away to reveal my human self. I raised one hand and glared at the merciless creature. "That's the last person you ever hurt." I fisted my hand and my threads crushed the serpent. The creature was cut into dozens of pieces that collapsed into a grotesque pile. That's what I wanted. What I needed. Ignoring my nudity, I rushed forward and dipped my hands into the gore. I came away with handfuls of its blood, which I quickly carried over to Dardan. He hadn't moved at all, but hope lived inside of me. Dardan had lived to remember this tale. He had to make it. I lifted him into my arms and propped him up against a nearby stone. His horrible wound was plain to see. I quickly shoved my bloodied hands against the hole and waited. And waited. And waited. No, 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 I whispered as I looked over his wounds. They weren't healing. The serpent blood wasn't working. A sob escaped me as I cupped one of his cheeks in my hand.
You're not supposed to die here.
You can't. A soft warmth emanated from my hand. I jerked back in surprise and watched one of the wounds on his cheek mend itself. My heart thumped harder in my chest as I turned my palm to face me and stared with wide eyes at my hand. The deep cut from the serpent had splashed my palm with my blood. I could barely breathe as my thoughts knitted together the truth. My Sylvine gift could mend, but my blood held a more powerful magic. Sacrifice. I hurried to rub my hands against my wounds. My gift didn't mend any of my own wounds, but that was immaterial. All that mattered was Dardan. With my shaking hands covered, I pressed them against the open wound across his stomach. There was a turmoil of hope and fear inside me as I waited. Then I felt it. The slow knitting of the flesh beneath my hands. I drew them away and watched my blood close the wound. This was it. This was the truth. It hadn't been the serpent's blood that had healed him all those years ago. It was mine. I wrapped my bloodied arms around Dardan's frail body and drew him against my chest. Our blood mingled, and I felt a soft warmth cover us. I closed my eyes and smiled. I had it. I had found the solution to the problem, in the present. I felt faint and my hold on him weakened. The boy stirred in my arms as I lay him back against the rock. His eyes flickered open, but they were unfocused. He squinted at me, and a whispered word passed his bloody lips. Fuchsia. Fear gripped my heart. He couldn't see me like this. I stood and stumbled back. Indecision ruled my mind as I was presented with two choices: to leave him here alone and hope he would be okay, or to stay with him and risk him seeing me in my human form.
But there was a third option.
A shout came from somewhere not far off. I believe the magic came from this direction, Your Majesty. My heart fluttered, and I hurried to the edge of the rock pit that overlooked the valley. I hid behind a large boulder and leaned over the side. A group of 12 people in traveling clothes stood about a quarter-mile down the hillside. They stood at an intersection where one animal path led across the mountain and another led up. The group was made up of men and women, and a stately man stood at the head. One of the men, a man with a pasty face, pointed at the path that ran across the mountain. I believe the noise came from farther down the hill, Your Majesty. I am sure the magic came from on top of the hill, Your Majesty, another man countered. He was a tall, broad-shouldered fellow with dark brown hair. The man in the lead turned to a young woman at his side.
What do you think, Lady Frumai?
Is Lord Lyron in the right, and the magic came from the top? My mouth dropped open. Lyron and Frumai. The woman known as Lady Frumai shrugged.
I really couldn't say.
There was such a tumble of rocks that I was hard-pressed enough to keep my water barrier from collapsing beneath the flurry of those stones.
The rocks looked to come from very high up, another young woman spoke up.
She bore a striking resemblance to Fuhel. The king smiled at the new speaker. With your vote, Lady Wuhel, that makes 3 for the upper trail and 1 for the lower.
Well, let us try the easier route, the first man insisted.
We might try the other one later. It is only your desire to avoid a climb that you choose that path, Lord Wermere, Lyron countered. Wow. What a day I was having. Wermere sneered at him. That look hadn't changed in all the years. I only desire to save His Majesty some unnecessary climbing. My attention fell on the exalted figure. He did have a slight resemblance to Yushir. We will check the lower path, and time and daylight allowing, we shall check the upper later. Panic gripped me, and I glanced over my shoulder at Dardan's prone figure. His face was still ghastly pale. They needed to find him as quickly as possible, but without them knowing it was me. I hurried over to Dardan and set a hand on his shoulder. His eyes were shut, and the stench of drying blood almost made me gag.
"I'll be right back," I whispered to him before I pressed a light kiss to his forehead.
I slunk down the path and focused all my dwindling strength into transforming. This, then, was what Dardan had mentioned to me in that dark alley. My magic reserves were nearly spent, so much so that the transformation was painful. Still, I willed myself to change back as I raced down the mountain path. I reached a point that overlooked the intersection, and saw the tail end of the group disappear around a bend in the lower trail. Chapter 47. Meow. I yowled as I rushed down the path. Meow. The gods stepped back into view, with a perplexed expression on their face.
"Your Majesty."
"Something is coming down the upper path." The king and his entourage quickly reappeared. My weary body stumbled over one of the many stones that littered the path. I yowled and tumbled toward a very painful end. The king leaped into my path and caught me in his arms. He positioned me so I lay on my back, and his keen eyes examined my body.
"This creature's fur is matted with blood."
The group gathered around, and Lyran examined me. "These are bite wounds. It has seen a terrible battle." "And it came from the upper trail," Frumai commented as she cast a knowing look at Wormir. The pale man scowled and turned his face away. "We will take you with us and mend your wounds," the king offered. Panic returned, and I squirmed in the king's hold. Meow. Meow meow. "I believe she desires to show us something, Your Majesty," Lyran suggested. I nodded my head hard enough to make my neck hurt, while also waving my front paws at the trail. The king followed my gesture and furrowed his brow. "This creature made an effort to catch our attention, even in her weakened state, so we had better see what it is." The king carried me up the path, and the others followed. I was happy to lie in his gentle arms. The effort to transform had taken its toll on my frail body, and I felt a strange sort of tugging in my body, like a muscle that was slowly stretching. The group reached the top of the path and looked around. Frumai gasped and pointed a finger at Dardan. "Your Majesty." "A child." The king handed me off to Lyran, and hurried over to Dardan. He knelt beside the young boy and inspected his body. "This boy is seriously injured." "Little wonder at that," Lyran mused as he nodded at the snake carcass. "I have never seen such a creature as that, and for a young boy to manage to destroy it is quite a feat." "Nor one that sheds its clothes," Wuhel chimed in as she kicked at my attire. Her sharp eyes fell on me. "You would not happen to know about this artificial skin, would you, beast?" My traitorous tail twitched in response. Frumai came up behind the king and looked Dardan over. "He must be a god, but how did he come to eat the fruit of the Diadi tree?" "We will ask him when he awakens," the king suggested, as he parted Dardan's shirt at the point where his stomach had nearly been sliced open. He frowned as he brushed the tips of his fingers over the faint scar, all that remained of the terrible wound. "This boy must have incredible healing powers." Wormir sidled up to them, and wrinkled his nose at the boy. "He is covered in the beast's blood. Perhaps the tales of a snake being able to rejuvenate are true, and the blood healed him." "Perhaps," the king mused as he gently scooped Dardan into his arms. He stood and turned to his fellow travelers.
"For now, let us return to camp and tend to his wounds."
The king led the way down the mountain path. The tugging sensation I felt earlier now became a full-on pull. My frazzled mind couldn't comprehend what was the matter, until I recalled my lifeline to this point in time. Somebody must have been pulling on the other end of the thread. That meant only one thing: it was time for me to leave. I squirmed in Lyran's hold.
"Calm yourself, creature."
"I will not harm you," he assured me as he tightened his grip. I had no choice. I extended my claws and swiped them across his hand. He yelped and dropped me, catching the attention of the entire party. They turned but could only watch me dash into the woods beside the trail. "Beast!" the king yelled after me. The boy. How I wish I could have stayed and watched over Dardan as his remaining wounds healed, but time was running out. A soft silver glow surrounded me, and my threads floated out. Their ends were frayed. And then I realized the terrible truth: my lifeline was shattering. It relied on my magic, and that was quickly dwindling. I stumbled beside a tree, and collapsed onto a patch of dirt. All my energy was spent. My magic was running too low to keep the line alive. I have to go back, I shouted at myself as I shut my eyes. Come on. Go back. Pull me back. My threads wrapped tightly around me, and the world around me began to blur. I was tugged through the ripples of time, and before I knew it, I was back in Garrick's chamber. A gasp escaped me as water crashed down on me. I was yanked from the cold waters of time, and dragged onto the floor of the platform overlooking my diving spot. Anna! Ariane shouted. I could understand why she was worried. Like bringing my hunger into the past, the wounds I had received during the serpent fight had been brought to the present. However, my clothes were clean and unmarked, but not for long. My blood soaked into the cloth, and a few droplets fell onto the floor. I was human once again, and in trouble. Ariane dropped to my side and grasped one of my hands. Her worried eyes examined me before she looked at Garrick, who knelt across from her.
What has happened to her?
He studied my wounds and pursed her lips. I am not sure, but I believe she has had such a trial that her very crystal was shaken by the experience. That in turn has left a mark on her body, reflective of that trial.
We have to get her to bed, Diane insisted as he made to scoop me up.
Wait. My voice was weak and shaky. I dipped my quivering hand into one of my wounds, and held out my stained fingers to my friends. This, I whispered as I looked up into Garrick's eyes. Give him this. Your blood? Garrick asked me. I nodded, as the world around me began to darken. I was tired. So very tired. My lips parted as I made one last effort. Give him my blood. And then all went black. Chapter 48. Warmth. That's what I felt. Warmth and a deep ache that covered much of my body. I stirred and winced. The ache didn't want to be disturbed, and a sharp pain stabbed me, especially in my arms. A faint rustling noise caught my attention, and a hand settled on my brow. Fuchsia. That voice. My eyes flew open, and I was momentarily blinded by sunlight. A blurry face hung over me that slowly came into focus. My heart skipped a beat when I realized it was Dardan who looked down at me. I parted my lips, but my mouth was so dry that I couldn't force any words out. Dardan stroked my hair and shook his head. Do not speak. You have been lying here for quite some time. I tried to reach up to touch him, but my arm only managed to leave the covers before my strength failed me. My limb dropped uselessly back onto the covers that pinned me to a bed. They were of the finest silk, and yet felt as heavy as anvils atop me. I blinked to clear my eyes and study my surroundings. Bright sunshine shone through the windows. The bed I lay in was low and well cushioned. Perhaps this was heaven. You are in my palace, Dardan spoke up. You have been unconscious for 2 weeks. My mouth dropped open. So many questions popped into my mind. My eyes were invariably drawn to his midsection. Dardan opened his robes and revealed a faint scar. It was positioned beside another smaller and older one.
You saved me twice.
My heart fell, and I rolled my head from side to side. I managed to lift a finger and point it at him. He set his hand over mine and pressed his other palm over his wounds. They were for a noble cause, and I have no regrets. If given the chance, I would do it again. My eyebrows crashed down, and I had enough energy to tap my finger against the sheet. He chuckled. You desire that I seek your permission first? I tapped harder and his eyes twinkled. This reminds me of the first time we met. Those are old memories to me, but I imagine they are still fresh in your mind. My eyes widened a little, and I parted my lips still wet from careful care. You knew it was me. Dardan brushed a hand over my forehead. I only knew I had once befriended a cat, with a crescent moon on her forehead. My suspicions were confirmed when you interrupted the fight between the clan kings, and I learned you were capable of transforming into such a creature. The first revealed your mark, and the second revealed your power. The rest came together, as you and I both remember. Purin stuck his head into the room, and his eyes lit up. Lady Roberts is awake, he exclaimed with glee as he hurried over to his master's side. Awake and in need of nourishment, Dardan instructed me. Purin bowed his head. I will bring soup to her at once, my lord. He scurried from the room, though not before casting a smile at me. You will have to recover your strength soon, Dardan mused with a mischievous glint in his eyes. You have become the talk of all the realms. I cocked my head to one side, and managed to croak out a word. Why? You not only brought me back from near death but destroyed a minion of the Black Rain, he reminded me as he sandwiched my hand between his. I would expect nothing less from the woman I intend to marry. My jaw hit the floor, bounced, and then hit it again. Dardan feigned surprise. You do not wish to be my bride? My mouth flopped open like a gasping fish. The look amused my proposed fiancé enough that he burst into full laughter. Does my proposal not interest? Yes, I shouted as I threw myself into his arms. Dardan caught me, as my strength failed me halfway through the lung. I fell limp against his chest, but his strong arms wrapped around me, embracing me in a gentle hug. He leaned back far enough to press a gentle kiss on my cheek. I am glad to hear it, he whispered as he eased me back on the bed. My cheeks were rosy red, and my fingers, eager to fiddle with one another, twitched atop the bed covers. But you must first rest and allow your strength to return. While you lay here, you might tell me the parts of my rescue for which I was not conscious. It was at that moment that a head peeked into the room, and I recognized the reluctantly hopeful face of my old friend, Ariane. Anna, she shouted as she rushed over to the bed. She dropped to her knees and clasped my hand in both of hers. How are you feeling? Be less eager, my dear Lady Ariane, a voice scolded her, and Yushir strolled into the room. He stopped at the foot of the bed and smiled down at me. But I must admit I too am glad to see you are finally awake. Everyone all right? I asked my friends. Yushir chuckled. Just like you to ask about everyone else before we have a chance to ask about you. As for your question, yes. There was no further danger from the Black Rain, and Fu Hel very neatly patched you up. Garrick sent us on our way with some special herbs to apply, so you might replenish your magic faster. He paused and rubbed his chin. Though I must admit I was disappointed by the speed. 2 weeks is quite a long time to lie in bed. Nearly as long as it took Dardan when he was injured as a child. I am eager to hear your tale about what happened in the pool. Ariane frowned at him. She is still very weak and should reserve her strength. Yushir's eyes twinkled as he coughed into his fist. Yes, well, you are right there. Perhaps we should leave her to rest. Ariane's face fell. But come along, he teased as he looped his hand under her arm and lifted her off the floor. We will be able to speak with her later. I will come back, Ariane promised, as I used a few fingers to wave at her. I dropped my fingers back onto the bed and closed my eyes. Do you wish to be alone? Dardan spoke up. A smile spread across my lips, and I dragged my fingers over the covers to grasp his hand. No. I don't want either of us to ever be alone again. And so I rested, with my beloved dragon god by my side. We'd both need all the rest we could get as we prepared to face our last and greatest adventure.